Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Calder Park. We're back here for the first time in 15 or 16, 17 or 18 years, whatever it is. It's a long old time, a decade and a half since the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, which I think back then it was called simply the State Series. And we are back here with the 888 Home Loans conclusion to the 2023 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and a big thank you to 888 Home Loans for all of their support right throughout the year. Our round sponsors, Metabo Power Tools, Racer Industries and Super Cheap Auto out there helping us make sure we keep the Victorian motor racing scene alive and well, broadcasting right across today and of course late yesterday afternoon. I'm Darren Smith. Our events throughout today are going to be the Porsche 944s. We can see them on the track. Improved production, MG and invited British cars, Saloon cars, BMW E30s and XLs combining, Formula V and a little category called combined cars. Butcher's Picnic is probably what we were going to call it last time we went racing here. Combined cars in the 2023 genre. Right alongside me, getting very excited to get through the grid sheet, is Jack Atley, calling the 944s so brilliantly right throughout 2023. We've only got 2 more races to do here, Jack, for the season, and we ride off into 2024, don't we?
Absolutely. Good morning, Darren. Good morning, everyone. Sensational, stunning conditions here at Calder Park Raceway. Great to have it back at the iconic circuit very quickly, because we're running out of a little bit of time. This is going to start pretty quickly, but you've got the champion, Chris Lewis-Williams, on pole from Mark Verdino, sitting there in second position. Lyndon Watson, Joey Lasagna, watch out for him on row 2, and Cam Bella coming off the 3rd row. So we'll probably run out of time because this race is about to get underway to run through the grid, but looking forward to this one, Daz.
Certainly, it's green flag at the back. Watch the starter. We've got a national flag. That's how long ago. Calder hasn't even got a set of lights here yet on the reopening. Watching from the 4th row of the grid there. Car number 3 getting away well. Adam Brewer. Let's wish him all the very best on the last 2 races for the season. He's threatened all year for a race win, Jack. I feel it's getting closer.
Yeah, fantastic to see Ads Brewer getting away this morning. All the cars streaming down into turn 1 there. You're touching on 200 k's an hour, and it's Chris Lewis-Williams who's taken the front position there again, ahead of Mark Verdino. Lyndon Watson slotting into 3rd. Joey Cullick in the white and black 1800 Lasagna car, just trying to creep ahead of Cam Bella there. Cam Bella had some engine issues yesterday, but they put a new engine in that car overnight, and you can already see Adam Brewer there in the AVI technology car sliding up beside
Joey Keller, giving us a good old look at the underside of the 1800 Lasagna car there. He squeezed Cam Bella, and now he's slowing. No, he's not. He's continuing on there. There's a different camera angle there. So Joey Kellogg gets through and squeezed Cam Bella going across Mount Jane that time around. Now, Bella wanting to get on with it because he has got the AVI technology car right in front of him of Ads Brewer. And Ads Brewer suffered from a starter problem yesterday and was push-started out of pit lane. That's why he was so far down the grid. But I tell you what, he's doing all right. If you've got that Aqua car in your mirrors, you're doing pretty well in 944s as he looks out as well. So, gee, that's close to cars that are very, very similar to each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Preparation.
No, it's great to see Adam Brewer there really stretching the legs on the AVI technology car. He's got a quick car. He's had a great season. He's currently sitting 3rd in the championship. The guy in the green car there, Cameron Bella, is actually sitting 2nd in the championships, both behind the current leader, Chris Lewis-Williams. And Chris will take out the championship this weekend if he just has a clean weekend. They've got to get through this twitchy little section, I guess you'd call it, of Calder. It's the kink. They've raised the curbs this year on that section of the racetrack, so you've got to be careful of that because it can definitely upset the balance of the car. And if you get it wrong, you're going to be out on the grass on the right-hand side. They're coming in now through another little kink part of the section. It's really 2 halves, this track. It's got a long horsepower section with a long straight, which the guys are coming into now, which is one half.
It's all about the straight line handling once you point it down the hill here, isn't it? Absolutely. One of the really interesting things which came out of conversations overnight is that Chris Lewis-Williams will take championship number 4, so he lines up even with Cam Bella. My interesting thing that I'll put to both those guys is that I'm looking forward to the end of 2024, because if one of these two get it, I'm not going to say they do, because Ads Brewer's on the rise. Joey Kellock's clearly sending a message he loves Calder, and Lyndon Watson, if he can string together and come to every event, he's going to challenge them.
Yeah.
But there's one 5 times championship winner in the realm of Porsche, and that's Craig Baird. Now, if we get one of these guys win event or season number 5, as Brewer goes off on the coming through the flip-flop on the back straight there, so that gets Bella back up a spot. So yeah, if they get that, they'll be in line with Craig Baird as one of the more successful Porsche racers in the Southern Hemisphere.
Without a doubt, does a very, very good point. No one has ever taken out 5 championships in the 944 challenge category. We've got Cam Bella, who's currently sitting on 4, and Robert Lang, who's taken out 4 as well. And we've got a change for the lead by the looks of that, Daz. Speaking of championships leads, but you can see the 3-time champion Chris Lewis-Williams in the white car on the right-hand side, just really taking advantage of that slipstream down this long straight. Mark Verdino will get the inside line though into turn 1, and that'll allow him to take the lead for the first time. This would be the first win of Mark Verdino's career if he can, in the 944 category, if he can hold off the hard-charging Chris Lewis-Williams there. And of course, look out for Joey Callock right behind the two of them there. But
here's the super cheap auto replay of Brewer coming through the flip-flop there, and he flipped, but he didn't flop so well. In fact, he fell off the racetrack there. Big thanks to Super Cheap Auto for providing all of the replays right throughout this round. And let's hope the relationship spawns even further into 2024.
Yeah, how close is the racing up front? I mean, look at this. They're all over the back of each other. And Joey Callock there in the 1-800 Lasagna car. We spoke about this yesterday, Daz. He's got a very wild driving style. He's highly aggressive under brakes. He'll really have a go at all these guys. And he's now in a position to battle with both Chris Lewis-Williams and Cam Bella sitting in just behind him as well. So these are the top guys in the category. Great performance, though, by the Vendetta, Mark Verdino. As you can see, they're out in front in the Sidelink car. That's a Bella Motorsport prepared car. Joey Callock having a dive under Chris Lewis-Williams there, and he managed to get him.
Chris Lewis-Williams got an issue with that car. It's not behaving as well as he would like. We're hearing reports that it slowed momentarily going up the back straight last time around there, and we're just seeing him open up the corner for Joey Callock to go through. So for the first time this season, Jack, is we've got a couple of blokes that have been vying to get on the podium, well and truly cementing themselves onto the podium out in the front of this race. Here's our 2 championship protagonists, and yes, Chris Lewis-Williams has got an issue because there's no way he would open the corner up like that for Cam Bella.
Oh.
They fight back. There's a little bit of a jump over the ripple strip there, a little bit of a touch. And this is getting very spicy indeed. There is our championship protagonist side by side coming onto the straight.
Locking brakes again there into the final corner going onto the straight there. So side by side at well over 200 kilometres an hour. The 3-time champion and the 4-time champion. Amazing to see these guys literally door handle to door handle as they head down the long straight at Calder Park.
You asked for it. You asked for it, and you're going to get a ding-dong battle in the 944s. Great shot on the tail end there. Keeps us right in part of the action. And now we get them coming out of turn 1, pointing up to 2. Bella gets the move done on Chris Lewis-Williams. That started about a lap ago, where these two have run side by side through the S's and then coming down the main straight as well. So Cam Bella getting through, and I flagged it a lap or so ago that, CLW's thing is not quite working how he wants it to.
It's probably not, Des, but I think as well, if I may say, there's a real opportunity for a change of the lead. It's all happening in this race at the moment. With the one thing with Chris I would mention is he has a championship on his mind, so he's probably not going to do anything crazy or outlandish. He just wants to get through this race, get through this weekend and bag the points.
Why is it that when we've got the 77 on screen you use words like crazy and outlandish? Let's stay with the 77 and the 44.
I'm going to get
Joey Callock is going to throw the farm at this. He's probably going to throw a tray of lasagna at it as well to give, just for good measure. He dives out. That's a long way out. He's going to send the dive bomb. He does too. That's a beautifully controlled dive bomb. In fact, that is a magnificently executed pass. Under brakes for the number 77. Joey Callock leads the race here on lap number 6 for the Porsches, the 1-800 Lasagna race being led by the man himself, Joey Keller, in the 77.
Incredible performance by Joey Keller. He's relatively new to the category, been in it a year or two, but this will also be Joey's first win in the category if he can hold on. He's got an erratic driving style, there's no doubt about it, but yeah, he's definitely taking it up to Mark Verdino there. And we can see as they come into turn one.
Here it is, the Super Cheap Auto replay. He pulled out. I thought he was going to do a dive bomb, but no. Beautiful threshold of braking there by Joey Kellogg. And Mark Verdino saw him and he went, well, you know what? I can't fight back from that. I haven't got the car under me that Joey has under brakes, but here's a great battle going on as well. Here's Ads Brewer. He's weighing in, and that's Mark Torbert's in the unfamiliar car again here this weekend, although he's had it for 3 rounds now. It's probably not so unfamiliar, but great to see Torbs out there.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
Good job.
Big dive under brakes there from Adam Brewer in the AVI technology car. Mark Torbert's there, El Presidente as we call him, currently driving the car usually run and campaigned by Andrew Jackman, who's coming back from a shoulder injury, so he'll be back for Island Magic, and we're looking forward to see Jacko back in the blue and black car there, the Poolmaster entry, but currently run by Mark Torberts. You can see there on screen Adam Brewer really pushing hard. He wants to get the points in this category as much as he can with only a couple of races to go, but he really wants to try and cut into that lead of Bella and Chris Lewis-Williams. Bella, by the way, speaking of which, oh no, have we lost?
Hallock's off.
No way. Yeah,
at the Essence, our race leader has returned over to the wall.
First win, it would have been his first win.
I'm pretty sure he hasn't hit the wall. It looked like he was just pulling off the track at the S's there as our leader. Mark Verdino continues on. There's the 1-800 Lasagna car.
Yeah.
I tell you what, what a shame.
Without seeing a replay, Daz, it's a very interesting part of the circuit out there, and if I could hazard a guess before seeing a replay, those ripple strips are pretty high. Now, if you get them slightly wrong, and Joey, as I said earlier, really attacks those curves pretty hard, and if you get them wrong, that's going to flip the car, and if you've clipped a wall, you're in all sorts of dramas.
I tell you what, it might even be just that he's hit the ripple strip a bit too hard, and he might have folded a wheel underneath the car, which we can see it up against the wall. It looks as though it's gone down on the left-hand side there, so maybe he's understeered and clipped the ripple strip on an awkward angle.
Yeah.
The race goes on though, Jack. We continue on. The drama of the 1-800 Lasagna Porsche 944 Challenge is absolutely alive, and well, we've got just under 5 minutes left for this one. Mark Torberts fills the screens in the Poolmaster entry, and we get underway. We've had 4 different leaders in this race.
Incredible, and exactly right, Daz, that you raised a great point there. What it does do is it opens up the lead for Mark Verdino, who, unfortunately for him, but mate, he's got the big green Cameron Bella all over the back of him, and Cam Bella knows how to win a race.
Let me tell you, this is the last guy that Mark Verdino wanted to look back. It's the 44 against the 55. He's seen off the 77.
Mate.
We're working in double digits here, aren't we?
He's looking in the mirrors at the moment. You can just feel poor Mark Verdino with his mirrors filled with a guy who he's a multiple champion, knows how to lead races, knows how to win races, and he's back on form this morning. So he's charging hard at a guy who is trying to win his first race in the category.
Okay, so we're just looking. Joey Kellogg's now out of the car, and we've got word that he just pulled off. So there must be a mechanical failure that's gone on there. That's the only reason why. Cam Bella now getting up and lively on the curbs as well. That looked like it was QF742 from Adelaide coming into land. It's probably a couple of k's short of the west runway, but he's landed it and continues on, and they're catching now. They're catching Johnny Venoris in the straight. Yeah. He's going slow.
And Bella's on record pace here. Bella has set the fastest lap of the race. He's currently sitting on a 107.5. Verdino takes the inside line there. Great driving by the Vendetta Mark Verdino to hold that position. Hopefully he can hold it under brakes, which he does. Cam Bella's a very experienced campaigner, though. He knows how to sort of size up the car in front of him, and he will be definitely sizing up Mark Verdino as they crest the rise.
The interesting thing here is that although Chris Lewis-Williams is not in this battle as such, there's only a matter of 10 points that's going to be the difference. In fact, it's not even that. There's only a very small points gap. So Cam Bella's certainly pushing his championship cause through, but Chris Lewis-Williams is also looking after his championship lead.
Without a shadow of a doubt, absolutely. Chris Lewis-Williams is a very experienced campaigner. Getting back to a point we raised earlier, This would be the 4th title, so that's the state championship. There's 2 titles in 944 categories. There's a state championship and a national title, and Chris will claim both of those titles this weekend if he just has a clean race. That will give him 4 titles, and Cam Balla is the only other man in the category at the moment who has 4 titles. Robert Lang also has 4 titles. No one has claimed 5.
Well, the interesting thing is at into 2024, as Balla looks on the outside, he's not going to do it from there.
Ooh.
But Dino's he's seen the dive bomb that Joey Kellett gave him, and he said, no, you're going to have to go around the outside there. What that does is that gives Cam the nice sweeping line up to 2, carrying just a kilometre an hour, a little bit more, but the 44 has seen him off. The side link car is counting down the seconds to see the checkered flag in this one.
I've got to say, I love seeing this, Daz. It's a new winner in the category, and Mark Verdino has been trying his hardest for so long to win a race in this category. These are both Balla Motorsport prepared cars. So whether the boss, effectively, for want of a better term, in the number 55 car lets the understudy win his first race, we're not sure. Cam Balla does tend to want to win a race. So if Verdino's going to do it, he's going to have to fight for it.
Okay, not even seeing a last lap board coming out yet, so they're going to have at least another 2 laps here. Mark Verdino will be feeling every millimetre of the Calder Park layout. He's holding right onto the right-hand side of the track. And he does not want to open up turn 1 for Cam Balla to come sweeping on through. Cam Balla will find a way. In fact, he's already got in his head where he's going to do it. It's just a matter of if Mark Verdino allows it to happen. Here it is here. Have a look at this. Shove it up the inside there, Cam. All there. Go. Get up over the hill.
Yeah, exactly. And as the guys come up over the crest, the car gets very light as you go up and over the top of that hill. Harder, well, you go through this kink. Now, that used to be flat to the boards. It's still pretty much flat. It's just a slight lift, but you've got to be careful of the ripple strips on the left. Again, you're touching on 200 kilometres an hour as you head down the back straight. Hard on the brakes, turn it right, and you've got the 4-time champion sitting right on your bumper. So Mark Verdino is under pressure, but he's holding it together. He's really doing incredibly well, you've got to say. He's flowing the car, coming onto the last corner here over that concrete, which can get a bit slippery.
Last lap board is out, so can we get around one more lap for the number 44? Well, he knows how to do it. He's held him off for 2 laps now, and Cam Bella's gone, yep, I see what you're doing, and I've worked out another strategy. This is where we're going to go with it. And he goes around to the outside. The nose is not in front.
Whoa.
But what a great run for Verdino. He's held off Cam Balla on that manoeuvre for 3 laps in a row. Joey Kellett snuck one up the inside there, and that will be the last time that Mark Verdino allows that manoeuvre to happen. In fact, he's now got half a lap to get around, up over Mount Jane, plunges down into the flip-flop. It's probably more like a zigzag now with the realignment of the course, so we'll have to get used to that as well. Verdino, 2 wheels in the dirt. That's going to harm his run down into the final S's. Bella's seen it. He smells the blood in the water. He feigns out wide, carries the speed through to the S's. Up onto the ripple strip goes the 44. He's affecting all of his speed here. The ascendancy is definitely with Cam Balla, and he is absolutely flowing the 944 beautifully. It's a short run to the checkered.
He's got it, I reckon.
Very, very close. Verdino comes home.
He's got it.
And there it is. He gets a win for the first time in the 944s for 1-800 Lasagna.
Wow.
Across the line he goes. A great race there for the Porsche 944 Challenge. To open up the broadcast here today, a great drive there. Masterstroke of putting the Porsche 944s on first here this weekend, and what a great battle. 4 different race leads through that one, Jack.
Yeah, sensational race, and I'm so happy, I've got to say, for Mark Verdino to take his first victory in the category, and he didn't do it easily, I've got to say. He did it the hard way. He had Cam Balla right on his tail the whole way. Sad scenes there for Joey Kellett, who was leading the race but had to pull out, unfortunately. I know Joey will be disappointed, but he'll bounce back. But again, a solid performance by Chris Lewis-Williams, who takes out the 3rd position on the podium, really cementing his championship lead now. So that's looking pretty solid for Chris. Lyndon Watson, just running through the field, came home in 4th. Ads Brewer came home in 5th. The Black Widow Spider, Adam Brewer, coming home in 5th position. Good run there from Adam. El Presidente, Mark Torbitz, comes home in 6th. Tony Westaway, great to see Tony back out and running in the field, coming home in 7th. Manny Mezzaselma had a much better day today with a top 8 performance. Jared Campione, new to the category, so excellent to see him up in the top 9. And Calder Fox, the Prince, as we call him, completes the top 10.
Cars making their way back into pit lane. A big thanks to Metabo Power Tools, Racer Industries and Supercheap Auto for the replays here today. And we have got up next the improved production cars. You want to see horsepower and door-handle racing. Stay with us. Jack Atley, we'll see you again this afternoon for the final race of the State Series in Porsche 944s at 12:45.
Thank you, Darren.
We'll be back in just a couple of moments with improved production.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Are you looking to purchase a home or investment property, refinance your loan, renovate your property, or purchase a new vehicle? Let a 888 Home Loans broker do all the hard work for you. Our experienced brokers compare thousands of offers from numerous lenders to find the best solution for you and your situation. We take the hassle out of securing the right home or business loan and find the most competitive deal for you. Contact us for an obligation-free appointment and benefit from the local market knowledge and expertise of your own dedicated 888 Home Loans broker.
Welcome back trackside here, ladies and gentlemen, to round number 6 of the 2023 Victorian State Race Series, with thanks to 888 Home Loans. As you saw a few moments there ago, if you're looking to purchase your first home, your second home, you're refinancing, you want to do a little bit of home improvement and you need the cash to do so, please contact the crew at 888 Home Loans. Been great supporters of the Victorian State Race Series all season long. Just a little bit of a brief pause here at the moment while we're picking up the 1800 Lasagna Porsche of Joey Kellick down at turn number 6. There it is on the back of the flatbed, so hopefully it won't be too much longer before myself, Steve DeVries and David Cox can bring you all the action for the next 20-minute race, which will be improved production, Dave.
Good morning, everybody. What a stunning day we have today. Look at the crowd up on the hill, Steve. Isn't it great to see all the kids running around? It just takes us back to the 80s, doesn't it? Back at Calder.
Plenty,
How good is this?
Does. Here's a look at what the grid looks like for the another race that's coming up in just a few minutes' time. So your pole sitter and your race winner from yesterday, Paul Cruz, will be off the front row of the grid along with Ian McLennan in the Pro Country Services Monaro, with Rob Braun and Daniel Verica, who had a fantastic run and a great scrap with Andrew Butcher all race long yesterday, starting out of P4. Matt Logan in the Mack Trucks entry was a little bit of a fade early on and sort of just managed to bring the car home in 5th place.
He had a bit of a brake issue, Steve.
There we go. Anthony Dana in 6th. Scott McLean kept his nose fairly clean after a couple of early offs and managed to come home in 7th with the first of the under 2 litre cars, Paul Javots, in the Honda Civic home in 8th place, and that's where he'll start this race this morning.
And then we've got Richard Opie in the RX-8 out of 9th. Wayne Twist rounds out the top 10. Then we've got the next under 2 litre car of Peter McLean. Grant Ogle, Andre Noy in the super clean Falcon. Wayne Decker, Brad Ross, Carly Fleming, Connor McLeod, Peter Fleming, Luke Gretsch Gumbo, who had a DNF yesterday. They managed to fix that car overnight, which is well done to Mark and Luke and the boys and girls out there to get that one going. Andrew Butcher had a electrical gremlin yesterday. They think they've got on top of that. Unfortunately, Danny Timewell won't be back today, Steve.
No, that's the sad news out of that one. We did see the race leader pull over at just before the flip-flop, about 2/3 of the way through the race. It completely lost oil pressure, and the car would start, but it didn't sound like it was 100%. So they've taken it home to diagnose it, and the fact that they're not back here today says that that's pretty much terminal.
Yes, I spoke to them last night. They had the engine out, and that was at about 8 o'clock last night, and the engine was not salvageable for today, so they've pulled the pin, and unfortunately that'll be Danny and the time well spent Commodore done for the weekend.
Unfortunately, yeah, for Prestige Hino, he's been a great supporter of the category and emblazoned across the number 11 all season long. Going to be taking no further part in this one. And sadly, it puts a bit of an anticlimactic end to not only the Victorian State Series Championship for him, but also for the Club Championship too, because it was down to himself and Luke Gretsch-Gumbo yesterday. They both had a DNF, so that pretty much means that there's nothing really that Danny can lose or gain out of it now. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo will be declared, just needs to finish, and he will be declared the champion.
Steve Gorman, who's also another casualty from yesterday, he won't be taking part today. I saw the car on the trail this morning. I haven't had a catch up with Steve to see what the issue was, but having the car on the trail is not a good sign.
No, well, I heard that the radiator hose or a clamp had come off, and that's why it dropped its fluid out there on the track in race number 1 yesterday, and we thought that was going to be fairly easy fix for him, but it looks like it might be a little bit more worse than we first thought. So,
and here we go, the cars are starting to come out onto the track now, and as we get set for the second race, the feature race this morning, Steve.
Yeah, feature race, despite the fact it is a little bit shorter than yesterday's 25-minute race, which a lot of people felt was almost like a mini marathon. They got 21 laps in a 25-minute race yesterday, which is almost unheard of in state racing. We haven't had anything like that for quite some time. We thought a few drivers might be a bit fuel questionable yesterday, but it wasn't the fuel that was the problem. It was, I think a lot of the drivers were just absolutely spent when they got out of the cars.
They certainly were.
To think it wasn't as hot yesterday as what it is this morning, it's absolutely beautiful. There was that really strong breeze yesterday as well, that we could hear it on the circuit mics. It was really, really strong. A lot of drivers just got out and they were gone. To think that they're going to have conditions like this today. They've got a 20-minute hit out this morning, 25-minute race to finish coming up later this afternoon. They're going to have earned their keep this weekend.
They certainly are. It's going to be very interesting, Steve, to see how far Luke and also Andrew Butcher can get their way through the field. There's a lot of laps, but there is also a lot of traffic, and that will make it very interesting. And they normally come up against the traffic in the wrong spots every single time.
Yeah, we saw yesterday that the slower cars, the Hyundai XLs that are down the back here, the 3 of them on screen at the moment there, they ended up being lapped twice. That's just the pure speed differential between the faster front-running cars and the slower under 2-litre cars. So just picking them at the right times, that's the crucial bit. The leaders tend to wake them up, and then everybody else sort of seems to get the easier run.
Yeah.
That's right.
I can see that both Luke and Andrew have their headlights ablaze, so that's also going to be a little bit easier for the guys up the back to see them come charging through the field.
That's right.
Let's hope for some good, clean racing as everyone's starting to pull up. We're just waiting now for the green flag at the back, and that should be any moment now.
So all attention now turns to the front. Now remember the start that Paul Cruz got yesterday. There was a 50-metre strip of 11s on the start line. He absolutely lit it up and trying to keep up with Danny Timewell. He's going to have just as equally a harder task against the Pro Cup Monaro of Ian McLennan. And here we go.
Here we go. And once again, Paul Cruz gets an absolute shocker of a start, just wheel spin and smoke everywhere. And look at how Lucas made his way up through, and Andrew Butcher's also had a screamer of a start.
Yep, two good starters from the rear of the grid. Rob Braun looked like he had a good start as well, and managed to get past Paul Cruz. Yes, he has, so he's managed to side through on the driver's right-hand side there at the start. So Braun takes the Super Tune BMW E30 up to P2 behind Ian McLennan.
He certainly has. Andrew Butcher's just gone through on Richard Opie, and that would probably put him somewhere in the top 15, I would think.
He's taken some advantage there too, because Luke had an absolute rocket at the start. We saw him tore through the field from the back of the grid, and Butcher managed to catch him napping. I think Luke got caught by surprise by a couple of cars ahead, and there was no way through. And Andrews managed to pick him off in the early going here. They're already knocking on the door of the fringes of the top 10.
They certainly are. As we looked at Luke going up the inside there, it must be Ogle, I believe, in the XR5, and Butcher's also just tagged straight on the back of Luke. So Andrew Butcher's had a ripper of a start today, and as we cross to the start-finish line, as Ian McLennan goes across him first, closely followed by, that Rob looks Braun. Like it's Rob Braun still in second place, and then Paul Cruz is right behind him there in third.
I'm going to be interested to see how these two cars match off, the BMW of Braun and the Nissan Silvia of Paul Cruz. And likewise here, Matt Logan's now got a little bit of a turn of speed after that brake issue yesterday. He's giving Dan Verica quite the challenge here at the moment. Need to leave a little bit of room here, Dan. Well, I just sort of saw him at the last moment there. Matt's got the eyes on, though, here, and he's throwing down sort of the challenge that Dan threw down to Andrew Butcher yesterday morning.
He certainly is, and it doesn't need a whole lot of room, that car. It's quite small, and as we cross back now to Macca, and then we've got Brawny, who's going to try and go for a pass up the inside. No, not quite enough room there, but Paul Cruz has also snuck right up underneath the wing there as they come into Glowweave corner.
I saw that Rob Braun put some new rear tyres on that car yesterday. They had a couple of new fronts, and then they've put some new rear tyres on because they were completely gone. The surface here at Calder Park is very, very different compared to anywhere else we go. It just sort of tears into the tyre a bit more. So they reckon that the tyres on the rear of the BMW will last the rest of the race weekend. But that's why Braun's having such a good run at the moment, and had a very, very good start too with new rubber on the rear axle. Cruz going the long way around the outside at turn number 1. We spoke about how difficult that is to do yesterday, and he's managed to pull it off.
He certainly has. That was a ripper move. He got through there with lots of space given to each of the drivers, so that was great. Mac is still out in front. He would be absolutely loving this at the moment. The horsepower of the Commodore will just slowly sneak away down the back straight, but then under brakes, no, have a look at that. Under brakes, there goes Paul Cruz. He'll just make that nice and easy Macca and open the steering wheel and let him go through.
Made it tight there, he made him work for it. So Cruz back to the lead of this race after starting on the pole. Look who's starting to emerge in the background. Luke Gretschkumbo's not too far away, having blazed to the fastest lap of the race so far at a 105.2. He's clearly quicker by about 0.4 of a second than anybody else out there at the moment. And he's currently sitting in 6th place. His next target's going to be Dan Verica, who has been dispatched by Matt Logan in the last few minutes.
And we've also got Paul Griswold has come up into 8th place, their first under 2 litre car. He's just been overtaken as they go down the straight there by Andrew Butcher, who's moved into 8th position.
Yep, so Andrew Butcher takes the number 59 BMW E46 into position number 8 there on the grid. So there is Luke Gretschkumbo right on the back of the RX-7 of Dan Verica, who's, as we said yesterday, a little bit parachuted into this car quite late, with the usual pilot, John Perkins, unfortunately a little bit under the weather and just electing not to drive the car while he's still under the effects of a cold, and probably the right choice yesterday considering how sweaty a lot of the drivers were coming out of their cars after 25 minutes.
I think he would have been feeling very ordinary today if he'd actually taken the seat yesterday, so it was pretty smart by John to step out and put a pretty good driver in his seat anyway.
That's right. Well, back in the day it was called the Team Green because both Dan's car and John's car have got that green paint job. So almost it's hard to imagine that, you know, look at that, go, oh, yeah, which car is that again?
Commodore going straight down the straight and goes straight past the Perkins car.
Yep, big horsepower advantage there for Luke, and straight on through into position number 5. So Matt Logan will be the next one he tries to tag onto the back of. There's Andrew Butcher, started at the rear of the grid, so he's made some good progress. He's now up to position 7, so he's not too far away from resuming the battle that he had with Dan Verica yesterday. And Grant Ogle in the XR5 leading Paul Gavotzi, who's the first of the under 2s, and then Wayne Twist and Anthony Dana tucked in behind there, a pair of BMWs. And
now the Cruisy's out in front, he's actually got a little bit of clear air, so he's managed to pull off the fastest lap of the race, which is a 1:03.8. And this lap should be a little bit quicker, I would think, because he's got some nice clean air and clean track ahead of him. So the lap record should be well and truly under threat this morning, I would think.
Yeah, I think so too, and he's not too far away from coming up to some of the lap traffic. Sails past our commentary position, he's just gone slightly quicker again. But look at how quickly these two cars are going, despite the differences. So the very light under 2 litre car of Paul Gavotz versus the slightly heavier turbocharged 2.5 cylinder Ford XR5, and Paul just struggling to find a way past here, waiting for the corner to open up, but then in a straight line. The XR5 just has a little bit more mumbo, but that little Civic is much more nimbler in the corners. Paul can't use it to his advantage right now.
No, he certainly can't, which is quite surprising. He's just ahead of Wayne Twist, and then it looks like Anthony Diana just in the background there as well, as Paul has a slight lock-up going into turn 1.
That's under the braking for the bumps as well. It's because you're off the racing line as well. That is the sort of the passing spot, but he's looking to defend from Wayne. But it is still quite bumpy offline. We've seen all weekend long suspension working away very, very hard at turn 1.
It's a great little battle these 4 cars here are having. And the XR5 just goes a little bit more toe in a straight line, so it's going to be really quite nice. As we come down
towards turn number 6 again, and no way through this time. Dana through on Wayne Twist, so there's a change for position there. So Twist now drops down to 12th, but this is a good little scrap. Now, Dave, talking about good little scraps and good little battles, there's a lot of action that's going to be on the improved production calendar nationally next year, which we're going to talk about a bit later on in the day. But now back to the front with Ian McLennan coming under fire from Rob Braun. Listen to the whine as Rob Braun winds it up, going up Mount Jane. How quick is he through the chicane here? Much, much quicker, much, much better. Has he got anything for Macca here? Is he covering the inside line? Is Braun going to send it up the inside? Not quite, but he's definitely got a bit more of a nimbler car through those corners. We saw that yesterday with Verica when he was battling with Andrew Butcher, that he was much, much quicker through the chicane, but he just couldn't do anything with it until the latter stages of the race.
And look who's loomed up right on the back of these two. That's Matt Logan. He's actually had a really good run this morning, and then just a little bit further behind, you can just see out of picture at the moment, you can see that Luke Gumbo's also made a massive amount of gain on that lap.
Yeah, he's starting to hone into view here. So Matt Logan was consistently in the 5s, and now they've sort of dropped into the 6s, and that's a big, big lock-up on the front left for the Mack Trucks Commodore. Going into turn number 1, almost got too far to the left and would have had to bail out of that one. But no, tags back onto the back of Rob Braun. Very, very lucky not to lose too much ground there, but has he hurt a tyre in the process?
He may well have. That was really quite wide there, and on the ripple strips going into turn 1, so that might have given him a little bit of a 50-cent piece front left, I'd say.
Yeah, you don't want to sort of get to a heavy braking zone again and have that 50-cent piece pick up, because it will just start tearing the tyre to shreds, especially on the bumps into turn 1. It will be very, very easy to do. Braun looking to go right around the outside. That's an interesting move there. Mack is quite aware of it.
Let's put that Monaro nice and
Here we
wide,
go.
and then down the straight we should have a little bit of a drag, and I dare say the Commodore will just get its nose in front as they come up on Wayne Decker, but he should be just about out of the way, so that should be no problem at all for these guys.
Stays to the right. A little bit of a confidence tap there from McLennan on the brakes as well. You just saw them flash very, very briefly just to make sure he had the brake pedal. Bumps sort of unsettling a few things there, probably rattling the pistons back into the caliper as Braun was a little bit wide at turn 1.
Certainly was, and then got it very sideways on the exit of turn 1 there, and he's managed to get a really good drive up over the top of Jane Hill. And is he going to go able to sneak down the outside? No, not quite enough there, and Mackett puts the Commodore right in the right place, and there's no way around there for Brawny.
I think everybody has worked out that the drivers behind them that are quicker coming through the chicane, that they need to play the defensive act rather early for turn 6. Saw it yesterday, I'm seeing it again right here. Braun is so much more agile through that turn 4 and 5 flip-flop. McLennan a little bit slower, the heavier car, takes a little bit more time to turn in and get the power down, and he's just got to defend very, very early and discourage Braun from having a go at 6, and then he can hold him off down the straight here. Now that might be to the disadvantage because Braun's had a poor exit out of the final couple of corners. Matt Logan goes sailing on past, and Gretsch Cumbo now not too far behind Braun either.
Yeah, that's quite surprising. That Brawny must have had a little bit too sideways coming out of out onto the straight, and it's just allowed Matt to get a good run on him and straight down with the horsepower down the straight. It's just managed to sneak past, but Braun's right back underneath the wing of it again, and I think you might find that up over Jane Hill. The Commodore's not quite as agile as that BMW, so Brawny might be able to sneak on round the outside, but no, he decides he's going to pull in and just follow him through.
Whoops! Matt Logan goes for a wild ride. Clips the, he could have clipped the left-hand curb there, so that's turn 5, and that's fed him out to the left-hand side. You don't want to negotiate that chicane and have your car land down with a bit of steering lock on because it causes all sorts of grief. Matt Logan gets it wrong, drops a spot to Braun, drops a spot to the GC Electrical Senator of Luke Gretsch Cumbo as well.
Yes, Luke was right there. Just that'd be some great in-car footage to see Matt disappear off the track and go, Luke would have been, you beauty, I'm up a spot.
I'll have that. So he does, and Matt gathers it back up. So that drops him down 2 spots into position number 5. McLennan still in second place. Cruz has cleared out quite comfortably now, out to a near 10-second advantage and having it all his own way. Let's have a look at what happened to Matt Logan at turn 5. Great shot here to clip the left, clip the curb on the right, clip it. Actually, he missed the curb on the left completely. I think he just got his turn-in point all wrong.
He certainly did.
Oh, Dan Verica, I've just noticed off to the right-hand side of the shot there at the flip-flop at turn 4 and 5. He's come to a stop just very, very briefly. So that's a shame for him because he was doing very, very well. He was up into about 6th or so place and has come over at this, or come to a stop at the same point. There he is, at the same point where we saw Steve Gorman and Danny Timewell come unstuck and pull over yesterday morning.
That's really unfortunate for Dan. He was having, as Steve said, having an absolute ripper run this morning. It was really good to see how good he was actually going after a number of years of not running.
No, that's exactly right. It's been about 12 months since we'd seen Dan back out. The last time we saw him was at Phillip Island. And I was looking forward to seeing if Andrew Butcher was going to play catch-up and managed to make that a great battle from what we saw yesterday too. Dana having a dive underneath the XR5 at Grand Oval there. So that's another spot for him. So he's gone to the head of this 4-car group that's been together for the entire race so far. Javot still hasn't been able to find a way past Ogle.
Just doesn't quite have the straight line handling, Steve. I think you'll find.
This is part of the puzzle, I think, isn't it? Well, so many different makes and models and different car handling characteristics to improve production. It's all about trying to think on your feet. So he's managed to let a couple of cars through, but not quite managed to get through on Ogle himself. Now we're just keeping an eye on Luke Gretsch Cumbo here as well, because we're getting some word that car has just buttoned off the pace a little bit. We're not sure if it's intentional or if he's fighting an issue there, but he's definitely dropped away from the back of Rob Braun.
Yes, he certainly has.
Does it sound on song? Let's have a listen.
No.
It sounds okay.
Yeah, it sounds like it's still going okay. But yes, it seems to have, he might have just had a little bit of a missed gear somewhere, so he's about 2 seconds off what he was, so he might have had a little off somewhere, or he might be fighting an electrical gremlin.
Could be a case of no risk as well, given the fact that he's effectively secured the state title and the club title as well in overs. Just want to bring the car home, have a little bit of fun. If you get a couple of spots out of it, great. But then it's a case of no risk to the car. A lot of drivers have spent a lot of money on their vehicles already this year, and cost of living pressures is with us everybody still. So you want to bring the car home in one piece, and that's something we said to everybody in the driver's briefing yesterday was, we've got a great field. Let's go out and have some fun and let's bring home some straight race cars.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a really great year and we want to continue that. And next year we've got quite a number of new cars being built for the category as the boys get ready for next year. We've also alluded to a little earlier, we've got Bathurst back at the Easter races next year. So we've got a really big year for improved production, which we'll touch on a little later. Steve?
We will indeed. Back to this battle over the places that are inside the top 10 here. So Wayne Twist at the back of the group is in 11th. So this is over 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. Ogle has managed to find his way back past Dana, but he's trying to go the long way around here. We've seen that work a couple of times this weekend for different categories. Not that time. So Grant's actually had a fairly good couple of last rounds here. He had a great run at Sandown, good run at Phillip Island, and he's really found a bit of mumbo and a bit of momentum and rhythm in his driving the last couple of rounds.
As Paul managed to get a little bit up the inside of Deanna there, and unfortunately doesn't quite have it in a straight line, but he's much closer.
So Paul Cruz, just in the back of shot of the group of this four, is about to take the last lap board. So that'll mean 15 laps the duration for this race. He's got quite the margin at the moment. They all go through turn number 1. A little bit of a lock-up for Javots. He's starting to have a few little issues here just under the brakes with that car. He doesn't need to do anything silly, though. He's the first of the under 2 litre cars at the moment, so he's not in direct fight with these two. Oh, going side by side through the flip-flop. Dana comes out the other side, worse for wear, and Ogle loses the spot as well. Javots finally gets through, but after a mistake from the two in front of him.
That was an exciting ride through the flip-flop, got a lot of air going out. That was almost Luke Rich Gumbo-esque.
That was Dukes of Hazzard style, almost going through the flip-flop there. Not a particular part of the track where you see 2 cars wide going through a very narrow bit of racetrack. But just behind that group, your race leader and your race winner. Here he is, number 13, Paul Cruz, 2 from 2 for the weekend. Pole and the 2 wins to date.
Fantastic.
And right behind them, look at this, Ian McLennan, late minute having to hold off Rob Braun right to the flag here, and he does. So well secured there for Macca with a second place finish.
Absolutely. And Luke Rich Gumbo may have slowed a little bit, but he's just managed to hold off Matt Logan as they come across the line in 4th and 5th.
Andrew Butcher, the next man to come across the line in 6th place on the lead lap. He's just behind Brad Ross, who's a lap down.
So they obviously fixed the electrical problem overnight and managed to make a great run through the traffic. So starting up the front, the next race should be very handy for him.
There goes Peter McLean. He's second in under 2s at the moment. And the XL's coming across the line as well. Scotland. So here we go. Here's the front-on shot of what happened coming into turn 4 and 5. So neither wanted to give way. There's no sort of gentleman's agreement there, and Dana just sort of hopped across the curb, and I think Grant saw him coming and pulled his foot off the throttle and let that one go. So what a great angle that was, thanks to Super Cheap Auto.
So Paul Javots has come across as the first under 2 litre car in 8th position. Diana, and then Ogle has dropped back to 10th. Wayne Twist 11th, and Richard Opie is in 12th position. Peter McLean was there in 13th, I believe.
And then Andre Noy and Wayne Decker 15th, 14th and 15th, with Brad Ross and then Connor McLeod, Carly and Peter Fleming. The last ones home. So Daniel Verica was a non-finisher. Danny Timewell, Stephen Gorman and Chris Bodale unfortunately did not start this race. So we lost a couple of drivers before the racing started. We lost a couple during that race. But after 15 laps, well, they're all now off to have a little bit of a bite to eat, get a few cars ready to go, and we'll be back out later this afternoon for a 25-minute hit-out that takes place at 1:20 p.m. So, thanks to Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer, that was race number 2 of improved production, and you are watching the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series from Calder Park, and we'll be back after this with the MG and invited British sports cars.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Are you looking to purchase a home or investment property, refinance your loan, renovate your property, or purchase a new vehicle? Let a 888 Home Loans broker do all the hard work for you. Our experienced brokers compare thousands of offers from numerous lenders to find the best solution for you and your situation. We take the hassle out of securing the right home or business loan and find the most competitive deal for you. Contact us for an obligation-free appointment and benefit from the local market knowledge and expertise of your own dedicated 888 Home Loans broker.
Geez, a really big thank you to Monty Power for all of their work in between race meetings here and all of the great effort that's gone in. Of course, Metabo, Power Tools, Racer Industries and Supercheap Auto have jumped on to the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for the final round here of 2023. It kind of came around pretty quickly, and it's a really big thank you to all of the groups, the competitor groups, all of the categories, all of the official groups. And for those that have made their way trackside, what a great value day of motor racing. I think you'll have ahead of you, and if you haven't already enjoyed yourself, please enjoy it. $5 at the gate per person, or $10 for a carload. I'm pretty sure you can't even go down and get a bag of fries at your local fry-up joint these days for that sort of price. But we welcome you all to the track. Welcome you to our broadcast here from the final round of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And it is very much that time of year and time of decade, actually, to jump on and get your home loan pulse rate taken. Give it a health check. Get in touch with 888 Home Loans and ask them to give you a pulse check. Give a health check on your home loan. And when they come back with the results, don't be surprised if you're going to get a better deal if you go with 888 Home Loans. A time in history is right now. Everybody is talking about interest rates. So talk about your interest rates with 888 Home Loans and the convenience of setting up yourself a 888 home loan. Tell them you saw them and heard them at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. You might just have a new best friend as well. So we look forward to continuing the fantastic relationship we've had with the 888 Home Loans well into the future. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me is Sean Herlihy. He runs a great business during the week called Immersive Automotive and specialises in some of the older cars, the historics, the vintage and the veteran type of cars, and pretty much half the grid here is one of your customers, Sean.
Yeah, look, definitely keeping busy in the off the field anyway.
So we had a great run yesterday. Good field of MG and invited British cars, which is what this weekend is, or this class category is all about. A couple of notable exclusions: the Ondaatje family with their Stags. I'm always disappointed not to see the number 40 with the top up, or the top down, whichever. Keith is getting a bit of sun, or he's keeping the sun off his head. But it's a shame we haven't got the Stags here, isn't it?
Oh, look, it's fairly typical this time of year. Everyone's getting a bit tired, and the cars are getting even tired. So yeah, a few withdrawals at this point of the year, but definitely decent grid to begin the weekend. And we've had a few withdrawals throughout yesterday as well. A few engine blow-ups and a few mechanical failures that have sent people home. But yeah, look, 12 car strong grid for today.
It's still a pretty tough ask. You know, a lot of these cars are, you know, we've recently celebrated the 60th anniversary of the MGB. So we're looking at some MGBs that are in this race that are, you know, going to be between 50 and 60 years old, and they're still out racing them. It's got to be hard. I mean, this is what you do for a living. It's got to be hard to keep these things going, doesn't it?
It is, and you know what? Look, at this level of racing, I think the easiest thing for consistency and reliability is keeping it simple. You know, you see some of these guys that really push the envelope, and especially, as you say, in a 60-year-old car, and they do eventually have issues, unfortunately. So, but that's racing again, isn't it?
Well, I guess at that point when you start to push them, you're starting to re-engineer the car, so you're having to invent something different anyway. So you can start to use modern techniques and modern materials and different bits and pieces there. And I guess throughout this race, we're going to be keeping a pretty close eye on car 72 off the rear of the grid. The Philip Chester car got a couple of lap records around the place in the category. So that's the sort of car, and in fact the one leading the field out, Simon Elliott, the number 55, they have taken the spirit, I guess, of what the cars were born or brought to the world in, and redesigned it with their own little bits of individual flair as well, haven't they?
Oh, there certainly is. That RV8's got some technology in it, that's for sure. Definitely a 2020 type build, and yeah, the proof's in the pudding in the sense of how reliable it is, and again, how quick it gets around the corners and down the straights.
He's done a terrific job yesterday. Had a little bit of an off during the race, but managed to come home with the victory in front of Trevor Lindsay. So on pole, Simon Elliott leading the field out. There it is, the RV8. It's a menacing looking piece of kit. That rear wing, it doesn't sit as quite as high as what it probably could, but gee, it's wide. Goes right out to the extremities of the bodywork there.
Oh yeah, make the most of the clean air with that one.
Certainly does. Trevor Lindsay right alongside a car that is on the outside and for all intents and purposes looks like it should, but it does have some modern magic work going on inside, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Again, a lot of technology in that car, and a lot of years of getting that to where it needs to be. So again, the proof's in the pudding of where it is on the track.
The Monty Power car on the screen now will take from the tail of the field the Yarra Valley Towing. There it is, the number 72 Monty Power entry there of Phil Chester. Rear of grid, and we just saw Luke Gretsch-Gumbo in the improved production cars come from rear of grid. It was very, very exciting, and Phil he's got a fire under him. He's got an absolute churning in his belly for this event this weekend. Worked tirelessly over the last couple of weeks to make sure that there was some great sponsors on board, and he really should be congratulated. We'll look through the rest of the grid. Anthony Vollebrecht, the Victorian there as well, heading out on track, and he's doing a terrific job to be on the second row of the grid in the MGZR. He's doing a tremendous job. Michael Trathen, I always seem to be amazed, and I probably shouldn't be because I've been watching that car race for quite some time, just how hard he races it. And it's every second of every race he is up on the wheel, isn't he? Oh, absolutely. Look, yeah, again, it comes back to basics in the sense where it's just lightweight, big power, and drive the wheels off it as he does. Absolutely. Jeff St John Cox out of 5 in the Triumph TR7 V8. Paul Vernell in the number 8 starts out of position at number 6. He's in the ZR 160. We'll talk more about a couple of these cars, these more modern looking iterations, the hatchback style, I guess you'd call it. Michael Hurley, your dad out there in the number 61, was absolutely so enthused last night. He said he was tired, but absolutely brimming with enthusiasm for the racing to take part today. Vince Cacciato, who was a guy that did possess a big V8 one, and we're going to see the new owner, I hope, next season out in that. Then it's Warren Lawler, David Bagent, back to Phil Chester and Danny Siama. So 2 cars, 2 V8s off the back of the grid. Keep an eye on the 72 and the 15. The 15 out there, courtesy to you giving it a whole new complete birthday on the brakes overnight, Sean. Certainly did, yeah. Got him ready for this morning, and off they go. Off we go. The 55 gets a brilliant start there. Phil Chester from rear of grid just gingerly walks it away. Doesn't want to break any more componentry. It was a tracking rod that he broke yesterday. In fact, a rod end. And he wanted to send a very big thank you to the bearing joint down there in Dandenong that helped him out overnight. Dropped the parts off at your workshop, Sean, for you to make sure they got to the track today. So big thanks to Statewide Bearings as we watch Chester coming through there as well. Cars all bunched up. Boy, that number 8 of Paul Vernell's sprung stiff, isn't it, as he bounces over those bumps. He's done well there to get it up in front of Tony and St John Cox. I reckon Tony's had a bit of a problem off the line there and dropped a few places. Lights ablaze on the Monty Power entry as he comes just gingerly through the field, picking off Cars here, cars there, but have a look at that closing speed as he comes up the back. Ranges up now onto the back of Anthony Voldrecht. Can't get through there, but just getting through. You get the feeling that Phil just wants to ease his way through the field and then head out on whatever lead that Simon Elliott might have. And in fact, he's got a very, very healthy lead indeed.
Yeah, look, it's an interesting track in that sense. Correct if I'm wrong, but I'm not sure there's a huge amount of overtaking opportunities at this track.
It's under brakes. If you're going to do it, it seems to be under brakes at 1 up to 2, and then certainly as you come into the S's, that's where you can do it. And like this, if you've got the power in a straight line.
We see
Paul Vernell just dips the hat at Phil Chester as he goes through, and I think Phil Chester might have just ordered 2 beers off him as well as he went through there.
You definitely see the power of the Rover V8 take over in that regard, don't you?
Yeah, have a look at that though, just coming off the corner there. The multi-power entry number 72 bobbled off the corner there, and Paul Vernell was able to range up alongside, and I would suggest, unless there's any issues for Phil, that might be a good look at the back of that MGB V8 GT as it goes storming down now after Michael Trethlin. This is going to be interesting. He's caught him in a part of the track where the number 1 is just superior.
Oh, he'll struggle to hold on to him through these windy bits, but we'll be interested to see how he comes out onto the front straight.
Even Trevor Lindsay in the Triumph GT is being hounded by the 1. Michael Trethlin hangs on nicely. Flame out the back of the 72 of Phil Chester.
Here, watch him open it up. Have a listen to that, folks. One of the better sounding engines around, in my opinion. Might be a bit biased, though.
Oh, no, I don't think you'll have too much of an argument there for those at the track and just hearing through the microphone's trackside there. The number 72, he's now lit it up, and he is in hot pursuit of our race leader. 10 seconds away. There's 12 minutes remaining. That's at least a second a lap that he has to get, and then get through on the in the car of Simon Elliott, but he's doing a tremendous job. Happy with this battle. This will rage. This will absolutely rage all race long here. Michael Trethlin will be getting fumes in his face. He'll be charging on.
As you say, absolutely driving the wheels of it, trying to keep up with the
There's no other way to describe it, is there?
Not really.
There's no other way to describe it.
I think you hit the nail on the head saying it's a lot like a go-kart. I would imagine it is exactly like a go-kart. You know, just keep your bum down and hold on.
What I really like about this car is you can see exactly what he's doing with his hands, and you know where he's going to put the car because his head's tilted that way.
Exactly right.
And at the end of like a 10 lap at Phillip Island, his head sort of wobbles around a bit. I think the neck gets a little bit sore, but if you were in front of you and you could catch a look, you'd go, oh, he's going to come down the inside because his head's looking there. He's all into it. So I love that open top look in these sort of things. You can see the hands where they're readjusting the wheel, all that sort of thing.
Yeah, look, Mike's just as passionate as far as the engineering and mechanics go of the car as well. You know, it's really good chatting to him about how he's put the car together, and you know, he's sorted out all those little braking issues he's had and getting the thing to where it is today.
Vollebrecht now back into P6. Started out of 3. Has given a bit of a shuffle of some faster cars. That's probably because those cars were ailing at the end of yesterday's race and went back down the grid just a little bit. Give us a bit of a glimpse into this car, or Vollebrecht, Sean.
Yeah, so look, that ZR is slightly different to the ZR 160 that Paul Vernell's in, just in front, not half a second in front at the moment. And the yellow car, the yellow ZR here is actually like a 190 type spec. So again, fairly modified from factory in that sense, where they've got some, you know, big forged cranks and decent motor in that sense. You know, not a huge amount of change in the suspension, but definitely a lighter car and a more powerful car than Paul's in at the moment. So we will see Tony, I'd say, slowly crawl up to Paul. Whether they can have a bit of fun and have a bit of a race, it'll be interesting to watch that evolve.
So here goes the GT Triumph out in front, drives away from the MG Midget. Here's the 2 ZRs we're talking about. Paul Vernell lists the colour of this car as power grey. Of course it is, Paul. Of course it's power grey. Indeed. If it was anyone else other than Paul's, it would just be grey. Right onto him now. They're really telling in a straight line, isn't it?
Oh, I think he went a few car lengths on the front straight there, and again through the corners, very similar pace, the 2 cars here. I think you'll find Tony's on slicks in the yellow car, and Paul's running a fairly old set of Nankang radials. But you know, it's all about getting out there and on the dollars you've got and having a ball.
Paul's another guy that's worked feverishly behind the scenes to get some great sponsors on board for this round. Paul and Phil Chester have combined very, very well. And of course, with Callum Brannigan and Paul Ziddy getting the turbo-powered Tools Racer Industries and Super Cheap Auto on for this round. But have a look at this. We're on for a move.
Just put it up the inside.
He has. Burnell opened the wheel up there and then decided no. It was too late. The gate was open. And it's going to be a side-by-side rager down the straight here. The yellow car essentially has a little bit more horsepower, doesn't it,
It
Sean?
should do, yeah, indeed. As you see, Paul just tucking behind there, coming into turn one. I reckon Callum's going to have to give Paul a bit of a massage later on to ease the arms. I reckon Paul will be a bit tired after this one.
Have a look who's right behind them there as well. Dennis Yarmouth's weighing in on it as well. He's gone, you guys can't have all the fun. I got a new set of brakes under my boot. I'm going to keep up with you here.
Yeah, Danny's a good second, a lap faster than Tony and Paul there. So as long as he gets past safely, he'll walk away from these two. Use the power of that big V8.
Up over the hill, gets light, plunges the beautiful MG. Gives us a good look at the underside too.
Shows us those new ducts we've put in.
Wow.
Yeah, again, you can see the difference between, say, this car, which is, again, another original MGB GT V8 that's been turned into a race car, versus the Phil Chester absolute monster. The difference of the flares and the aero that's on the two cars is amazing to see, isn't it?
Geez, I tell you what, every time we see these guys come onto the straight, it's like a magnet. They come on line astern with each other. The 66, the Triumph GT, opens it up, injection, and just drives away in a straight line. But by the time they get back around there, Michael Traffin in the #1 midget is all over him again. In fact, under brakes. How's the gap just close up there?
Oh, great racing there. That shows the weight of the weight of the midget, just taking that little bit of advantage over the slightly heavier Triumph. But as you say, the big six-cylinder of the Triumph has that bit of power. Yeah,
the torque just goes up over Mount Jane, plunges down into the flip-flop, which I said earlier today, we probably have to call it the zigzag now. It's not really a flip-flop like it used to be anymore through there. Wild bit of track there, and we've seen some great shots coming out of there. People trackside cheering them on and really enjoying the racing there. The 66 holds on. This is the gap again. Have a look at it close up as they go on that sweeping left-hander, which is a really tricky corner. It's done many laps here, Sean, and I can't remember whether it was a triple apex or there was any apex at all in that corner. It was just muscle your way through.
Oh, there's definitely some different lines getting tried today, and I think you'll find that's what happened with Simon Elliott yesterday when he had a little bit of an off on down the back straight. He was just trying different things to try and make it around the track a bit quicker, and as you say, there's probably only one or two different ways around this track, but shows the different lines you can possibly take.
The story unfolding at the lead is that Simon Elliott's being able last lap round a 107.33, Phil Chester a 105.8, his fastest lap a 104.87. And I think we're all in agreement. The cars in each one of the categories here this weekend will have, the fastest car will have a new lap record.
Indeed.
Here at Calder Park, nearly a couple of decades of no racing here. And look at that, Simon Elliott has slowed, and we now have Phil Chester in the lead. He goes straight through to the lead, and Simon has slowed dramatically. So we just saw a lead change happen as Phil Chester storms down the front straight. In fact, he did a 106 last time round, and this car we're looking at now, the RV8, did a 119. So there's that 7-second gap all close up.
Yeah, he's certainly got a bit of an issue there, Simon. Hopefully he can limp it home and finish the race, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to.
Yeah, he's waving people through. He's trying to get off the...
That's a huge shame for Simon.
Off the track. It stopped fairly suddenly there. He's, I'd say he's looking at the gearbox there, the way he's wobbling around there.
Possibly a shifter bracket broken, a bit like the V8s. They don't quite engineer those brackets very strong, I'd say. So these things do happen. As you say, the sequentials do put a huge amount of load through everything. And
well, he's still got the fire lid, hasn't he?
He's still trying to get it going.
Still trying, looking down there, wobbling around there. Love the MG Racing Australia sticker just on the side of the car there as well. The racing scene alive and well within the MG Car Club. Fantastic facilities in Nunawading, and so many different race meetings at so many different levels that they're involved with club days and hill climbs and a social scene within the MG Car Club.
Definitely worth mentioning the Car Club at that point, Darren. It's the support we get from the Car Club, aside from them helping out with officiating and running race meetings, the affiliation that even MG Racing has with the MG Car Club in Victoria is a really tight-knit community, and a lot of healthy people and a lot of friendly faces throughout the years.
Certainly is, and of course, MG Car Club getting a lot of association with the VHRR, running historic Sandown in the next week, and we wish them all the very best with racing out at Sandown as well.
We've just seen Dennis Yama claw back up into 4th position, just passing Tony Vollebrant to take 4th. He'll be really happy with that after coming from the back of the field.
Danny Siama just to lock up there so you know the brakes are working. He's slid it all into turn 1 there. Going well, made his way up into 4th position here. He's followed Phil Chester through the field. Phil now leading the race, and a very, very healthy margin. 3.5 minutes left in this one. His fastest lap of 104.87 on the opening lap. On lap number 4. I would suggest that Phil's probably got a bit of a better time in that. He's just been feeling the car, making sure everything's good under him, and he might just stroke it along for another lap or so and then give it a red hot go.
Based on the testing on Friday, the car's, I think, capable of a 202, a 102, excuse me. But look, that's Phil's PB, I'd say, at this stage, 104.8. That's not a bad time around here.
Absolutely. Had Glenn Wood in the car, who drove it on Friday as well, and I think he got a high 2. In testing, so it's a fair bit of car, and it's a real challenging car to drive. Is the feedback out of what Glenn said? Enjoys the engineering aspect of running almost a square.
Indeed,
wheelbase and track.
I think the idea was to help with the setup and getting the car set up for this track again, as we haven't raced here in many years. So a bit of assistance from a professional to help set the car up and get things sorted. But there wasn't a lot to change, so that was nice to know. We have actually seen just off track here, Simon Elliott has got the car going again. Is still circulating, but not at a great pace. But it is good to see him still out there running around.
Here we go, Michael Trafford. Here's the thing about it: when it goes under brakes, it's only he's only on the brakes for a very short amount of time. But there's none of that lurching forward. It seems to brake
so
flat
smooth.
like a go-kart. Just brakes flat, turns it into the corner. It's
again,
all over the back of the Triumph now.
Great racing.
And again, comes onto the straight. I understand it. The frustration of running a lower capacity car when you get on a straight. You work so hard the rest of the lap, and you just watch them disappear off into the sunset. But Michael won last year's championship and always represents himself and the series very, very well. Have a look at that, under brakes again, turns it in, hands up in the air, leans into the corner, registration paid and intact, running the full Rego plate on it as well.
Again, looking at the times there, Mike Trafford's actually done a 0.6 of a second lap quicker than Trevor Lindsay on that last lap. So, they are just so close. You can throw a blanket over these two.
Powering the Triumph out of the corner. This South Australian has really enjoyed travelling over to run the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships right throughout 2023. And I've got to say, when he won those races at Sandown, he flagged a pretty clear intention that he was coming over here. It wasn't for a tourist trip. It was to come over here and get some pretty serious and mean racing underway. Again, Drathland ranges up behind the number 66.
Yeah, again, massive shout out to all our interstate races. We've had a few of them pull out this weekend, unfortunately, through mechanical errors. And but we do really support the interstate guys. It's a massive effort to come racing interstate, as we know, because we go to Sydney or Adelaide once a year at the least. And again, it's a huge effort from those interstate guys to come down for every round and have a bit of fun, come out racing.
Just talking about that, we also had Vince Cucciato entered this weekend in the MGF, had an issue there as well yesterday. What happened there?
Yeah, look, unfortunately the exhaust actually let go, and it was blowing exhaust into places where it was just going to do further damage. So, look, it could have probably been fixed, but they decided to play it safe and call the weekend.
Just watching Lawler coming through there as well, Warren Lawler in the Austin Healey Sprite.
Yeah, look, Warren was actually one of our interstate racers, and he's actually moved down to Victoria in the last few years. I was just chatting to him earlier. He's bought a house down here, so he's committed to the Victorian lifestyle. But, yeah, look, unfortunately chasing a few braking issues and a few minor issues with that car. So hopefully he can get that sorted for Sandown Historics in 2 weeks. Just
watching Trevor Lindsay and Mike Trathan going through there on Michael Herlihy in the number 61. His best lap at a 114.93. And that's the MG, the one with the white front air dam and white stripe over the front. Michael just in the back of shot there, so he's gone down a lap and still ticking the boxes though with getting down into the 14s. pretty happy with that, I'm sure.
Looks like Mike's just taken it easy off that last lap. He's admitted defeat and backed off there and just finished the last lap.
Loving it though. He'll take that hat off and he'll be sweating and
always smiling.
The first thing he does is wander off and talk to everyone about the war battles, doesn't he?
Indeed. Look, I've seen him come in with all sorts of woes, and he's definitely still smiling at the end of it, which is great to see.
Have a look at this. Is this the signal that we're on a hottie? The Le Mans flashes on the front of the number 72 Monty Power entry of Phil Chester. He's letting everyone know he's coming, isn't he? You can't miss it.
Yeah, nice last parade lap for Phil. He's got no, as long as he brings it home, he's got no dramas there. And it was great to see him get that sorted. Him and Tony have been working through the clock basically to try and get the parts they needed to get it back on the track this morning. So great to see Phil Chester back out there and wind through the whole field for a win.
So his fastest lap was 104.87 on lap number 4. We're now on lap number 15. The checkered flag is at the ready as the battles continue to rage. The V8 of Siama, geez, that sounds cool coming down the straight. Bollenbrecht in the mirror. There's the checkered flag. The Monty Power car takes the Monty Power MG and invited British cars for race 2 for the weekend. Just reward. Phil Chester has put his everything on the line for this weekend and done a tremendous job in the background here. This Danny Siama still continuing in this race. This is for 4th. So we wait for Trevor Lindsay and Mike Trathen in the number 1 car, and then that's Danny coming over the hill now with Tony Bollenbrecht. Runs out wide, flowing the little hatchback very nicely indeed, bounces it up. Paul Vanel is just off the back of these guys in the distance there, and has also taken the checkered flag. So Trevor Lindsay coming to the line now as we're getting Tony Bollenbrecht coming around the back of the track. There's Michael Herlihy, Danny Siama, and Bollenbrecht. This is on. These two are going to race all the way to the end here. What's the V8 going to do in a straight line? Does it use its capacity to advantage? Yes, it does.
That was some good racing the last few laps for those two. Danny will be another one with sore arms, I'd say, after that one, winding from the back of the field. Massive shout out to all the officials this weekend. Again, these events just don't happen with the help of volunteers. So yeah, from everyone in MG Racing, massive thank you to you guys.
Yeah, and it is good to return to Calder Park. It's in now legitimately in the suburbs of Melbourne. We need more racetracks here. With the New South Wales experience has shown us we need more than one racetrack in a big city. Phil Chester takes the win in the Monty Power MG and invited British cars over Trevor Lindsay to Michael Trathen, Danny Siama, Anthony Bollenbrecht, Paul Vanel, Simon Elliott. Eventually makes it home, limping home essentially into position number 7. Jefferson John Cox, Michael Herlihy inside the 10. He'll be super proud of that, as will David Bajan in the number 64. When we say goodbye to the MGs, Sean for now, and they'll be back on track at 1:55 this afternoon. Thank you for all of your insight from Immersive Automotive and the MG Racing Australia scene. Really appreciate your time. Thanks, Sean.
No, thank you, Darren, and appreciate all the help from you guys in Blendline.
Terrific job there. Metabo Power Tools, Racer Industries, Super Cheap Auto, and of course 888 Home Loans. You're live here at Calder Park. We'll be back with more on track in just a minute, and what we expect to see is saloon cars. Back soon.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Are you looking to purchase a home or investment property, refinance your loan, renovate your property, or purchase a new vehicle? Let a 888 Home Loans broker do all the hard work for you. Our experienced brokers compare thousands of offers from numerous lenders to find the best solution for you and your situation. We take the hassle out of securing the right home or business loan and find the most competitive deal for you. Contact us for an obligation-free appointment and benefit from the local market knowledge and expertise of your own dedicated 888 home loans broker.
Welcome back trackside. There it is, the Ace Way, as it says across the top of the grandstand, and it really is Calder Park Raceway. Looking forward to seeing how Calder can become part of the Australian motorsport scenery again. A very, very big welcome back, and the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship have really, really embraced it. Big shout out to people watching all over the world. The beauty of live streaming and being able to promote Australian motorsport, and indeed the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. People watching in the Midlands of the UK. G'day. Hope you're enjoying yourself.
Where I'm from.
Where are my co-commentators from? He's just about fallen over. He's so happy with himself. The truck commentator. Knoxville, Tennessee. Puerto Rico, of all places. I know the rotary scene's alive and well down there, so they'll be watching for improved production. Toronto, Canada, Vanuatu, and we welcome all of them. And indeed, everyone watching around Australia and here trackside. Thanks for coming out to the track and joining us for the races here today. Hope we reward you with a great thing. And there's a bonnet up on Kevin Stoopman's car by the looks of things, just coming into the Ford Service Centre for a bit of an oil check and safety check under the bonnet. So this will be interesting. Does Kev get out and get that shut and put the bonnet clips down? I think he probably will try to at least. So Saloon Cars on track. Big shout out to Metabo Power Tools, Racer Industries, and for all of your spare parts, Super Cheap Auto is your place to go. Just like your home loans from 888 Home Loans, supporting the Saloon Cars and their championship this season. Kev's going, I would suggest, to the nearest flag point to try and get that rectified and get the bonnet down. And yeah, we'll probably see what the officials can do as far as pit stop practice goes here. So this will be interesting and certainly frustrating. On an AU, you can actually see clearly under the screen, so he might be using that as an aerodynamic aid. I touched on it a moment ago. Dan McCarthy has joined me here. He's a truck racing extraordinaire commentator and loves his saloon cars. I jest. No, welcome, Dan.
No, great to be here. So happy to be at Calder. And the wind's died down today. Completely different weather conditions. Lots of sun and UV on the racetrack. Not that Kevin Stoopman can see that too well at the moment. I reckon he might just bring it into the lane, get it down and get back out there. But he'll be very much starting at the back and quite far behind as well.
What is interesting is that the genuine Ford struts are in place there. Not too many race cars have that. So he's gone to the extra length to make sure the car's eligible in every single way. As the grid takes its form and right in front of our vantage point in the commentary booth, Dan.
Yeah, so the two drivers that came to blows in yesterday's opener will start on the front row of the grid. Travis Lindorff and Anthony Bear. Following them, there'll be that vacant slot where Kevin Stoopman should have started. So then alongside him, free will be Daniel Johnson. Behind that, Blake Harris, Adam Bywater, Jackson Leach, Nash Harris, Justin Shembry, and William Harris. And beyond that as well, we have an additional driver. Andrew McSwain joins them here today.
Great to see the drive events number 34 join on. That'll be some exciting stuff from him charging here. But gee, we've got some great vision out of the saloon cars yesterday coming through the flip-flop zigzag onto the back straight here. We got a good look underneath these cars. Big Nash dives down the outside. He's in the dirt, locking it up, trying to get round the outside of the number 2 of the tyre power cars there, and that's Adam Bywater. He's converted over from XLs, loving his time in the bigger saloon cars. More horsepower at his disposal as we see Kevin Stoopman come back into the pit area. He's got the crew down there. They're going to put the bonnet down, and let's see if we can join him in the back of the field.
Oh,
and we
we got
enjoy
one,
the
two
excitement
off.
of Stoopy.
Nash Harris went off, and then his son Blake Harris followed him even more so through the grass. So 2 of the 3 Harrises having an off-track excursion at the same time. But what a start from Nash Harris in the older spec machine. Finds himself inside the top 5, a blinding start from him after starting this one from 8th position. So really good start from the yellow number 85 machine. But he's going to struggle for horsepower and aerodynamics down this straight. His son Blake Harris moves to the inside, and he will take that position. And here we can see Kevin Stoopman, bonnet is down. Unfortunately, he's a lap down, but he will head back out there. And look at
the
this.
good thing about that is we get to see a bit of Kevin Stoopman ragging the AU. He'll be right on it.
Certainly will be ragging the AU at the pointy end of the field. Is Daniel Johnson looking like he's got a bit more pace here today. Wasn't quite able. Whoa, he's got crossed up there though over the curbs and through the grass. Apologise there, DJ. Probably the commentator's curse on that one. And now he's looking in the mirror to the next AU Falcon behind of Adam Bywater.
That's a shame there. He was right on Bear, and Bear made a not as big a mistake, but a similar sort of mistake on the entrance of the corner. Grabbed Dan's attention, and unfortunately he fell off there. But the number 2 of Bywater ranging up now, and it's Nash Harris in behind there. Keeping a close eye on things here as well.
Oh, he's
watching
off.
them. Oh, Nash Harris, that was tricky. And following through in sympathy there is the number 10 of Jason Shembry. Jumping over curbs. It's probably the only category you can kind of get away with jumping over some curbs is the saloon cars. They don't run sort of any low air dams or anything like that that can break off. There he is, Big Nash down the side in the tribute livery.
He's actually brought 4 cars here, so not only his own, but his 2 sons, and also the car driven by Anthony Bear. And we believe it's the first time that there's been the 4 different models, because he's got 2 Falcons, new and old, and 2 Holdens, new and old. And away, big moment there from McSwain, throwing it sideways. McSwain's got a bit of a home track advantage. He does his drive events, you can see it sponsored on the sides. He does them here every Friday at Calder, so he certainly knows this place like the back of his hand, but he's not been here in race trim. This is brand new for him.
There's not too many people that can say Calder's their home track, that's for sure, over the last decade and a half, but certainly these guys continue to use the facility. Down into the S as they go. Super Cheap Auto, here's the replayer. Big Nash is off, and Jason Shembry appears in back of screen. Fairly similar line through there, and jumps out over the ripple strips.
Yeah, both got away with it, and here we can see the hard-charging McSwain started from the back of the field, and he's trying to make progress through the field as they come across the line one more time. Already 3 laps down, and it was Daniel Johnson with the fastest lap of the race the last time through. But the top 3 just 1/10. So as you can see, 108.0 for DJ, and then a 108.1 for both Lindorf and Bear ahead. So mighty close between the top 3. Nice exit drive there from McSwain, but not quite far enough up the inside to make the move on this occasion. This the battle for 7th position out there on the racetrack. As we move a little bit further forwards, as you can see, Blake Harris having a go on the tail of Bywater. Down into, lock up for Bywater. He's got it in there though. Certainly missed the apex, and now Blake Harris misses the left-hander, using all the curb and much, much more. As we swing it round turn number 9. So tricky in these cars to get the power down. You can see him twitching under acceleration, trying to keep the tail behind them, not looping it around. We saw a spin for Bywater at that very corner in qualifying, but still qualified quite strongly, did the former XL competitor.
Dan, just for those watching on from the Midlands in UK and Knoxville, Tennessee, Puerto Rico, Toronto, Vanuatu, all around the world, these are Australians' own very cars. They're manufactured here. In fact, these 2 cars are about 10 kilometres right from where we are at the racetrack way out at Campbellfield. These are homegrown Aussie cars, built and bred. Sadly, we don't have an automotive manufacturing industry like that anymore. In fact, Mike Borland, who builds the Spectrum Formula Fords, is probably one of our most prolific car builders these days. Does a tremendous job, of course. But yeah, if you haven't seen these on your roads when you're around the world, it's because these are pretty much bespoke Australian road cars that are very, very handily driven in race trim these days.
Looks to me like Blake struggles there with the change of direction and loses a little bit of ground to Bywater there each lap. And that means he's not close enough down this pit straight and down into turn number 1. So yeah, just in that change of direction, can't quite change it from right to left as easy as he would like. And it's all about changes of direction over that backside of the circuit, isn't it? With not 1, not 2, but 3 chicanes that make up the mid-section of the lap.
Interesting getting a good look at the venerable AU Falcons on screen at the moment. They're certainly a car that has an absolute cult following down at Geelong, because that was where they were also built as well. You go to the streets of Geelong and people love these AUs. You mention an AU and they get all weak at the knees and love it.
It's quite interesting, isn't it? Depending on where you are in Australia, of course, Elizabeth in Adelaide, home to the Holden plant, they're all about the Generals. But as you say, Geelong is all about Ford, and we've got 2 Fords on the screen. Blake having another look, and Bywater forced into a mistake. Lock up side by side, but again, Blake can't quite get it turned into the left hand. Oh, big slide from Bywater. That opens the door. Blake fills the gap, but not enough, does he? It's going to be all about the traction. Who's going to get the better run? 2 very different lines coming out the final couple of corners, and it's Bywater that's got the momentum down the pit straight. But this time, I think Blake Harris is close enough to have a lunge down at turn number 1 if he wants to. Will Bywater defend? No, he won't. Blake Harris will have a free run up the inside. Last of the late breakers, it's Blake. Can he get it turned in? Yes, he can. Good move. Nice racing between the pair, although he's run slightly wide. He does hold on in the 21 machine.
Got to hand it to Blake Harris. He just kept the smooth line. He stayed out of trouble that was just exploding in front of him. Bywater succumbing to the pressure, which is kind of interesting. The guys had a fair few seasons racing XLs where they're side by side and line astern and into each other all race long. But Bywater just got a little bit crazy out there, just got a little bit loose, and Blake Harris said, I'm going to stay with it here, I'll stay with it. And he threw it down the inside on this next corner on the last lap around. Unfortunately meant that he had to hold on pretty tight to the car and flow it onto the straight as best he could. And it looks like there's G and AU, that looks like it's coming home from work with the someone's dress caught in the door there or something, it looks like there as well. Not sure what's going on there. It could be a jumper or something hanging out the side of the car.
Last couple of laps, Bear has come on strong. Oh, gets crossed up over the ripple strip there. But yeah, Bear's come on strong these last few laps. 6/10 faster last time through. And the margin is down to zilch. It's back on. So this was the battle yesterday that ended in a little bit of an incident, and a 5-second penalty for Bear post-race cost him the victory. And it's take 2 here this morning.
These cars were Australia's best-selling cars for 20 years in a row, the Holden Commodores. And here they are leading races now, sadly, like the Falcons, no longer manufactured at all. But certainly they are driven to within a millimetre of their life in the Excalibur Screwbolt Saloon Car Championship for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Series, which we know Dan Johnson, who is currently 3rd on the road, has taken that series, but Travis Lindorff is trying to make a clean sweep out of this weekend's racing as we return to racing at Calder. 2 Holden Commodores charging down the straight at Calder.
2 blue Holden Commodores, which is quite interesting, isn't it, when you associate so much Holden with red and Ford with blue, and that's why we got on the side the graphics. So the red icons are the Holden drivers and the blue are the Ford drivers. The lighter colours are the older spec machines, so Nash Harris in an older spec Commodore and Will Harris in an older spec Ford. Look at the curb usage there through the fast chicane. That is an awesome shot provided to us by Blaine Line TV, just showing how much air they do get underneath the machines, particularly these two. These two are using more curbs than anybody else out there on the racetrack, and that's why I think that's where I think they're gaining a lot of their time out there on the racetrack. They are matching each other, going toe-to-toe at the moment.
Just over 4.5 minutes left in the journey for this one, the Excalibur Screwbolts Saloon cars. Look at this battle. This has been raging. Nash has just been doing a tremendous job. Just heard a pinch up of a lock up there. Not sure where that came from. The car's just up the road from here, which indeed is Kevin Stupin. He's trying to charge back from 2 laps behind, but these cars are so evenly matched, aren't they, Dan, that if you do go down half a lap, you're in all sorts of strife in a 20-minute race.
Exactly right, certainly, and I think Stupin's actually just got Will Harris. Although they're both down a lap, that is a change for position just ahead on the road. Yes, it is. I've just seen that change on the timing screen. And here, Nash Harris defending on the inside of McSwain, but that Falcon has a bit more poke in a straight line. So hard to overtake around the outside at turn number 1. Very bumpy this corner still, and if you try and swing it around the outside, you'll find yourself trying to just stay on the road. As we can see, McSwain is right there, does keep it on the road, but yeah, really, really hard to overtake around the outside at turn number 1. I certainly haven't seen it this weekend. Nice drive, nice exit there from McSwain. I don't think he's going to be able to do much with it because it's a fast flip-flop chicane next. No, slots back into line, thinks better of it. He'll have to make the overtake at another section on the road as they lap the Falcon of Will Harris, making his debut this weekend in the number 20 machine. Oh, as McSwain runs wide and allows Shembry through. Bywater's off. It's all happening at the moment, but that's Adam Bywater come to a stop. Shembry has got through on McSwain as they lap Will Harris. All happening, and oh, good exit now from McSwain. Oh, that's tight. Oh, had to slam on the anchors there to stop from a quite major contact, so that's going to affect his drive all the way down. Here we go, on for the lead. Off goes Bear. He's going to rejoin right back where Lindorf is. Lindorf has to slam on the anchors.
That got awkward.
Incident. That was very awkward.
That got very awkward, and we've seen the car park up there where we saw Joey Kellock in the 1-800 Lasagna Porsche. And yeah, well, that is the other thing there. The yellows were out there. They've been withdrawn now, but the other car has certainly moved on as well. We're looking at the red car as well that went off down there. So that was Bywater as well. So it was gone, but yeah, that got very interesting.
Unforced error for the race leader. He'd just taken it. All locked up down into turn number 1 and off the road for Anthony Bear.
He's only just set the fastest lap of the race too, and he celebrates by going off. Now he's fallen into the clutches of Daniel Johnson. So here we go. This is down into, coming into the S's. There's a flag point off to the driver's left there. Is there? Yellows are out. Wow, there is some explaining to do there. Absolutely will be in the steward's room.
Yes, and then the contact as well, and then the rejoin. It's I think there's a few points of comments.
Points of interest?
Yes, that's for sure. There's going to be big documentation, more than one incident down there at the chicane. Yeah, Bywater has brought it in the lane, so it's back to green flags at that corner. But Bear now is looking in his mirrors to a man who wrapped up the state championship. The yellow and black machine won the state championship last round at Phillip Island. Here's what happened. Bear, all on his own, massive lockup. The left front, and from there he could not get it slowed down enough and took to the grass. Reasonably quick recovery, but lost a lot of time and the race lead with that mistake.
Replay there, thanks to Super Cheap Auto. We've had a fair bit of replays here this weekend. A big shout out to Super Cheap Auto for all of your auto parts. Tell them you saw them at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships at Calder. Great addition to this round. Let's hope there's a bit of hand-in-glove relationship going forward there with Super Cheap. And here is a cracks it sideways coming onto the straight there. So McSwain, 2 laps in a row, has some difficulty there. This is another Super Cheap Auto replay. Just watching now the 10 going up on the ripple strip here. So McSwain joins in. Shembry cranks it out sideways, goes off, and Did McSwain follow him through there? No, he's kept it on the black stuff. The 10 rejoins somewhere up here and comes back on there. So here they are again. This is live shots. It's going to all unfold in front of us again. Shembry just sails across the nose there of McSwain. McSwain's right. I'm just going to hang on to this. This is getting a bit wild.
You might think they're fighting for the World Championship. We should stress this is
they
the
are.
Championship round, and it's for 7th position on the racetrack. They're fighting tooth and nail, and the race leader is not too far away from lapping them, but it is the final lap of the race. We are being informed. Certainly had to fight off the charge from Anthony Bear, and it's well, for the second time in 2 races there was contact between the pair. But once again, it looks like it's going to be Lindorf that's going to come out on top, although he's put 2 wheels on the grass there. Don't want to do that into the final sequence of corners, but he's kept it together. He's kept it on the road. And for the second race in a row, it is Travis Lindorf who takes the race victory at Calder Park from Anthony Bear and Daniel Johnson rounding out the top 3.
Tremendous race there for the Saloon cars, as always. And field streaming through. Gee, there was some action there. Kevin Stoopman would have been awesome if he'd stayed with it.
McSwain just about held on to it. It was almost a Shembry repeat from a couple of laps ago, but this time it was McSwain having the moment. Keeps it on the road, though. They've had a fierce battle throughout in this one. Looking forward to seeing who comes out on top in the final half a lap, because they are still out there motoring around. And it's the 34 Drive Event sponsored machine that's in front at the moment, but runs a little bit wide down into turn 6. It's going to compromise his run all the way through 7, 8 and 9. But it looks like unless he makes a mistake here, he is going to hold on, although he has. He's dropped 2 wheels through the grass, but I think he's just about going to hold on. Great battle between these two. It goes the way of McSwain. McSwain from Shembry across the line.
You can hear them from Geelong now shouting go for the AUs, can't you? They're down there cheering them across the line there. A big shout out to those watching from Geelong here at Calder Park today. Just about an hour away from here, down the Victoria's second biggest city. Big shout out to all of those down there at Geelong. And here is the results, Dan, for race number 2.
So for the second race in a row, Travis Lindorf from Anthony Bear, although I think there might be a couple of incidents to be investigated there. Daniel Johnson in 3rd ahead of Blake Harris. Great drive from him to finish in 4th ahead of Jackson Leach. Nash Harris won the older spec machines, coming home in 6th ahead of Justin Shembry and McSwain and Justin Shembry. We saw that they were the other way around when they crossed the line. Then we had Kevin Stoopman a lap down after having the bonnet come up on the outlap. And then William Harris on debut, rounding out the top 10. Good for him. He's just getting laps this weekend, really, ahead of a full season next year. And then the one non-finisher, Adam Bywater. Hopefully we'll see that machine out later on today for the final race of Saloon Cars.
Good lap there by Anthony Bear as well, a 107.39 to take the fastest lap for that particular race. Great landscape shot of the beautiful weather we're enjoying here at Calder Park here this weekend. We encourage everyone to come out. It's only $5 at the gate for an individual, or if you've got a carload, $10. Come and join us. We'd love to see you all here trackside. But if you can't join us, like every round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, brought to you by 888 Home Loans, you can catch it on the live streaming. Check out the website and the Facebook page for the Victorian State Race Series, or go via the Blendline channels. And a round of applause up there on the hill for all of the Saloon cars coming back, and couldn't agree more. Great race. Dan, we'll be back with more racing from Calder Park with the E30s and the XLs up next from the Aceway. Back in a moment.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Are you looking to purchase a home or investment property, refinance your loan, renovate your property, or purchase a new vehicle? Let a 888 Home Loans broker do all the hard work for you. Our experienced brokers compare thousands of offers from numerous lenders to find the best solution for you and your situation. We take the hassle out of securing the right home or business loan and find the most competitive deal for you. Contact us for an obligation-free appointment and benefit from the local market knowledge and expertise of your own dedicated 888 Home Loans broker.
How good is it to be racing back in the suburbs of Melbourne? We've got one out the other side of town called Sandown International Motor Raceway, the home of horsepower, and we're back here at Calder Park Raceway for the first time in about 15 years, and we are doing it. Certainly changed a bit. The life has moved on, but we are absolutely loving being back here at Calder Park, as are our fans over in the Midlands in UK, Knoxville, Tennessee, Puerto Rico, Toronto, Canada and Vancouver. In my calculations, it's about midnight in the Midlands, UK. So someone's obviously been down to the local for a bit of a night out, watched a bit of Premier League or FA Cup or whatever's going on over there at the moment, come home and gone, I am going to nod off to Blendline TV tonight.
We'll be nodding off, Darren.
No, it wouldn't be nodding off. By the way, welcome Callum Brannigan for the first time this weekend. How good is it to be getting to the end of 2023 and we're breathing life into Calder Park?
Yeah, it's amazing. Good morning, Darren. Good morning, everybody tuning in around the world, in Australia, from Geelong and around the circuit as well here at Calder Park Motor Raceway. Very happy to be back here. First time in 15 years, as you said. 2008 was the last time Motorsport Australia sanctioned Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships was here in competition. Racing in anger, and big thanks to the Jane family for their investment in this precinct, bringing it back to life. And we're very happy to be back here. And there's a huge amount of anticipation from fans and viewers from home alike there. Calder gets clicks. A lot of people love Calder because when it emerged earlier this year that it was on the calendar for 2023. There was a lot of anticipation and people were very excited for its return. Obviously, there was a lot of work went behind the scenes to make sure it's back. Nonetheless, we are here, and you can see the track map here. So, turn one, a little bit dicey, very bumpy under brakes, I should say, through the turn 2 and 3, over the hill, through the flip-flop, or the zigzag as Darren calls it, and then deep under brakes into turn 6. We've seen a lot of action, especially in the saloon cars through this part of the circuit. short kink to the right, and then back onto the main straight, where there is actually a surface change between tarmac and the concrete with the old VHT surface as well, throwing up a few curveballs for competitors out there as they're trying to get the power down in their cars. So John Bauer, way back in 1986, setting the lap record with a 52.6 second
in the Aussie build best Calder too, so that was in the sports car era.
That was when you were young and breaking hearts, Darren. I'm sure you were.
I do remember that, and I was here that day, but yeah, it is a long time ago when you look at it like that. And I guess, it's John Bauer will be pretty proud, and he does watch the telecast of the Victorian Championships. I would think he's probably tied up with some things that are going on the Gold Coast, even though he's at his home in Melbourne, but certainly he'd be happy to note that we've put him up on screen there as the lap record holder here at Calder Park, and he's probably also thinking it's about time someone knocked that off.
Yeah, John Bauer, if you're tuning in from home, feel free to drop a comment in the Blendline TV stream on YouTube, or if you're catching it on Facebook. We know he's very active on the social media. Darren, you're a tech-savvy dude. You're all across the socials for VSRS. Of course, you can follow the Victorian State Race Series on Facebook and Instagram, as well as go to vsrs.com.au to follow to get all the latest information, news and updates from this wonderful series.
You touched on just before, Callum. You said Calder gets clicks. I reckon 15 years ago that wasn't even in the vernacular, that we didn't even know what getting clicks was. So that is something that has changed, that is for sure. E30s and Hyundai XLs out on track. Royce Lyon lines up on the front row of the grid, and let's see if he can set himself up a nice old clean sweep here this weekend. Jesse Bryan will try and do everything he possibly can to stop that, but it's going to be very interesting to see if the top line concreting car. So yeah, that was something we did notice, that he's not taken his spot at the front of the field. So I wonder if there's some issue there, or there has been an issue. But anyway, let's continue on with the grid sheet here. Simon Schiff in the 55, right next to Brian Burke. We go back to Jeff Bowles and Paul Schiff. Rory Plant in the number 7 uplow entry. Martin Taylor back to Andy Chaos, and I didn't catch up with Andy to get the pronunciation of his name correctly, but he's very happy to be called Andy Chaos. He runs Chaos bikes here, cycles here in Melbourne, so good to see him there. Peter Knight next, Adam Trapsky to Ash Goose Rogers. Watch for car 15 coming from that far down the field. Seth Boycart's also another young man in a charge as well. He wants to get right up as close to Royce Lyon as he possibly can. Zach Dunn rounds out the E30 competitors, and 4 XLs here. Carly Fleming did a great job yesterday. Dallas Harvey, next one in, and then the 1-2-2 with Peter Fleming and Connor McLeod as well.
Very excited to see E30s out on the track, joined by Hyundai XLs this weekend. Now, the E30s are a wonderful little technical package, 2.5 litre straight, 6 under the bonnet, rear-wheel drive, and a whole field of very capable drivers behind the wheel of each respective car. Now, I saw a glimpse of these cars during practice on Friday, and they're not afraid to throw them over the bumps, as we saw with the Saloon cars in the race earlier as they get underway. Very smart start from the entire field as they head down towards turn 1 for the first time, and they get both fields underway at the same time as well. So they are being pursued by the Hyundai XLs. But look at that shot. That is a wonderful scene. Calder Park, beautiful sunshine here in the springtime at Calder Park, and up the inside there we've got the number 4 of Royce Lyon. So he's gone from P3 immediately up to P2, and Jeff Bowles up the inside in the number 24 of Simon Schiff as well. But as we were saying, Darren, these are a wonderful technical package. They sound brilliant. I love the sound of an inline 6, especially when it's in BMW trim. Around the outside there is the 901 of Seth Burkhart's, as Darren was alluding to earlier. An up-and-coming race car driver, second generation. The Burkhart's name well known, especially in Porsche racing circles around Australia. But the battle rages on at the head of the field. So this is Jesse Bryan leading the way from Royce Lyon, coming through turns 6 and 7, I believe it is. You've got the kink to the right-hand side there, and then coming into turn 9 onto the main straight. So Jesse Bryan, the 38 machine, leading the way. He is not afraid to bash that car over the bumps and the curbs. He's very familiar with trying to straight line and make those corners as straight as possible. And the straight line handling, it must be said, of the Royce line machine in number 4. He's got the toe. He's got a bit of a run on him, so there's plenty of pace in the early stages of this race. We should say it's a 20-minute timed race for race 1. And there is Royce line indeed up the inside with the black stripe going up the bonnet and throughout the car there. So there's a very smart move there from Royce line. Now, different styles, different approaches for this race between the two cars. So where you'll see Jesse Bryan bashing it over the curbs, Royce line is a little bit more conservative, deciding to keep clear of the curbs ever so much. So this will be a good demonstration between the two different styles between the drivers. Here comes Jesse bashing it over the curbs there. 2 wheels. That is a wonderful shot coming through the zigzag there, Darren.
Certainly is. Royce Lyon's done a tremendous job there. I think he would have looked at it and said, yeah, I have to go out after Jesse straight away. Do not want him to establish a lead in this race. And very astute observations there, Callum, the way Jesse attacks the track here, bouncing that car so heavily over the curbs. And the interesting thing about it is that Royce Lyon's showing him exactly how to do it, not sacrifice the car by bouncing it over those curbs. Under brakes here in the XLs. The 1-2-2 of Fleming just get the short back and sides by the 64 coming through, and that's Carly Fleming as well there. So the 142 just getting back into the lead of the XL race. And here is our cars currently sitting 3rd, 4th and 5th in this one. Goose Rogers down the inside in the 50, gets it done on Schiff in the 55 there as well, and just holds him mid-corner and pushes him to run wide there. Good stuff there by Goose Rogers, returning, trying to push back after a bit of a tough run in the race earlier on in the weekend that's starting to really feature strongly now. He'll come up onto the back of Brian Burke, a very, very experienced E30 racer with lots of pace on board.
Yeah, the battle rage is on here, so a little bit of a locked break there from the number 50 there. So Ash Rogers hails from Victoria, doing a fantastic job defending from the number 55 of Simon Schiff, who was dropped a little bit back through the field under the baking sunshine here at Calder Raceway. Now, as the day unfolds, obviously the Hollywood numbers, or you would say the ultimate pace on the track, that time has come and gone. In the morning, there's a lot more pace in the track, but as the day unfolds and the track surface heats up under the UV and the sun, you start to lose a lot of grip, and grip is a key talking point, especially with the track surface here at Calder Raceway. It is an older track surface in comparison to other permanent racing facilities we race around in Victoria. And speaking to Rory Plant as well, who works tirelessly behind the scenes to promote the BMW E30s, encapsulating the BMW Drivers' Cup as Jesse Bryan bashes it through there. Talking to Rory Plant, he says the track surface is a little bit, not sketchy, but just it's lacking grip. So the drivers are working extremely hard to try and find as much grip as possible. And also a key talking point for all categories, all drivers out there this weekend is it's bumpy. It's extremely bumpy out there, and it's especially bumpy under some key braking areas, especially going into turn 1 and at the back part of the track as well. So you don't really want bumps under braking because it unsettles the car. So it's really up to the drivers to modulate the brake pedal, make sure they maximise the braking performance from their cars, and it's really down to the driver to, braking, you really should just press down the pedal and the car comes to a halt, but it's not that simple. They really have to work hard to bring these cars down to a halt as they come charging down towards turn 1 here. Number 50 up the inside, Ash Rogers. He's got the number 27 of Brian Burke for company there. Wonderful racing between the E30s as they sail through turn 1, coming up to turn 2, and then they'll be coming over the hill, the Jane Rise, I think you were calling it earlier, Darren.
Mount Jane.
Mount Jane, sorry.
What it was called, but yes, certainly good stuff there with the E30s, and those talking points, or those dot points, they're all good and well in the pits, but when you get out there in a race, everyone's dealing with the same bumps, everyone's dealing with the same surface, so it just levels out the playing field. It is something that drivers do talk about. They always talk about the bumps because, as Callum has alluded to, it brings in an extra skill level, an extra level of observation that they have to have coming into a braking zone or mid-corner where there might be a bump. But it's the same for everybody, so they all have to equate that learning. Here's the XLs now as they're coming up. It's a real struggle coming up Mount Jane there, and they're doing a brilliant job here, the XLs this weekend. Only 4 of them, but they're certainly getting on with the job there. We're getting a good look under the under the underside there of Pete Fleming. And the 64 of Connor McLeod ranges up the side there, backs it in, gets a rear lock-up, goes off onto the driver's left in the dirt there. Just misses the new ripple strip. They might need to add an extra couple of metres to that ripple strip, as we just see a couple of the BMW E30s are mixed up within the faster of the XLs at this point in time. So just trying to catch which one of the BMWs that is down there, and it'll be Seth Burkhardt's, in fact, is going back out after it now. Look at the pace now down the straight. Obviously had a bit of an off somewhere early in the race. And Seth Burkhardt's is actually retiring the 901 in the pit lane there. What am I looking at there? That's the BMW of Knight, is it the 86? Is that who we're looking at?
So the 122 of Peter Fleming there, still doing a brilliant job. He started out at P23 overall, and that battle there with Connor McLeod as well. So combined grids, a very pragmatic decision from the organising body behind the Victorian State Race Series. You've got the Mini Car Club of Victoria, you've got the MG Car Club of Victoria, PIARC and the Australian Sports Sedans Association as well, coming together to make the coalition that forms the Victorian State Race Series, and a huge amount of effort, tireless hours from a multitude of people, and it's quite a big outlay of money as well to put on these events. It's a big thanks to the organising body for putting on racing, and the return to Calder Park as well is fantastic to be back here, Darren. It's also a big thanks to Garagistic for their support behind the BMW E30s throughout season 2023 with the BMW Drivers' Cup raging on. So here is the number 161 of Dallas Harvey, hailing from Victoria in the tribute livery, the mobile car. 161 charging down the main straight, Darren.
The reason we're having a look at this at the moment is that the officials reported that when it left the dummy grid, it had a pool of oil underneath it. So race control are wanting to have a bit of a look at that car, so that's not what you want. They don't hold a whole lot of oil, these cars. If you're going to leave a pool of oil under them, the blue flag also being shown there by our terrific flag marshals around the track. It was great last night. The series put on some drinks and some food for all the people around, and the faggies and fireys enjoyed some refreshments at the end of the day, and all of our officials around the track. And
were you there, Darren? Was there a tray?
Yes.
If there's a tray of party pies, you're usually there,
Yeah,
aren't
well,
you?
there was no party pies, but there's mini dim sims on a stick.
Yeah.
Boy, don't they go very, very well indeed. And it was good to see the community come together back in the cafeteria at Calder Park. It was like it was 1984, and we're waving goodbye to the National Panasonic Grand Prix, heading over to Adelaide for the first ever World Championship round all over again.
Big thanks to Metabo Power Tools, Racer Industries and Supercheap Auto for throwing their support behind this weekend's event. It's also big thanks to 888 Capital Group Home Loans as well. So Cam McKinnon and the team throwing their support behind Victorian State Race Series. We love to promote them because they throw their support behind Victorian State Race Series or Grassroots Motorsport. Fantastic to have them on board. So the number 39 machine coming over the hill there, that's Martin Taylor. And a bit of smoke from what we're hearing. There's a bit of smoke pouring out the back of the BMW E30 on screen right now. So that's the white car coming out the back straight, deep under brakes into turns 6 and 7. And the officials will be having a keen look at the back of that car. Now, it doesn't sound too bad. It's got the Scottish flag next to the Taylor surname on the back window there. Still circulating relatively fine, so I can't actually see a huge amount of smoke. Is it on corner? Yeah, there you go. You can actually see it. So as he comes out of the final turn onto the main straight.
No issue whatsoever.
Not a problem, Darren?
Nah, not a problem.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Play on. Go for it. Keep going. Keep going. Don't let them...
Nonetheless,
ruin
still
your fun.
regulations to adhere to,
They do
Darren.
too. That is right. That is right. Getting a good look now. This is the 55 of Simon Schiff. Gone back a spot, started off 4th, currently in 5th place, but it's Goose Rogers that is actually the one to watch. Ash started out of position number 12. If you get a bit confused, there is only one Rogers out there, but his nickname is Goose and his real name's Ashley. We sometimes refer to him as Ashley, Ash or Goose, but we try not to be. He actually does like going by the nickname of Goose, so let's run with it.
Talk to me, Goose.
Talk to me, Goose, exactly. I feel the need for some garagistic BMW Drivers' Cup Championship.
We should point out that there is a championship battle at play as well. So Royce Lyon leading the championship Coming into this round with 132 points next to his name from Brian Burke and Jesse Bryan. Jesse Bryan on screen right now, and that beautifully presented number 38 machine coming over the hill now. This is going to be a good sight here as he bashes it over the curbs. 2 wheels on the rev limiter. It is a sight to behold, 2.5 litres, and he's flashing the lights to Royce Lyon ahead of him. So they've got actually some lap traffic to contend with as well, with a slower Hyundai XL to navigate. So they'll just have to add that to their considerations as they come around.
We're talking
Once
about
again,
top
off the
points
curb.
before. Some talking points here is that Jesse Bryan is a second and a half faster on the last lap than Royce Lyon. So just watching that starting to unfold as well. So the gap was out to 3.2. It's now 2.2 between our race leader and second place. And that is going to be very, very interesting to see how that plays out over the next 3 minutes into the end of this race. This is the Dunn and Trapsky entry. The 666 of Trapsky yesterday had a bit of trouble keeping it sort of straight, had a couple of spins and got a little bit wild out there as well. So maybe the 666 racing with the devil is probably not the ideal thing. Oh, that's a big off, a massive one there in the 64.
Connor
It's one of
McLeod.
our XLs. And that is well and truly in there. Only caught the very last bit of the dust going up in the air. And driver's head is moving in there. And there is a shot coming from a long way back up the straight there. It looks to be down at, is it turn 1?
Yeah, I think it's turn 1, Darren.
Entry to turn 1 there as we go back to Royce Lyon leading this race with 2 minutes left in it. And the gap now, we've got a red flag. Red flag. This race has been red flag. And there's a BMW spinning, looks like it's boot lit up or something coming onto the straight there as well. So we've got 75% of this race distance completed. So we will be able to get a result. And last time across the line, Royce Lyon will take the win with the fastest lap. And it is a 109.4625 fastest lap to him. Jesse Bryan into P2. We are hearing from reports trackside that the window net is down, been taken down by the driver in the XL down there, and that's Connor McLeod in the number 64. So he's getting out of the car under his own steam. So that is terrific news when you see a bit of a hit like that into the tyre barriers, and let's face it, that's why the tyre barriers are there, to stop you going and hitting something a lot harder. But there's our driver standing up, and there's a message on the back of that helmet, Callum.
Are you okay indeed? And that is a smashed eggshell, it should be said. That car's had a huge whack down there at turn 1, and you can see it's displaced tyre walls down there at turn 1, and we're hearing we might have a replay of that incident coming up very shortly. So Super Cheap Auto replay, make it super. He's lost it all on his own fruition, and he's ploughed through the tyre wall. So locking the brakes, losing control of the car, and it speared to the right-hand side of the track, and it actually sent that XL through the tyre wall. So it's quite a heavy impact. There's quite a lot of weight within those little tyre barriers, and for the car to actually plough through it and move it, you actually saw it smashed a few windows on that car.
It's all about absorbing the inertia of
Correct.
the car coming towards it. So they're not pinned to the ground. They are designed to move like that away so that the car can get through. Big thanks to Super Cheap Auto for providing the replay there. We'll see if we can get another look at that at some stage. It looks like our Flaggies trackside, we're looking at
No
some
doubt.
footage there as well.
No doubt tuning into Blendline TV on
Absolutely
YouTube.
watching
It's
it.
big thanks to the Victorian Flag Marshalling team as well, and it's big thanks to all the volunteer officials here this weekend who are throwing their support behind Grassroots Motorsport. Look how close to the track they are, Darren. That's how close you could be. If you go to motorsport.org, the Motorsport Australia website, and follow the links and go through the relevant pages, you can find out more information about how you can become a volunteer official, become aligned with an organising club or a Motorsport Australia aligned club, and you can be that close to the trackside. And this static camera here, fantastic pictures brought to us by Blendline TV. This is a prime example of just how close to motorsport you can be. And seeing it live and in HD for free on YouTube and Facebook is one thing, but getting up nice and close, like Darren loves to smell the smell and the experience of seeing cars up that close, especially
There's
going
nothing
through.
quite like getting it all in all dimensions, Callum. You know that. That's why we keep coming to the track. Royce Lyon takes the win and will head off in 66 points. Interestingly enough, Jesse Bryan will be even on the points there. Brian Burke, let's have another look here. All by himself, and yeah, that's not a great hit. You don't want that, and when you move, the best part of probably 400 kilos of old racing slicks like that. And it is interesting with all the technology we've got in the world. Old tyres still seem to absorb the impacts, don't they?
Well, Bob Jane T-Marts. There's
Well,
no
there you
shortage
go,
of
yeah.
tyres, of course, but it's also a clear example of recent track upgrades. They brought that car to a halt, so it didn't actually go spearing across turn one into
Let's
the path
see
of
the
other
cars
cars.
as they come back down the pit lane. Lyon to Bryan, to Barry Burke, Simon Schiff, Grant Bowles. Then we go to Paul Schiff. Rawls Plant home in ninth there in the Upshift Brewing entry. Then it goes to Goose Rogers, who made up some time and went back there. And it was Taylor Trapsky, Knight Dunn, and Andy Chaos. Carly Fleming, the first one home in the XLs. And then it was the other Fleming car, McLeod, is in the wall down there. Harvey didn't finish, and Seth Boycart's as well. So that will round it out. We are going to have a little bit of a break here. I'm just watching Rowan Harmon, the track manager, making his way down and back to make sure that tyre barrier gets back to its integrity and we can get racing underway. I dare say we might have a minor delay for just a few moments, but we will be back with cars on track as soon as we possibly can. Formula V's are on track next. Back soon.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Are you looking to purchase a home or investment property, refinance your loan, renovate your property, or purchase a new vehicle? Let a 888 Home Loans broker do all the hard work for you. Our experienced brokers compare thousands of offers from numerous lenders to find the best solution for you and your situation. We take the hassle out of securing the right home or business loan and find the most competitive deal for you. Contact us for an obligation-free appointment and benefit from the local market knowledge and expertise of your own dedicated 888 Home Loans broker.
Welcome back to Calder Park Raceway. We can see that the vehicle has already been put on the tray. and will be making its way back to the pitch shortly. And the barrier repairs look like they are coming along nicely, so the delay might not be as long as we first thought. So Darren Smith and Callum Brannigan have jumped out. Myself, Dan McCarthy, is alongside Steve DeFries, who's commentated Formula V racing for many, many years, and this year's been a really good battle, generally won by Reef McCarthy, but the battling has been fantastic.
Yeah, certainly has. We've had a couple of other race winners this year. Lee Partridge has got a couple of wins on the season, and Nick Jones taking one at Phillip Island, so they're the only two that could have held a candle to Reef McCarthy over the last couple of rounds. Throughout the whole entire year. But yeah, for the last 2 or 3 seasons, Reith's been the dominating force outside of, dropping a win here or there. The likes of Heath Collinson over the last year or two have picked up a win as well. But yeah, it's always been one-way traffic for the last 2 or 3 seasons. But this year, it's gone up a notch. It's definitely improved. It's gotten a little bit closer at the front, especially over the latter couple of rounds. And that's been paramount because it's been quite tight in the championship fight, not so much for first, but for second and third, especially between Partridge and Jones.
Yes, absolutely. And Partridge did fantastically well yesterday, really took it to Reef McCarthy. Nobody else could. And in the end, it was actually he that prevailed and took his second race win of the year, started the season off with a win and then getting a win here as well, but it was the opposite fortunes for Jones.
Yeah, absolute opposite fortunes for Jones. There's actually been a couple of late developments overnight as well. So Jones started third yesterday, qualified third, started third, and attacked onto the back of McCarthy and Partridge, but just started to lose a little bit of touch as they got a little bit quicker, and they generally edged away, and he came home several seconds behind. He also had a spin in yesterday's race as well. He was classified third, but overnight he has actually failed scrutineering after the race yesterday. He was too low, so the minimum ride height on a Formula V at all points on the car has to be no less than 40 millimetres. So it's going to be 40 millimetres or higher, and he failed. They couldn't get the wedge under the back of the car, so he has unfortunately signed the paperwork. He is disqualified from race 1 yesterday. That then promotes Jason Kay from the Acura Motorsport stable onto the podium. So that's a third place finish for Jason. And you're going to find that Nick Jones is going to have a bit of hard work to do. He's going to have to start off the rear of grid in the race coming up in a few minutes' time. But there's only 11 cars in the field. So how quickly he can get through is going to be the question we're going to have to ask. We're actually just finding out now that I've actually just seen there's a Bobcat leaving pit lane at the moment with a fork on it. And we're getting some words that there might be up to a 20-minute to a 30-minute delay here to get the barriers repaired. So it looked like it was going to be okay, dropping the barriers back into play. I've seen the Hyundai Excel that hit that barrier as a bit of a sad and sorry state. That's coming back into pit lane at the moment, but we are going to have quite an unfortunate delay here, but we were tracking a little bit ahead of time too, so now we're going to eat up a little bit of that margin.
Absolutely, yeah. Got to thank our volunteer officials. They've certainly braved the conditions. It was pretty wet on Thursday, I believe. Friday was not too bad. Then yesterday was so very windy and really, really cold. And then today, I was just sitting there putting sunscreen on. So we've had all weather conditions this weekend, but it's so good to be back here at Calder Park this weekend. It's such an iconic and historic racetrack, not only in Victoria, but Australia has hosted World Touring Cars, as we say, Australian Grand Prix over the years in the early 80s, non-championship Formula One races won by Alan Jones, Alan Prost even won an Australian Grand Prix here. So this place has the history, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does have a history, not so much just in terms of local racing, but also on the world stage as well, as you just alluded to there. And I mean, if you look at the circuit, we've seen the pictures already from this weekend. It's not in the greatest condition, but it has had work done to it. That's the important thing. It does meet those safety requirements, and looking towards next year, there's already several categories and championships that are looking at running some rounds here, and that's what we need to get out and support. If the numbers start to get reinterested and start to come back, and we get bigger numbers than what we have this weekend, then the money's there for investment, and the facilities will generally get better and better and better again. You were talking to me, I think it was on Friday night when we were on the phone for a good period of time, and you said they think that we just got back here in just the right amount of time to save it before it effectively would have been too far gone.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if we left it a bit longer, we may not have revived this place. But as you say, if we can get racing here, money will come in, and the Janes will invest. Hopefully, Rodney Jane, Kim Jane, and Rowan Harmon, who we can see down there at the first corner at the moment. They're really pushing it. They really have a lot of drive to get this place back to what it was in the late 80s and early 90s, which is really cool to see. I mean, a lot of these kids that we can see on the screen right now, they've never been here, just like us, and it's really cool to come to a new racetrack.
Yeah, they're just in front of our commentary position. We're actually in that building right there. You can see the bits of paper stuck to the window. That's pretty much where we are standing right now. So we've got a great view of the track from this position, and the young kids that are out there with their parents as well. You're right, they wouldn't have been here. They wouldn't have been born when some of the racing was going on back in the day. I mean, several competitors in a lot of the categories this weekend, remember it. But, I've said in Formula V alone, there's only 2 people out of the 11 drivers in the field that were even born and had raced here the last time that we were active. Everybody else, they hadn't even arrived into the world yet.
I think there's only about a dozen in all the categories combined that have been here. It's so very
4 or 5 in improved production, 2 in Formula V, and then the guys that drive the MGs have been around for quite some time as well. They would have had a few rounds here over the time, but yeah, it's great to have plenty of categories and plenty of interest, and just to see alone just how many people from the local area sitting in the grandstands. We haven't seen these sorts of numbers for quite some time at a local round, so it's great to have the support of everybody that is racing here, but also just from people in the local area as well.
Yeah, and without, you spoke about the MGs that's there, without the guys in MGs, particularly Phil Chester, this event wouldn't happen without some of the effort that really went to in the last few weeks, and as well the Blendline TV coverage as well. So good that Blendline is here showing off Calder Park in all its glory. I mean, last time Vic State was here was 2008, and I believe, it's been probably the last time it was televised or live streamed here at Calder Park was way back in the early noughties when V8 supercars were last here. The last time they were here was 2001, a round won by Paul Morris. So, yes, it's got a lot of history, this place. Night racing happened here back in 1997 off the top of my head. So there's been, and you can still see the lights are there on the right-hand side and align the circuit. So the lighting facility is still around. And just to the right of the camera shot as well is the legendary Thunderdome, of course, the oval raceway where NASCARs and OzCars, HQs and all sorts of various different race series took to the legendary banked oval, a slightly scaled replica of the Charlotte Motor Speedway over in America. And boy, oh boy, was that a popular series for over a decade. The Australian NASCAR series took to those bank turns, and it really was quite an iconic thing. But yeah, that came to a halt around the same time as National Racing did at Calder in the early noughties. So it really has been 2 decades in the making since the Motorsport Australia event was last here. And here it is being live streamed. You can see train line really close. We're really close to the airport. It really is in a great part of Melbourne in that sense. Transport all around. And we're other side of the city compared to Sandown. So Sandown 30 minutes southeast. This is about 30 minutes northwest. So a bit basically the other side of town. So about an hour from where I am, but a lot of people, this is very, very local. And it really is cool to see the track. It's got a bit of elevation, as you can see, out of turns 2 and 3 over the rise and through that fast flip-flop chicane. It's got lots of character, this place, some slow corners, and as we say, some fast corners as well. All condensed in a lap that takes just over 1 minute, depending on the race category. I don't think any category, though, has gone under 1 minute here this weekend. So at this point in time, we're looking at about further 17-minute delay. So that'll mean we will be back on schedule. So not too far away from the recommencement of action. And it has been action aplenty in all of the categories this weekend. As we've seen throughout the Vic State Race Series, Saloon cars turned it on earlier. We've had a new winner in 944s as well earlier on today. And yeah, it's really cool to see so all the categories, or basically all of the categories here that do the Vic State Race Series back here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking ahead, I guess, as well, there's still one more major event on the calendar this year, which is Island Magic. That comes up in about 4 to 5 weeks down at Phillip Island. It's an annual event. I'm hearing there's some good numbers for Island Magic already, improved production with some good numbers. Formula V, which is next out, I'm hearing that's also going to double as a round of the Formula V Australian Series. So there's likely to be a good turnout. I'm hearing a rumour it's going to be close to 40 cars, which would be almost incredible. Like, that'd be up sort of on the upper echelons of what we saw in 2022 last year at Winton for the Formula V National Challenge. So if that's true down at Phillip Island, that is going to be a fantastic spectacle of open wheel racing. You've got categories that are not here this weekend, such as your Formula Ford, which are a mainstay at Island Magic there as well. Sports cars have been there several times as well, and even last year we had Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. So I'm not even sure what else is on the program outside of the usual suspects for Island Magic to even think about what we're going to see in a couple of weeks' time.
The one for me, the big one for that, is the 50k plate for sports sedans. Yes, absolutely. That's always a historic event for them. So, yeah, very much looking forward to that.
And that also doubles as a round of the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship as well. So, and also for them as well, it's part of their Victorian state. It's a little bit of an interesting dynamic. So you've seen over the course of the year that not every category does every round of the Vic State Series. So what tends to happen is they tend to enter into some little agreements. So they have a recommendation that was put forward a little while ago for the Victorian sports sedans, where they would conduct their Island Magic event as part of their state championship as well as the club championship. So that's just something that's a little bit unique. And yeah, the 50k plate, I guess, is there the culmination to their season and their and the series overall. One of the very, very important and historic trophies that's awarded at Island Magic.
And one of the great things as well is that will be live streamed on Blendline TV, just like it is here today.
And
so
like
make
it was
sure,
last year too.
Yes, absolutely. So make sure you tune in to Blendline TV in about 3 weeks' time, same weekend as the 500, I believe, in Adelaide. So make sure you tune in for that. It's going to be a fantastic event. It always is. Make sure you get down to the island that time of year. There's no better place in the nation.
No, definitely not. Well, there's also, I guess we're also looking a bit forward to what the lay of the land looks like for next year. We're still not 100% sure on what the final dates are going to be on the calendar, but it looks like the same sort of tracks and the same sort of order that we've been in, and roughly around the same sort of times of the year will be on the calendar again. So that sort of means Sandown in February, Winton in March, Phillip Island in May, sort of roughly, I think, a July or August. We don't know quite just yet for the second trip to Sandown. Phillip Island in September and back here in October. That's sort of the gist of it. And then Island Magic again in November. We don't have a full picture just yet on the dates, but we will hopefully have a bit more information to bring you on the VSRS socials over the course of the next couple of weeks. So please keep an eye out on VSRS on the Facebook page, and keep an eye on things like Blendline TV for your YouTube. Also vsrs.com.au, which will have all the details as soon as they are released for next year's calendar. Bit of a funny thing that always tends to happen. Everybody these days tends to wait for the supercars calendars to be released before they start booking in dates and booking in all sorts of signing contracts for different events. And with a few of those dominoes starting to fall into place, overnight we've seen confirmation that Bathurst is going to be the opener for supercars next year. They've locked in a couple of other calendar dates, and now all these other pieces of the puzzle around the country are starting to fall into place.
Certainly are. So we're not too far away now from a resumption of play. Formula V's up next, followed by the combined class, and then we will be going back over the schedule all over again. So all the categories you've seen already today will be back out once again this afternoon for a slightly longer race. 20 minutes all the racing this morning, 25 minutes this afternoon, which is, a really good way to end proceedings. It's been such a great series, so many highlights. And, this weekend at Calder has been no exception. We expect larger grids because the way that it worked this year with this final round, we weren't quite sure whether it was going to be the final round. But if it is set to stay on the calendar next year, I'm sure the numbers will flood back to Calder once again.
Yeah, that's the big key, isn't it? It was very, very late sort of confirmation because they were giving the track every possible opportunity to get all the work done that needed to be done. It's only a small crew here, so, the list was probably fairly long and, they prioritised it in what order they needed to conduct the works. So now that they've all done that, circuit licence was issued. All the regulations and the sub-regs were approved by the time we were at Phillip Island in September. So we knew the race meeting was going to go ahead. It was just a formality to get all the last pieces of the puzzle into place. Just keeping an eye on that repair that's going on down there. There's that Bobcat that I mentioned probably about 10 or so minutes ago with the fork on the end, just picking up the tyre barriers and putting them back into place. Got the big boom crane there on the back of the truck there on the other side of the barrier, just helping to reposition everything. I actually noticed when Connor McLeod went into that set of barriers, Dan, it looked like there was actually quite a dip in the circuit as well. So, and that's just, I guess, part of, the circuit itself, isn't it? You see there's from all the way from the tyre bundle that's on the left-hand side of the screen there, up near turn 2, all the way back down toward turn 1. The approach to turn 1, it's almost like there's a divot or a cave or a conduit that's sort of like there for drainage reasons, just so water doesn't pool on one side of the circuit, because as you can see from that shot there, the left-hand side of your shot there is higher than the right-hand side of the circuit because you're starting to go uphill.
Well, that's what people say. People say, oh, Calder's flat as a pancake apart from the little rise out of turn 3, but this clearly shows that's not the case. There is elevation. You're basically going downhill into turn 1. And then as soon as you get into the apex at turn 1, you're turning up the hill from from the right side of the camera shot to the left. You're constantly going up the hill. And then that continues on the run to turn 2, turn 3 as well. You're continuing to go up the hill. And then you do have that big rise up and over the crest where the car gets loose. And particularly in cars like improved production and categories like that, with big horsepower machines, you do get wheel spin and a bit of loss of traction over that rise as you go into the fast chicane. And then you're really building all the way up continually the hill, gradually, all the way till you get to the last corner, which is basically the highest point on the track, and then you head all the way back down the hill again on pit straight.
Yeah, and you can see there just from the elevation side to side there as well, it's not a huge elevation change from one side of the track to the other. It's only a couple of metres, probably maybe then 3 or 4 metres tops, but then when you get to the bottom of that hill at Mount Jane and you go up, it is quite a steep incline. You get to the bottom and it kicks up quite viciously. A couple of drivers in practice on Friday had said that, they miss a gear going up that hill. You just destroy your momentum, and if you've got another car behind you, you end up in a very, very awkward situation. A couple of Formula Vs came to some grief because going through that part of the circuit, it's all third gear. So you're going through turn 1, third gear, through turn 2 and 3, and then if you miss that gear change or you get turn 2 or 3 wrong, you just lose that momentum up the hill. Then you're changing into 4th gear just before the flip-flop.
We can see at the back of the shot behind the spectators, that is the Thunderdome, the seating for the Thunderdome around the oval. So iconic. I went over there, basically one of the first things I did yesterday.
Happy snaps.
Yeah, absolutely. Took some shots, never been there to see it. I grew up over in England, went to Rockingham, which is oval. They had their version of NASCARs called ASCARs. So I grew up with oval racing, large oval racing. Saw IndyCar there even in the early noughties. So for me, I've grown up with oval racing, and it is quite something. And the banking is what got me. That there is real significant banking.
It's really steep over there. And the surface obviously, it does need a little bit of help over there if they were ever to use it again. I mean, there's a lot of people that would love to see it come back. But, we're talking to some stewards and some people that had been here all those years ago when you saw the likes of the HQs going around on the Thunderdome. And the story we were told is that when they actually laid the surface for that Thunderdome, they had to anchor the bitumen laying machine to the top part of the banking of the circuit so it didn't slide all the way down. So that way they could get a completely even layer of tarmac going down on the Thunderdome. It was just something a bit unique for the time, considering how steep that banking is. It's steeper than a lot of NASCAR tracks in America.
Yeah, it really is significant, and shows it just shows why the racing was so good around there. That is the commentary box, or race control on the right, and then beyond that, the commentary box. I think that's my laptop you can see on the shot. But yeah, we are not too far away now from a resumption of play. I can see a couple of the recovery vehicles making their way back. So estimated about 6 minutes now from a race start. Let's talk again through V's yesterday. It really was tale of two in the end. Reef McCarthy has been the man all season long. Only not won 2 races in the state series. But yesterday, Partridge really took it to him.
Yeah, he did. And I guess that's the experience of Lee Partridge too, because he's one of only 2 drivers in the Formula V field, the other being Nick Jones, that had ever turned a wheel here in anger at Calder Park, and ironically in a V. So, familiarity was, very, very, forefront of mind for him. And you're right, it was a simple case of... he took it up to him, and he wasn't afraid to back down. Reef had his turn at the front of the pair. Lee had his turn at the front of the pair as well. But crucially, you picked up on this yesterday too. Whoever was the one that was leading out of the final corner over that little change of racing surface and onto the main straight had the run to the line and was not going to be overhauled. It wasn't a situation like at Phillip Island where you've got that huge build-up to the run to the line. You don't have that here because it's a slow to medium speed set of corners coming into the last double right-hander, and you're not really truly on power coming out of those couple of corners because you've got to manage that change of surface. So if you're in the tow, great, it works for you when you get down to turn 1, but the start-finish line is so close to that end corner and you're not carrying the same sort of speed you are at Phillip Island, the drag on and the draft is not powerful enough to overhaul by the time you get to the stripe.
That's right. It might be a 1 kilometre long pit straight, but the start-finish line is only about 250 metres out of the final corner. So it's such a massive run. But you knew the actual number yesterday, but I think it's about 700 metres, isn't it? All the way down towards turn number 1.
Something like that. Yeah, it's about roughly about 750 odd metres. So you're 1 kilometre long straight. I mean, we're doing the math here, and we're sitting about roughly a third of the way along the front straight from the top of the drag strip. So it's give or take 200, 250-ish metres to the start-finish line from there. So it's a 1 kilometre long straight, and it's roughly about 700 from the start-finish line to turn 1. Like even it rivals the bend in terms of the longest run from a start-finish line to the first corner in the country.
I mean, we saw yesterday in Formula V's the way after the start, they're already getting into the toe on the run to turn number 1. That's how long it is that the slipstream makes a difference from the start line down towards turn number 1. That's good news. We can see the trucks moving away. The Bobcat has disappeared as well.
Yeah, it's on its way back. It's just actually entered pit lane the wrong direction. I had noticed during the course of the weekend that whenever recovery vehicles were picking up a lot of the cars, one thing that's very, very unique about Calder Park is that there's no real spots for them to be parked off to the sides of the circuit like at Phillip Island. There's breaks in the fence where they can store vehicles at various points around the circuit so they can facilitate a quick recovery. From here, everything comes out of pit lane, so they have to go down and traverse, pick up the stricken vehicle, and then they actually have to come back in correct circuit direction to come back into pit lane. It's not like they can cross over the infield like at Phillip Island and drop a vehicle off, or at Winton where there's the ability to cross over the track. It's a very, very unique circuit in that nature, so recoveries do take a touch longer than normal.
I'd say it's similar to Sedans, same sort of era of build. Sedans sort of similar because of that lake in the middle. There's no recovery through the
crossover.
middle.
But yeah, the difference there is that they're able to station vehicles at 2 or 3 different points around the circuit. So at Sandown, at Dandenong Road, there's an area where they can put a recovery truck and a tow truck to pick someone up. They've got the area at turn number 1, which is, traditionally in state circles has been a return road for many, many years. They come off at turn 1 and come the back way into the pits. They can store vehicles down there, and then they can also store vehicles in pit lane. So they've got 2 or 3 different points of recovery where they can dispatch a recovery vehicle from or a flat tow vehicle from, but here they've not got that option just yet. So the next thing, I think, logical step for them would be to have like a paddock in the infield of the circuit where they can have those vehicles to get to different sides of the circuit a bit more quickly. But, you know, as we were talking earlier, things like that will come with time.
Indeed, indeed. Great to see so many people here. There's a few cars over the other side of the track here today as well. And that's one thing, if you come to the track, only $5 entry and $10 if you bring a car full of people. So make sure you get to the track. There's still a good 3 or 4 hours of race action, if not more than that, this afternoon. So if you're in the Melbourne CBD region, get down here. It's definitely worth the price of admission with prices that cheap. So make sure you get down here. It's going to be a great afternoon of action.
Bring plenty of sunscreen as well, because that's the bit I think has caught a few people out this weekend. Yesterday it was not so much the sun, it was the wind, because, you know, that sort of combined the two together. I think I ended up with some windburn more so than sunburn, but I'd seen plenty of people out there applying the sunscreen because it is going to get up to about 26 degrees. So this time of year, what better weather can you have wished for?
Indeed, indeed. Got to thank a few sponsors that have made this event possible this weekend. Metalbo Tools, Racer Industries, and Supercheap Auto jumping on board with the replays this weekend as well, which is cool to see. That archway you can see over on the right-hand side, that's the entry. You come under that archway when you enter the facility, and you can see the crowd of people. They've dispersed a little bit. It's even been more than that on the left-hand side when cars are out on the track, particularly for improved production. The fans really enjoy their improved production racing. They flock to the hill. Great vantage point that. You can see basically all of the venue from there, apart from turns 2 and 3, just simply because it's behind the rise, the mound in the road, Mount Jane as it's commonly referred to. And that stand in the middle is empty. It's yes, it's certainly run its day, that stand has, so nobody's allowed to enter that. But again, in time, things will change. This place has got a real potential to return to its glory days in the coming years, and I'm really excited to see how this place is going to grow. And there are the lights for the Thunderdome behind, and here is the crowd. So many kids here, which is really good to see. So many kids here this weekend. I thought that when I was walking around the paddock, there really does seem a lot of youngsters around, and hopefully they're enjoying the action, and they'll get involved either as an official or a crew member or even a driver in coming years.
And you know what, I want to take this opportunity for some of these, the parents of some of these young people that are out here as well. You know, take them into the paddock, take them down to have a chat to some of the drivers. There's just about every single driver would more than happily give, you know, 2 or 3 minutes of their time to some of these young people to, you know, go and have a look at their car, even sit in the car and just, you know, be a bit awed by what they're sitting in and, you know, what they're a part of, because, you know, at some point it might just inspire some of these, you know, young kids to, you know, pick up the wheel one day and have a drive, especially in the likes of an open wheel like Formula V, like we're about to see. Very, very affordable category to get into. Same with saloon cars, very, very affordable category to get into. And likewise, yeah, just about every, you know, sort of grassroots motorsport category is affordable to get into, as Formula V is about to get underway. All right, here we go. Formula V finally rolling out of the grid after a very, very short delay. Great work by the officials and the track circuit operators to get the tyre barrier repaired down there at turn number 1. And the 11-car field of Formula V is now leaving pit lane to form up on the grid. So the grid looks a little bit like this. You've got Lee Partridge on pole position in car number 28. With Reef McCarthy right alongside him. So they were the top two that kicked away from the field yesterday afternoon and exchanged the battle between them for the race win. Jason Kay will start third for the Acura Motorsport stable, and alongside him is his stablemate Brock Hamilton. So that's car number 81 and number 5. Darren Power will start 5th with Mick Fisher alongside him in 6th in the Builders Crane hire entry. Then Charlie Richardson in the Bendigo Total Tools Jacer in 7th. Claudia Lennox will start in 8th. So those were the drivers that finished yesterday's race. So Kelly Egan and Cameron Bell actually both encountered a little bit of fuel trouble yesterday. In terms of Kelly Egan, who's starting 9th, it was not enough. And in terms of Cameron Bell, who will start 10th, they had a fuel pickup problem. So there's plenty of fuel in the car, but the fuel pump just wasn't picking up the fuel at the required rate, and he'll start 10th. And then the one we spoke about very, very early on is Nick Jones. Finished 3rd yesterday. There he is in shot there in the blue and green machine. Started 3rd yesterday, disqualified for failing scrutineering, being too low, and has been stripped of his 3rd place and sent to the rear of the grid.
Here is that grid then that you were just running through. Partridge from McCarthy, Kay from Hamilton. Really good to see Kay doing so well this weekend. Then Darren Parra, Mick Fisher, Charlie Richardson, Claudia Lennox, and then, as you say, Egan, Bell and Jones rounding out the slightly smaller field of V's this weekend, but we say it might be smaller in numbers. It's not been short of action so far. I'm sure race 2 will be much the same. We're awaiting the Australian flag. No lights here at Calder, and the flag's dropped. We're underway. Brilliant start by Reef McCarthy. He's going to lead. A slow start there from one of the drivers on the second row of the grid. I think it might have been Kay.
Yep, Jason Kay slow away in the stinger for Victorian Motorsport. There he is. He's dropped right to the back of the field, so he probably had about 2 or 3 stabs at trying to get the gear change from 1st to 2nd gear going, and they all went right past him at a great rate of knots. Now remember, tardy start from Partridge again today, same as yesterday, but he is having to start that car in 2nd gear. Normally they would start these cars in 1st, they'd engage pull away. Pretty soon after the launch they would go straight up into 2nd. He's had some problems with 1st gear all weekend long, so that's what he's having to do, is hold that car in the sweet spot, the rev range in 2nd gear, and launch there. So he's done another great job to not get too far in arrears of McCarthy at the start there, with McCarthy in a much, much better start. As Jones is making his way through the field, and that's the key piece that I was looking for. How quickly could he dispatch a lot of these drivers we're looking at down the field here with Mick Fisher, Charlie Richardson and co, and Jones has already gazumped them all and gone past. So he's picked up about a half a dozen spots at least. And then you've got Jason Kay now, who had that tardy start off the grid on the right-hand side. He's now tucked into the slipstream of the number 96 Jacer of Claudia Lennox, and here he comes down the inside, or looking for an inside move towards turn 1. And looks like he's going to get that job done. At the same time, Charlie Richardson in the number 16 is having a look at Mick Fisher, but is a little bit too far behind to make anything stick.
In fact, I think the number 81 machine of K wanted to get a couple more there, but had to think better of it, slipped back in behind. But out front, the top 2 have roared away. You're saying that you bet the progress of Jones. I think that lap 1 progress is even better than even he could have imagined. So inside the top 5, inside the top half of the field already at the end of lap number 1. And he's hounding the back of 4th place, Power as well.
Oh, lock up from Charlie Richardson, looking at the move on Mick Fisher here, but still sends it, gets the job done. Mick saw it coming. Now he's got another car to tangle with here, which is Jason Kay on the other side. Let's just cut away from that shot a little bit briefly there, so we don't get to see the end result of that till they come onto the straight. But here's Jones making a move on Darren Power, and it looks like just behind them as well, Mick Fisher has conceded a spot to Jason Kay in the last couple of corners, and there they are, just sort of at the top end of the shot, but down to the leaders here. Another exchange for the lead, so McCarthy down the inside at 1, so there's been a lap apiece led between these two over the opening 2 laps, and another change at the beginning of lap 3.
Yeah, good move there from McCarthy, back at the head of the field, ahead of Partridge, and here comes the rest. So at the moment, Hamilton's sort of in a lonely 3rd. It won't be lonely for much longer with the hard-charging Nick Jones, who's made his way up to 4th position already on this lap and is quickly catching Hamilton ahead. So it's all to play for. How high can Jones go? Certainly got the pace to take third, but I'm not sure he'll have the pace to catch up to the top two, particularly when they're almost helping each other out, giving each other a tow on the pit straight. Really nicely presented Silver Fox sponsored machine, this one, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly is. The Silver Fox Racing, only a new team that's formed this year in the Formula V land. So formed by Brett Burden and Nick Kerr. So they've got a couple of cars that they've used all season long. This is the third car. Actually, we're leasing one of the cars, I think, from Shane Purvis for a little while. Still classed as a Silver Fox car, but they've now got the one that they're piloting for Nick Jones this weekend in the stable. Just the one car out for this race weekend. Now, Jason Kay's gone through on this two-pair on the last lap, and he's moved away from them. So Charlie's now just found her way back past Big Fisher, who must have followed Jason through at turn number one when he managed to get past Charlie about 2 minutes or so ago. And this is a great battle between the two Jason machinery. So a couple of different models between those two, but two very, very good pilots aboard those. One with a bit of experience and one who's only in her second year of Formula V, as Jones has now started to catch back up to the rear of Brock Hamilton. So it won't be too long, I think, before he finds his way into third spot. But as you said, Dan, he's somewhat 5 or so seconds adrift of the leading two, who have just come across the stripe, making another exchange down to turn one. There is the battle for third place. So Brock a little bit slow off the last turn. An easy pass for Jones, and straight into the slipstream is the number 5. And can he hang with Jones as he tries to claw back some of the real estate that he has lost to the leading two?
Been really impressed with Brock Hamilton this weekend. Only did the final round at Phillip Island this year, and just finished outside the top 10 on a couple of occasions that weekend. And then this weekend has been right towards the pointy end all weekend long. It's been a really, really good performance from Hamilton.
It certainly has. He's had a very, very difficult opening round at Phillip Island. That was his first time out in a Formula V. Both him and Jason Kay have debuted at the Victorian Motorsport stable over the last 2 rounds. So this is their second round each. So they're pretty much on a level footing now. But for Brock, he's had a couple of little difficult moments, but getting ready to move up towards the pointy end of the field. This is, as you said, the breakout for him. Calder's always been a bit of an outlier. I looked at it on the calendar this year and I thought it was going to be an outlier of an event. It was going to deliver something that was a little bit different compared to what we've seen in Vic State Series racing over the last 2 to 3 seasons.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see he's keeping up on the tail of Jones at the moment. So they roar into turn number 1. So Jones has got through. And Hamilton's saying, I'm going to follow you. I'm going to stay in your tow. You're not going to get away from me. You're one of the front runners, and I want to be a front runner in Formula V racing. And he is keeping up with him as they go over the crest and down into the very fast flip-flop. Are these flat through here in Formula V?
Some of them are saying yes. There's a couple of drivers that are having a little confidence lift, but for Brock and for Jason at the Acura stable, they've definitely said that they're taking it flat. Like I said yesterday, they're just taking a little tiny bit of curb on the inside at 4 and the inside at 5, just to, you know, straight line that chicane as much as they possibly can without upsetting the car too much. There is the stablemate to Brock Hamilton, Jason Kay. He's just slipped through on Darren Power at the final sort of complex of corners. It's a very nice pass. And after his tardy start, he's going to try and wrest again some of the real estate he's lost to his stablemate in Hamilton. And that's a car that's very, very quick. Stephen Butcher, the pioneer of the Stinger Formula V chassis over the years, still pilots one in the Australian series, the 1200 motor in the back, but a couple of these cars kicking around, and this was, I guess, harks back to the ages of, you know, Formula V racing, when there was a nice stable set of regulations. You could build any body shape that you wanted as long as it had a VW engine in the back that was 1200cc and all the requirements met around the H-beam at the front, a few other things. You could go Formula V racing. So great to see the different variety of Formula V models, each with their own sort of strengths and weaknesses. Just noticed there was a little bit of smoke starting to come out of the back of Darren Power's 44 there as well. There's a little haze just starting to emit from the back of that car as he came up and over Mount Jane.
See a bit of smoke further forwards, but up the inside comes the number 33 machine. These two have been battling all race long, so that is another change of position. Mick Fisher back ahead of Charlie Richardson in what's been a ding-dong battle for 7th position. Oh no, we've lost a nose cone.
Oh, that's Claudia Lennox. She's lost a nose cone. I'm not sure if there's any other damage that's sitting there, so she has come unstuck, and it looks like that's down at the last complex of corner. So here we go.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. That was a moment.
Launched into orbit. She's close to the airport. She thought, I'll send it like a plane off the runway.
I'm not sure what happened there, whether she was a little bit spooked by Cameron Bell behind, thinking she'd run a little bit too wide and tried to take the evasive action to avoid causing another collision. But yeah, that is definitely a hair-raising moment, something I haven't seen in Formula V for some time. And safety car called, so that's unfortunately put the dampener on a number of battles, this one included, with Charlie Richardson and Mick Fisher, who changed places for about the 3rd or 4th time. And Partridge had managed to get back ahead of McCarthy as well. So safety car boards and flags, yellow flags are out, race nullified. And oh, look, yeah, there's a little bit more going on there too. Charlie's and Mick both had a bit of a moment going into turn number 7 and 8 there. So I'm not sure if there's any fluid or something down on the track as a result of that, because that was quite odd. So there might be something on the track here. Let's see if the Super Cheap Auto replay can diagnose anything further. Well, there we go. So there's Claudia Lennox walking away. Yeah, Partridge. Oh, yeah, there must be something on the circuit, because he was sideways in front of McCarthy there. Reef was lucky not to run into him after that little sideways glance. And then, yeah, behind them, Jones had a spin. So there's definitely something down there on the circuit. Yep, Darren Power had a moment too. And then Richardson and Fisher arrived on the scene, and they had a moment too. So a couple of drivers with some lucky escapes. So I'm wondering whether one of the cars that we've been looking at, I'm not sure if it would be Darren Power or if it was the car of Claudia Lennox that has left something on the surface there. We can't see anything. It's very difficult to spot if there is anything there. But whoa, there's a sideways moment for Jason Kay. So he's going to have to be really careful now. That will have got his attention.
I think there's a shiny line I can see just where it goes from light to black. There's
it's very narrow, isn't it?
A shiny black line. I think that's the oil, and it's just on the racing line. Just on the racing line. So that's why it's caught out so many people. And unfortunately for Claudia, she was caught out the most by it, and launched herself over that curb. But fortunately, she got out okay. And hopefully we will get back to racing. They will have to do a little bit of a clean-up operation, though, not only for the car, but for the fluid on the racetrack as well. It was a great battle for the lead off camera. There was so much action further down the field. We didn't even watch the lead battle, but they were changing positions lap after lap as they were yesterday. So every lap changing positions at the pointy end. And Hamilton was sticking with Jones after Jones overtook him. It was a great battle for 3rd as well, but of course under safety car on that oil, Jones has looped it around, so he's rejoined in 5th position, so lost out to Hamilton and also Kay. So the two Acura Motorsport machines moving up a position, so 3rd and 4th now. Jones in 5th, and then beyond that Power is in 6th. He was at his own moment over that oil that we saw on the screen. Then we got Fisher, Bell, Richardson and Egan. So looks like Richardson has also lost a position during this period. This is what happened then. So
there was nothing down the circuit at this point in time, so that part's all okay. I'm looking to see when Claudia Lennox arrives on the scene. So here she comes now. She's just about to emerge out of the right-hand side of your shot. So there's Mick Fisher and Charlie Richardson. And then, yeah, she was already on the slide and then just took the evasive action. So I'll be very, very surprised if there's not any more damage on that car than just the nose cone. That would have been quite a hard landing. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a couple of bolts and things with the suspension that might need to be looked at there. And we saw yesterday and on Friday there were a couple of little minor incidents. Some drivers had, part of their rear ends of their cars had a bit cracked, and a few bolts had come out of, the transmission tunnel housing, where they hold on part of the rear spider bracket that holds on things like the exhaust and the muffler and the rain lights and things like that they needed to change that. Few drivers, as I said, lost some momentum up the hill, got run into from the rear. And this is after the fact. So you can see McCarthy and Partridge are about to arrive on the scene, and sideways, and yep, very lucky that
Good
Reef was
save.
quite attentive there as well. Reef had some great driving from both of them, good save and good attentiveness, and then power on, and great evasive action for Brock Hamilton. That was fantastic there. Great presence of mind from Nick Jones there to grab first gear and go forward to avoid another car running into him. And then these two arrived on the scene here. That's the way you do it if you're Charlie Richardson. You take the evasive action, you just take it nice and slow. And
that's where Charlie lost the position to Bell
to
as
Cameron
well.
Bell.
So all happened after Claudia went off the road, and there you can see they've spied the oil trail. So that will have to be cleaned up. And as a result, I don't think we're going to quite get racing back underway in time. But it's been yet another intriguing and exciting Formula Vee race. And this afternoon, we're going 5 minutes longer, 25 minutes. I expect it'll be Partridge and McCarthy once again fighting tooth and nail.
Absolutely. Well, we got 18 laps green flag running yesterday in Formula V with a 25-minute race. So that'll be the goal for the drivers in this afternoon's hit out. It's been great to see so much track time for all the categories this weekend. The lap counts are off the Richter scale. We've almost unheard of some of the amount of lap numbers that the drivers are getting. That was the big change this year, wasn't it, Dan? That we went from a lap-based racing to a time-based racing to try and make it a bit fairer across the board. Overall, an overwhelmingly positive outcome. But you look at today, yes, we've got less categories, but drivers are absolutely loving the amount of time they get to spend on track.
Absolutely, yeah. What was happening last year is certain categories would cause more safety cars than others, and it would be the other categories that would lose their time because they'd be at the end of the day, their races would be cut short. So this way, if you've caused a safety car, it's you that are going to suffer on the green flag running. So you can see the oil soak going down, and we shouldn't be, it should be pretty quick clean-up. That's quite hard to say, but the car's going over that. Now they'll have to clean off. You can see the brown dirt all over their tyres. It looks like they've been off-roading, so they'll have to clean those off, make sure it'd be so easy to spin with that much dirt and rubbish on the tyres, even at these speeds. So we are not too far away. Are we going to see checker flag this time, or one more lap? I think we might do one more lap under safety car.
Well, time has gone zero, actually. So
no, checker flag is out.
Checker flag is out, yes. So I was about to say that they were coming around the last corner and the timer had expired, so the race will be declared. So 11 laps are running, about 3 of those behind the safety car. So Lee Partridge will be credited with another win ahead of Reef McCarthy, and Brock Hamilton will be on the podium for the first time in Formula V, and very, very well deserved, I would say, considering how well he held on to the back of Nick Jones after being passed. Great learning experience for him. Jason Kay in 4th, so that makes another Acura 3-4, same as what it was yesterday afternoon, after the disqualification of Jones, who drove through from the rear to 5th, and then Darren Power and Mick Fisher, with Cameron Bell, Charlie Richardson and Kelly Egan, the 10, and the only classified finishes there on your graphic.
So yeah, Lee Partridge 2 out of 2. McCarthy won, what was it, 12 of the 14 in the championship this year.
12 of the 15, I think it was actually coming into Phillip Island. It was all bar 1 essentially, and then in the last couple of rounds he's dropped 1 at Phillip Island and now dropped 2 this weekend. So
yes.
He's like only has not won or won everything except for 4 races this week, or this year. Sorry.
Yeah, been a great performance from him this season, but it's Partridge the man in Formula V's this weekend. We'll be back after this short break with the combined class.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Are you looking to purchase a home or investment property, refinance your loan, renovate your property, or purchase a new vehicle? Let a 888 Home Loans broker do all the hard work for you. Our experienced brokers compare thousands of offers from numerous lenders to find the best solution for you and your situation. We take the hassle out of securing the right home or business loan and find the most competitive deal for you. Contact us for an obligation-free appointment and benefit from the local market knowledge and expertise of your own dedicated 888 Home Loans broker.
Well, there we are. Formula V's off the racetrack. That's a great shot, showing Calder Park in all its glory. Shows pretty much all of the racetrack from there, the lighting right through the middle as well. That was an exciting Formula V affair. And now we've got combines. There's a small grid of 4 machines yesterday, but I believe Callum Brannigan, there's a couple more joining them in this one.
Thank you, Dan. Truckee McCarthy. Excellent work on Super Trucks a couple of weekends ago. But yeah, we've got a couple of more Saloon cars bolstering the field here. So Justin Shembry, we've got Leach and Andrew McSwain as well, who have jumped on to the combined grid, which was a wonderful initiative from the VSRS organisers to get some extra entries out for the return of racing to Calder Park Raceway. Beautiful weather today, sensational conditions, and everyone around the circuit, whether you are in the paddock or you're spectating from the mound, we hope that you are putting lots of sunscreen on, because it is baking hot out there at the moment. You can see on on screen right now the fans who have showed up this weekend, so they voted with their feet and they're getting out and supporting grassroots motorsport. So great to round out season 2023 of the Victorian State Race Series here at Calder Park. Obviously it was announced earlier this year, but it was provisional. There was a huge amount of work to organise and ensure that this meeting did take place. And it's a big thanks to the race organisers, and in particular Paul Vanal, Phil Chester, for shaking corporate trees and getting some support, or extra support we should say, for this weekend in the form of Metabo Power Tools, Racer Industries and Super Cheap Auto. And it's firming up to be a spectacular season 2024. We should also thank 888 Capital Group Home Loans as well. So Cam McKinnon and the team, we've said it several times throughout this weekend, but their support throughout the 2023 season is very much appreciated, and it's a fantastic partnership. So do follow the 888 Capital Group Home Loans. Type it into your search engine or Google it, whatever your preferred method of finding out information on the internet is. We encourage you to do so. We also encourage you to head to vsrs.com.au and follow Victorian State Race Series on Facebook and Instagram. Wherever you are, if you're trackside and you would like to encourage your friends, family to come out to this race meeting, it is $5 per person or $10 per car. Children under 16 are free entry. So we encourage you to encourage everyone to come out and enjoy motorsport live and in 4D. Fantastic to be here this weekend, Dan. So obviously you were saying to me that this is actually your very first trip to Calder Park ever. What are your impressions?
I love it. I absolutely love it. So much history around this place. The Thunderdome, we could see at the back of the shot on the left-hand side, the stands there anyway for the Thunderdome. Had to go there for some happy snaps yesterday.
Had to.
Had to.
Yes.
It's iconic in Australian motor racing, and so's this track as well. Hosted some Australian Grand Prix, as we've mentioned. Supercars came here for many, many years, even back. Bob Jane won the first Australian Touring Car Championship race back here in 1969, before he even owned the place and turned it into what it became. So there's a little bit of history for you as well. But everywhere you look in this place, it's Bob Jane, Rodney Jane, and Kim Jane. It's the Janes that really have kept this place alive and kept it going all these years, and that's why we can see the blue and yellow on all the buildings. Of course, the Bob Jane T-Mart's colours.
Of course, and Rodney Jane this weekend behind the wheel of a Porsche Carrera Cup car in the Painter Dixon Porsche Carrera Cup Australia, up on the sunny Gold Coast, or maybe not so sunny, as we are experiencing wonderful conditions down here in Victoria this weekend. But nonetheless, big thanks to the Jane family for putting money and support into this facility and reviving it. And being signed off only a few moments ago by, I say a few moments ago, last week by Motorsport Australia, issuing it a licence, meaning that competition can take place here at this wonderful venue. So just a slight delay in proceedings before the combined category comes out for race 2 of 3 this weekend. You can just see some officials working tirelessly. Of course, you've got to feed the troops. You need to get the water out to the people working very hard behind the scenes on flag points. And it really is the best part to watch motorsport. You're extremely close to the action, and it's a great community, fantastic camaraderie amongst the volunteer officials, and it's a great community to be part of. And of course, this is where it starts. If you want to find out more information, go to motorsport.org and follow the volunteer official links and pages to find out more information. But this is where it starts. You become aligned with a car club, and then you venture out into state level motorsport, then goes into national level motorsport. And a lot of these officials you see here today would be the first people to tell you that they've done numerous Grand Prix, Australian Grand Prix, as well as international as well. So we can hear the cars being rolled out onto the track. And there is the pair of Mercedes-AMG GT4s, the Love entries. That's Rob and Bailey Love. We saw those two cars in competition at Winton a few months ago, Dan, and it's pretty handy when you've got a pair of exactly liveried cars in the hands of a father-son combination, and they're lining up P1 and P2.
There is a subtle difference. I'll point it out when we can see him a bit more clearly, but these two had ding-dong battle yesterday. Rob Love and Bailey Love, 27 and 17. Who's going to prevail today? We will see. William Teams will come out of third in the marked car. Went down a lap at one point because of a mechanical issue, but recovered nicely. And then we have the Saloon cars behind that. So not one, not two, but 3 additional Saloon cars. So here we are. We can see him coming around turns 2 and turns 3. So we've got Shembry, we've got McSwain, and then I believe that's Leach just behind as well. So 3 Saloon car regulars out there in this one. And really cool to see McSwain out there. He wasn't even at the track yesterday, had business commitments. So not only doing Saloon cars today, but making up for valuable lost track time yesterday by jumping in this field, the combined sedans.
And if the car's here and it's a Calder and you're capable and you're Andrew McSwain and you want to do it, why wouldn't you do that? So he's out there enjoying himself and, as you say, making up for lost time in the Drive Events AU Falcon. And of course the field warming up the tyres. It wouldn't take too long to get those tyres up to temperature, but the track surface, as we've alluded to several times this weekend, it is slick, it is a little bit slippery, and it is extremely bumpy. So it's a unique challenge for the drivers out there as they're circulating nice and slowly. Geez, those AMG GT4s sound fantastic. I love that whine that they've got under the front of the transmission. Obviously, the fully fledged racing transmission of those cars, and they've been running around like clockwork, as you would expect from the German Mercedes-made cars, fully fledged factory-developed race cars. And they sound absolutely beautiful as they're coming up to take their grid positions for a 20-minute timed race. They've taken a little bit of time to get out there and circulate to form to get this race underway, Dan. So there'll be just over 15 minutes remaining in this race when it kicks off.
Yes, absolutely. So yesterday, It was Bailey Love who took the win, but got a 5-second penalty for starting out of his grid box. So finished in second with that penalty. This time he's in the grid box, so no penalty will be had for that. And they line up side by side on the front row of the grid. It's going to be almost a tale of two classes, the GT cars and the saloon cars. And we are about to go a bit green or wave flag it is, of course. And they are underway, and boy, oh boy, have those GT4 cars taken off down towards turn 1. They've bolted, they're gone, they're miles ahead of the rest of the field. And it's going to be the number 27 of Rob that leads them down into turn number 1 for the first time. And in the saloon cars, McSwain has taken up the running from Leach. So poor start from Shembry, who started 4th, falls down to 6th position in the opening meters of this race.
Taking it nice and ginger, and as Dan said, that was a brilliant start by the pair of AMGs. Now, they're a little bit ginger through here. They can't bash them over the curbs anywhere near as much as the saloon cars. You can see trailing behind there as they charge over the curbs now. You can also hear in the background that William Tim's Mark car menacing in the background there as well in position 3. So that's number 271 entry. So the 27 of Rob Love still leading the way from Bailey Love, but we will expect those two to trade blows. And he's run a little bit wide as Rob Love coming onto the main straight, and it had to be extremely ginger over this part of the circuit as well. That was a bit of a messy corner exit there for Rob Love coming onto the main straight, especially across the old VHT surface. Coming on to the main straight. So they're running almost side by side. Rob Love just ahead of Bailey. Bailey tucks back in behind in the number 17 car, but William Timms is closing the gap ever so slightly as well. So that's 1.6 seconds between position 2 and position 3. But have a go at those two AMG GT4s, Dan. These cars are, of course, normally set up for much longer endurance events, so a short sprint like this. And I think we might have lost someone down at turn 1 as well. But William Timms is definitely closing the gap now. So in terms of mechanical configuration, or how these cars are set up to be racing cars, they are completely different. The two at the head of the field, obviously a very versatile car, but they're mainly set up for endurance events, whereas the William Timms car just behind also set up for endurance events, but completely different. It's a space frame chassis. It's a bespoke race car built up from scratch, whereas the AMG GT4 is a road car initially, and then converted into a race car that you can see here. So this is a hot little battle. Hot at Calder Park, Dan.
Certainly is hot conditions, and hot on the racetrack as well. And yesterday, towards the end of the race, despite being a lap down, that Mark car was pretty much matching the GT4s. And I'm pleased to see that the Mark car is going with them early in this one. This bodes well for later on in this race. Still 12 minutes to go. It's very much the early stages of this one at the moment. In the saloon car fight, McSwain went off. You said you thought somebody went off down at turn 1. It was McSwain, so he fell from 4th to 6th position. But out there at the moment, we're focused on this battle, and why wouldn't you be? It's electric out there. The two Mercedes nose to tail, and that Mark car lurking. If either of these two make a mistake, an unforced error, he will be there to pounce. And he set the fastest lap of the race last time through. A good 4 tenths faster than the race leader, and 7 tenths faster than the man in second position, although I think he's lost a little bit of ground in the mid-sector of this lap. Great run out of the final turn again for Bailey Love, but once again, I'm not sure he's going to be able to do anything with it this time around. Same as what we saw a couple of laps ago. Just has to slot back into second position. No way through on this occasion. But they are so equally matched in those GT4 Mercedes.
Identical, and obviously the pair of loves in Rob and Bailey doing a brilliant job. Relatively new to circuit racing, or at least these particular cars in circuit racing, as they continue to become more familiar with the machinery behind the wheel. And I dare say we'll be seeing a lot more of them in season 2024 in various meetings all around Australia. But they're running like clockwork, as we have said a couple of times in this race, Dan. The number 17 deep on the brakes, having a look at the 27, coming through turns 6, 7 and 8. Short kink to the right. and then a big right hand, almost seeming like it never ends coming onto the main straight. But we said, yeah, they're a little bit squirrely there, and the track surface that is its most slick as they're coming onto the main straight there. But William Timms still remaining within reach there in a Mark Cars Australia bodied Mustang. Just behind there. It's certainly one of the loudest cars here this weekend. Obviously with the turbocharged GT4 Mercedes V8s, the turbochargers act sort of like a muffler. Makes these cars a lot quieter than compared to something like a naturally aspirated car with a set of pipes hanging straight out of it through, or basically extractors really. But with these AMG GT4s, very sophisticated, a plethora of electronics and driver aids to help these drivers so they can dial them in just right. They can have the amount of traction control, automatic brake, anti-lock brake system, I should say, as well as a multitude of setup changes that they can make on these cars between sessions. Now, Dan, you said earlier that there are some subtle differences on the livery between the 27 and the 17. I can't actually make out what they are. Could you point them out for the viewers at home?
27, Rob Love has red mirrors and black mirrors on the Bailey Love Mercedes, as you can see on pit straight. So red mirrors for the 27 and black mirrors for the 17. And that's the only difference.
I was going to say that one's got P plates, but they've both got P plates.
Yes, they do.
And it basically looks like a massive P plate livery, really. But it's very hard to distinguish these two cars. But obviously, number 17 with Bailey Love, 27 with Rob Love, and William Timms continuing to close that gap. So it's down to 1.1 seconds. And you can actually see on screen, he's the fastest person on track at the moment with a 1 minute 4.5 in that number 271 mark. Cars Australia Mustang bodied thoroughbred race car just behind a pair of AMG GT4s coming up the back straight there. And you can see the heat haze. That is a good visualisation of just how hot it is out there. We hope everyone out enjoying themselves at Calder Park Raceway, applying a liberal amount of sunscreen and looking after themselves and one another, getting the water in, keeping themselves hydrated. And it's fantastic to have so many fans here this weekend supporting grassroots motorsport, because we can't do it without the fans. And it's a big thanks to all involved that have come out to enjoy what is the premier state-level race series in Australia.
Absolutely. As they roar down towards turn number 1, and they really do roar in these machines. The engine in the front of the two Mercedes, and then the big V8 in the front of the 271 Mark Mustang. Doesn't that sound glorious on pit straight? Well, I think the loudest car here this weekend. I don't think there's any question about that. It's also intensifying a little bit further back in the saloon cars, and I think we're going to get lap traffic before the end of this race, so this will be something to keep an eye on. And look at this, the 27 going quite defensive that time through, the most defensive he's had to all race long. And Bailey Love actually set his PB last time through, so the pressure is certainly being applied at the moment. Headlights ablaze, well and truly on, and a mistake running a little bit wide there, the number 27 of Rob Love, but doesn't seem to have affected the run too badly. Certainly not optimal, but not too bad. Is the 17 going to be close enough for a move? You've got to get to the inside at the turn number 1 hairpin. It's really hard to overtake around the outside here. You've got to be up the inside, and he's nowhere near close enough on this occasion. So Rob holds on, but they both set PBs last time. A 1:04.38 for Rob, a 1:04.26 for Bailey, and that's the fastest lap of the race. And I can quite certainly say the fastest lap ever in race trim in a GT4 car.
Yeah, you're technically correct. That's
at this place, yes.
Yes. William Timms still just behind, 1.8 seconds now, the gap between P2 and P3. Squirreling under brakes there, Bailey Love in the number 17. That's a fantastic livery, as we've pointed out a couple of times. Obviously goes with the surname. And as Dan pointed out, black mirrors on the Bailey Love entry just behind there. He's got a bit of a different line there, so it's a little bit tighter, a little bit further over to the right-hand side as they go through the last turn and onto the main straight, which means he's able to straight line or keep the car as straight as possible coming onto that main straight, which means you don't have the car rotating whilst trying to apply the power across that slick surface, I should say. But obviously the bumps are a massive challenge here. So coming up to turn 1, there's a massive Actually, there's a sequence of bumps that actually unsettles the cars and keeping the drivers very much on their toes. Now, with the AMGs or with these sophisticated sports cars that you see in the form of the Mercedes and the William Timms Mark car as well, ABS and other driver aids helps line out those hazards. So we're going to be coming up on lap traffic as well. So as the 2 leaders come up to the back turn 6, past the volunteer officials there, they're actually catching, I think it's Brown. Now we've got someone in the background there. I just heard a tyre squeal there. There might have been a slight mistake there from William Timms, and you can see he's actually dropped off ever so slightly to the leading duo. So William Timms very safely in position 3 at the moment, with Leach in 4th position, Andrew McSwain in 5th, and Shembry in 6th position going across the line there. And he's about to come under fire from the 2 leaders as they come streaming past up the inside there, very pragmatically on the outside there, Shembry, keeping it to the driver's left-hand side and allowing the 2 much faster Mercedes-Benzes past. Obviously completely different classes, but it's great to have the Saloon cars out there to bolster and support the field. Now, this part of the track, the rise up and down, and there's been a huge amount of work from track organisers as well to build what we now know as what we've known as the flip-flop. Darren's been calling it the zigzag, but there's been a big curb addition to try and slow down the cars just a little bit down the back straight there. It used to be flat, easy back in the day, but now the bump is big enough that it's a huge consideration for the drivers that they're either flat in a slower car or it's actually now a breaking point for something like a Mercedes-AMG GT4.
I think it's had a real element to the circuit. It's a real fast chicane. And yeah, I think it's been a great addition to the venue. I've been referring to it as a Victoria's Beach chicane. They've got that up at the Gold Coast. But we've got our own Victorian version, and the Saloon cars in particular really hammer over that. And down into the hairpin, they're overtaking a Saloon car of McSwain. That's not quite as easy as it was last time. They overtook Shembry in a straight. This time they had to do it in the hairpin. And next on the list is Leach. So will Leach play a factor in determining the outcome of this race? So this is that really fast chicane, but yeah, as you say, it's certainly not flat in these cars. They used to just straight line it through there back in the day, as you say, Callum. But yeah, a real chicane now, a proper corner, not just flat and easy through. You've got to think about it.
Proper corner indeed, Dan. We've just been trying to think of some nicknames. We'll workshop that throughout the day and try and come up with a label for that part of the track. Still running like clockwork, so 1 minute 4.2 and a 1 minute 4.2 for both Rob and Bailey Love that last time around. Just 0.2 of a second splitting the 2 Mercs coming across the start-finish stripe that time around. And that was a 1 minute 5.1 and a 1 minute 5 flat for Bailey. So Bailey has the ever slightest advantage on Love Senior at the moment. And he's getting a good run coming up to turns 2 and 3. Now, obviously, as the temperatures come up around the circuit as the day progresses, the track gets a lot hotter, and the UV from the sun actually brings out a lot of the oil and the dirt to the surface of the track as well. So that's something they'll have to contend with. He's got a run on him, coming through the flip-flop. He's got the door slammed firmly shut on him. We heard a bit of a tweaked brake there from a Saloon car in the background as they're catching some more lap traffic as well. But they're just very impressive at the moment in terms of just how consistent they are in terms of circulating out there at the moment. So Rob Love from Bailey Love, William Timms in position 3 after that slight mistake a couple of laps ago. It's put him about 7.5 seconds adrift of the leading duo, with Leach in position 4 leading the Saloon Cars Brigade, McSwain and Shembry rounding out the 6-car field as the Loves come into turn 1. There's not a huge amount of aero in these cars as well, so I guess that's a distinguishing point between a GT4 regulation car, Dan, and something like a GT3 car as well. So in terms of power, obviously got a lot less power, or not a lot less power, but less power than a GT3 car. But a GT4 car built to regulations to make them durable, fast, but extremely easy to drive as well for these gentlemen drivers, I guess you'd say, coming into motorsport.
That's right, and it's I'm not going to say cheap way of getting into GT racing, a cheaper way of getting into GT racing, and it's really popular, particularly in Europe. It's not really taken off yet in Australia, but over in Europe, GT4 racing is very, very popular. And here, this is the best run yet for Bailey Love. He's got a great run out the final corner, draws alongside, but looks like the 27, as they're towing it or slipstreaming side by side, door to door. Looks like the 27's got a bit of a better run mid-straight, but late on the brakes. The number 17 up the inside. Oh, it's close to contact, but they get away with it, and the number 27 holds on by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, that was a great run from Bailey there, but the horsepower, the straight line handling of the Rob Love number 27 entry just meant that he basically cancelled that advantage that Bailey had coming onto the main straight as they're easing it through the flip-flop. And that is Leach on screen there in the kite and crane hire. AU Falcon, the number 6 entry. Bit of a slight mishap that looked like down at turn 1 as we go back to the battle at the lead. So this is fantastic pictures being provided to us by Blendline TV. It's also big thanks to 888 Home Loans for throwing their support behind Victorian State Race Series in a multi-year deal, but season 2023 has been an outstanding year, a wonderful addition to the long legacy of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships as they come down the main straight. And I suspect this will be the last lap, as confirmed by timing. This will be the last lap for the leaders. So if Bailey Love has got any chance of taking the lead of this race from his father, Rob Love, he's running out of corners to do that, Dan. He's having another look there. He's not done yet.
No, certainly running out of time, though. Just a handful of corners left on this racetrack. This is where the number 17 is so good through this flip-flop chicane, and he's going to force Rob to defend once again, and he does, but he just can't quite stick his Mercedes around the outside there. Has to slot back in again, and unless he sends one up the inside at turn number 9 or gets the exit of all exits out of the final corner, I don't think he's going to do it. So for the second race in a row, it is going to be Rob Love that is going to take the checkered flag, and does so, held off the pressure and takes the win. Really, really good race in between the two. Look at that, first lap of the race on the last lap for Rob Love. Awesome, 1:04.1. The marked car of teams, he was there for much of the race, but after that mistake, just pulled off a little bit, held back a little bit, didn't give it 10 tenths, and brought the car home. In third, McSwain, after the mistake from Leach, has taken 4th position, and he might just hold on. It's going to be a drag race to the line in Saloon cars. No, missed gear, and Leach steals it at the line. Great race in between those two, and Shembry is off, and he's spun again. So off in the grass and spins once more. Unfortunately, it's tarmac racing, Justin. Better get back on there, and he has done now. Awesome stuff. But oh no, he's coming the lane.
Into the pits.
Oh, dearie me. Oh, what a shame. Anyway, he enjoyed that one. That is for certain. He was giving it his all, but retires from the race. So only the 5 finishes in the end. Here's a replay of what happened, Callum. It was certainly quite something. Oh, he slung it in, and the rear's protested, and it's protested again and again, and then he saved it, and then he's had another spin.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a handful there in the AU Falcon, and yeah, that was just sort of the never-ending spin, wasn't it? But the car was unsettled coming into turn 6, and then crashing over the bump there in the Super Cheap Auto replay there. But quite the moment for Shembry, and he didn't bother finishing the race as a result. But obviously he's out there. More of a test session for the Saloon cars, in the addition to the combined sedans, as they're coming back up the historic pit lane here at the Calder Park Motor Raceway. Fantastic to be back racing here for round 6 of the Victorian State Race Series, proudly supported by 888 Home Loans. And here is confirmation of race 2 for combined sedans. Rob Love taking out the race from his son, Bailey Love. Share the love indeed. The 27 from the 17, half a second between those two AMG GT4s. William Timms, home in position 3. What can he do in the third and final race coming up later on this afternoon? He'll be working hard to improve that position 3 to position 2. Knocking on the door there. Jackson Leach, Andrew McSwain, and we had
Justin
Shembry as well, who was not home in the end after that rather large moment down there at turn 6, 7 and 8. But we look forward to seeing the combined sedans coming out later on this afternoon. So I believe coming up next, we've got the Porsche 944 Challenge, unique Victorian category. And I believe we'll have Darren Smith and Jack Atlee stepping behind the cans, rock stars, I've been told, sitting behind the microphone to bring you all of the action. So, and yeah, huge thanks also to the fans for showing up this weekend. So we're going to take a quick break up here in the commentary box. We'll be back shortly.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Are you looking to purchase a home or investment property, refinance your loan, renovate your property, or purchase a new vehicle? Let a 888 Home Loans broker do all the hard work for you. Our experienced brokers compare thousands of offers from numerous lenders to find the best solution for you and your situation. We take the hassle out of securing the right home or business loan and find the most competitive deal for you. Contact us for an obligation-free appointment and benefit from the local market knowledge and expertise of your own dedicated 888 Home Loans broker.
And straight into the start.
A big thanks to Monty Power Surface Preparation for their help getting this show on this weekend. Cars are coming onto the grid. This is Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. One race followed by another. On pole position, Mark Verdino won the race this morning, sits on pole for the first time, right alongside Cam Bella. Behind, he's surrounded by champions. It'll be Chris Lewis-Williams, Lyndon Watson, Adam Brewer, Mark Torbitts, Anthony Westaway, Manny Metzazelma. Then it's Jared Camponi, Carter Fox, John Benoris and Joey Kellogg from the rear of the field in the number 77. Keep your eyes on that, and away we go. Bella gets a customary start. In fact, he's got a whole car length before they get to the 400 quarter mile drag strip point there, and drives away from Mark Verdino. Have a look at this. Lyndon Watson's going to go with him here, but Verdino moves in behind here, covers his spot. Lewis-Williams, you just get the feeling, oh, little lock up there. Is Ads Brewer going to look up the inside? He does. He gets through, and that puts Lyndon Watson in the number 5 out wide.
Very, very close as the guys all throw themselves right into turn 1 down the bottom of this long straight at Calder Park. You can see how tight it is. The guys are really trying to gain the best position on lap 1. It's one of the best parking spots. And
4 wide over the hill.
Wide.
4 wide in the Porsches. The 944 Challengers come alive on lap 1. They set it up early this morning. Lyndon Watson's been given an absolute short back and sides. It's Brewer, Torbitts and Westaway go storming on through after such a great start. Have a look who's ranging up in the background there. It's the 77 of Joey, 1-800 Lasagna.
The guys are really trying to take advantage on this first lap. They know how tight and important it is, this first lap, and they all want to get a really good drive onto this long, long front straight we've got here at Calder. Stunning conditions here, very dry. beautiful conditions, so they're all trying to maximise this first lap as they stream down the long straight for the first time.
Joey Kellogg straight into the back of Lyndon Watson there, and he's lost the valance off the front of his car, so that is all the aerodynamics taken out of his car. He's got a gaping air hole in the front there. That was a coming together into the last corner as they came in there, straight into I think it was Lyndon Watson. In fact, it might have been Manny Zelma. So the 77 sands the aero package off the front of his 944.
Yeah, the 1-800 there of Joey Kellogg, very aggressive driving style, so he's going to be a no-holes-barred situation in this race, and you can already see he's lost a bit of bodywork. And speaking of losing positions or losing a bit of bodywork, Jared Campione there in the back with the pink stripe down that car seems to have dropped back a little bit in the field, but you can see the hard-charging Joey Kellogg. He's had a great weekend so far, and he knows he's got a fast car underneath him. He's really charging as they head down the back straight.
Certainly is. He's taking no prisoners. Ranges up on the curbs here. He's absolutely into it. Fourth in the championship coming into this round, so Joey is actually the one that needs to make ground up. He is absolutely trying to come out as we go to the Super Cheap Auto replay here, and it was Kellogg who went into the back, and there goes that front valance. The front nose cone gone off the Joey Kellogg car. Came into very gently into the back of the car in front of him on the way into that corner. Wow, we are getting on the boogie here. Verdino and Brewer side by side for the last time in season 2023 for the Victorian Championships. Brewer has got all to win here today. Don't throw it away, mate. Gather it up in car 3 and point it back in the right direction. Get back out after Mark Verdino.
The Black Widow Spider there, number 3, currently sitting 3rd in the championships, but he's throwing everything at the race winner from race 2, Mark Verdino, who's also trying his darnest to get out in front. Once again, Joey Kellogg sliding his way all the way around this Calder Park track as he gets on the grass coming after the kink.
I like his marketing philosophy though there, Jack. I'm wanting a lasagna right now, but that's nearly 23 hours a day that I'm wanting a lasagna. But I tell you what, he's doing a ripping job there in the 1-800 lasagna Porsche. Have a look at them starting to really range up here. This guy's doing a terrific job in the 88, isn't he, Campione?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Great to see him in the category and doing really well, Jared. He's really trying hard. He's come out of motorbikes, actually, so he's well used to high-speed machinery, but it's a lot different when you've got a bunch of other 944 drivers all around you who are very experienced campaigners. And you look at the car in front of him there, Tony Westaway in the yellow car. Tony and Chris Lewis-Williams are the only 2 guys that have actually driven this circuit in anger before this weekend. So for Jared to be up there, you know, dicing with Tony Westaway in the yellow and black number 50, that's a real credit to him. And I'm sure he's learning his craft at the moment. There is a real driving technique and skill to driving these Porsche 944s. So you've got to learn that. You've got to flow the car. You can't be too hard on the brakes. You've got to keep the mid-corner speed up in these cars, and that's where you're going to get the best lap times out of the 944s.
The beauty of this class, Porsche set out initially to build a car with a direct 50-50 diagonal, horizontal, vertical, whatever you want to call it, split of weight balance, and they hit the nail on the head, much like BMW did with the E30. And this is why we see these 2 one-make classes racing here in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, brought to you by 888 Home Loans, as the Porsches come onto the main straight in their 888 Home Loans event as well. And streaming down the straight, getting a good look at Manny Zelma. Now this is for 8th, 9th and 10th on the road here, so the battles rage from front to back in the 944s. And down alongside he comes now. New chum.
Yeah, head to head, door handle to door handle there. And you mentioned on a very good point there, Daz, about the one-make class. And just looking at the Super Cheap Auto replay here,
this is where he's setting it up
on
here.
Blendline TV. Absolutely.
This is right back around at the S's. Cars will come into sight. There it is now, and this is where it all started to come undone there for that.
Is it Verdino or it might have been Manny Zelma? But you touched on a point there, Daz, about the one-make category. This is why we get such close racing week in, week out in the Porsche 944 category. They are very, very well-balanced cars. They're beautiful cars to drive. However, there is a distinct driving style with them. You can't just throw them into corners and expect to power out. It's a different category where you need to flow the car because they have just got such a perfect weight distribution, front to back, left to right. And that's what provides such close racing. And if we look on screen now, the Black Widow Spider, Adam Brewer, trying to get around the outside of Mark Verdino, but there's no way you're going to do that.
Oh, he's going to hang in there. Gives him the inside, just loses the real estate. Loses the real estate. Great racing there. A little bit of room given just to make sure there's no damage coming across, but boy, that is sweaty palms type of racing right there.
Very, very close racing. You literally got half a second between these guys. You look at the top 4 or 5 guys, they are all literally within half a second, if that, of the race times. You've got Cameron Bella, who's the 4-time champion in the green aqua car, leading the race. He's sitting on a 108.7 at the moment. Chris Lewis-Williams, who is going for his 4th championship this weekend, currently sitting in 2nd. He's on a 108.6, so a 1/10 of a second between the top 2 guys, and that's how close this racing can be.
Brewer's gone through on Verdino, and just in the back of shot was Joey Kellett going through on Watson as well. So in one shot, we saw 2 passing manoeuvres right off in the background there. The 1-800 Lasagna car.
This will be interesting.
Took that place.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at Lyndon Watson and Joey Collett side by side at over 200 kilometres an hour as they stream down this long straight at Calder going into turn 1. Joey Collett does not hold back.
And he moves over and takes the bit of track he wanted, didn't he? That was very, very upper threshold of braking there. The number 77 is being worked very, very hard by its driver here today. Lyndon Watson almost in the number 5 there went, you wanted that more than me, mate. I'll catch you on the next run around.
The 2 of them are hard chargers, that's for sure. So that's what I was saying. It's going to be very interesting watching these 2 go head to head. But yeah, there's battles all the way throughout the race. And if you look at the front, you've got the 2 multiple champions very much nose to nose. Just behind them, you've got a 3-car pack as well. This is what Porsche 944 racing is all about.
Have a look at this. Here's our 2 championship contenders. Again, sharing a bit of track together. By sharing, I mean fighting over it. Sharing when needed, but fighting as required.
Yeah.
And wow, this is a great display. The Porsche logo emblazoned across the front of the screen, recognised as part of the Porsche pyramid of motorsport. And they tip it in. Chris Lewis-Williams thought, I'll go around the wide line here, but just over his shoulder was the Thunderdome where you can take the wide line and get advantage from it. So he tucks back in behind Cambella. And I think it's quite fitting that this is the last race for the state championship side of things for the 944s, that these 2 are together and battling it out. Of course, great support thrown at it by Porsche Cars Australia, 888 Home Loans, AVI Technology, 1-800 Lasagna, and of course they all look so good when they're off track in their pit lane clothing outfits. Tremendous fashion item for all of the people that go to the racetrack. Get on the pit lane clothing, the world's fastest fashion brand. These Porsche racers love it.
No, without a doubt, Daz. It's so awesome to see these 2 guys competing at the front of the pack. And if you haven't seen these 2 guys in action before, it is actually worth the admission charge. It's worth a look. A quick few points about the 2 guys which are leading this Porsche 944 race. You've got a Cameron Bella, who's in the green car. Now, he is a 4-time champion. Chris Lewis-Williams, who sits just directly behind him, literally an inch or 2 off the bumper there, is currently a 3-time champion in the Porsche 944 category, but this weekend is gunning for his 4th time. So that means between the 2 of these 2 guys, you've got 8 titles. Now, we've only been running for 23 years, so effectively these 2 guys have dominated this category, and no one has ever done 5 titles. So if Chris can claim the category title this weekend, that'll give the 2 of these front-running drivers 4 titles each. And next year, we're heading into a position where, as you mentioned earlier this morning, Daz, Craig Baird is the only other Porsche driver who has 5 titles, I believe, to his name.
That is exactly how it is. I think we can
Jimmy
probably
Richards,
put
maybe,
Derek Bell and Hans Stuck amongst them somewhere along the line. But here in Australia, I believe that is where we had Jim Richards, certainly 9 Targa Tasmanias at the wheel of a Porsche in his in the tarmac rally trim. But as far as circuit racing, I don't think he's got that many titles.
It actually puts you in, you'd have to say, the greats of the category. I mean, anyone who's dominated enough to get 4 titles and 5 titles, and look how close these guys are, door to door.
CLW has a real big look. Cambella knows he's got a race on his hands now. They put a different engine in that car, the Aqua car, overnight here. CLW didn't need to put a different engine in. The Tyre Power Vanilla entry, the 37, currently in P2, does not want to settle. He is not settling. He wants to finish the year, win the championship with a W.
Absolutely correct. These guys are real race car drivers. They want to win every race. This is why they're multiple champions. Now, Chris Lewis-Williams, you're exactly right, Daz, could sit there, could sit back and settle. He's got a little bit of a slide on as they come into the final part of the S's, but he could sit there and just relax. And we've lost Jared Campione there with a slide. He's just tried a great save. He's caught that as he's come over the rise there on the at the back of the circuit. But getting back to the two front runners, Chris Lewis-Williams could sit there, relax, and just accept second place, and he'll take out the championship. But no, his mindset is, I want to win this race, and he's up against a fierce competitor in Cameron Bella. The two of them are not going to let the other guy past.
That's many minutes, Zelma. Here we go. Replay on the Super Cheap Auto replay. It's been a fantastic inclusion in this round. We look forward to forging a great relationship with Super Cheap. And if they bring us replays like that, wow. Guy just overdriving it. You can be guilty of that when you're new at the game. You're trying to throw everything you possibly can at it. Caught it. Brought it back onto the track. No harm, no foul. The umpire said play on. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
Back at the front of this race. This is where it is all being played out. And this is Cam Bella saying, yeah, mate, you might have this year's title, but I'm going to win this last one. I'm just going to send the message that in 2024, everyone needs to bring their A game, because they're up against the guy with B at the start of his name that brings the A grade to every race they have.
Literally only a tenth of a second difference in lap times with these two guys. That's how close it is with these two multiple champions. And again, we head down this long, beautiful straight here at Calder Park Raceway, and glistening in the sunshine as they head at well over 200 kilometres an hour down the long front straight, the two multiple champions. So fantastic to see. They've gapped the field slightly. Looks like you've got the Black Widow Spider, Adam Brewer, currently sitting back in third, who's also third in the championships. This is no holes barred going into turn one. No one wants to give an inch, and this is fantastic racing again.
I love how these two are going about it. CLW just puts the nose in front, locks it up, gives the Yokohamas a big torching. He'll bolt a new pair on from Tyre Power Benalla next week, but right now he has to put up with a 50-cent piece that he's just made on the front of his car. Gets it through, comes through the flip-flop or the zigzag or the magic magician man or whatever we're calling it there this weekend. Does a terrific job, and Chris Lewis-Williams gets in the lead with 6.5 minutes left in this journey.
They both want to lead. They both want to win this race. There's no doubt about it. You can see how much these two guys are fighting each other. But what that's doing is allowing Adam Brewer to creep right up into this position. How amazing is it to see the top three guys in the championship literally half a second off each other as we head into the final race of the championship. This is how close it's been all year, and just sensational to watch.
Interestingly enough, the last lap around, Lewis-Williams a 110 and Bella a 111, but Ads Brewer is dipping into the very low 109s now. That's why we're seeing that close up. The other thing is that both Vidino and Mark Torberts are sneaking into the back of the shot now with this lead battle going on. Chris Lewis-Williams, for the first time in 4 laps, leads Cam Bella through that turn one. Big, brave moves under brakes for the number 37, the Tyre Power Benalla entry, as he climbs over the hill, and you just get the feeling, Jack, in the last lap he's got 2 car lengths on Cam Bella.
Yeah, I mean, Cam Bella might be just biding his time. He had a little bit of overheating issues yesterday afternoon in that car, so he may be just giving himself a slight gap to try and bring the temperatures down in the engine in the number 55 car, because if you're right in behind the bumper of the car in front, the car will get very, very hot. So he may be giving himself a little millimetre of air to try and drop the temperatures in the car and have one final lunge with a few laps to go. One quick point though, Daz, I reckon, is how awesome is this Calder Park circuit has allowed such tight racing. It's really brought the pack together. I think it's because it's a combination of both the slipstream as you go down this long straight here, which is effectively one half of the circuit, but then you've got the technical part of the circuit, which is the back half of the circuit, which again, as we've been saying, reminds us a bit of Winton, where it's very technical, so you can set your car up to either be fast in a straight line or make up some speed through all these corners.
Yeah, it's enticing to set the thing up to go down the chute fast though, isn't it, here at Calder? You've got such a long front straight here. Great battle we're seeing here with Mark Torberts trying to chase down Mark Dino, the 44 and the 20. And this is a terrific battle here. Mark Torberts is a guy that is very passionate about the 944 challenge. He spends a lot of his own time making sure that all the ducks in a row, making sure the media are briefed on how the individuals are going in the category, how the teams are working, and updating everyone there. So a terrific job, and a big shout out to Mark for all of the time and effort that he puts into this category. And, well, driving the loner here for the second half of this season. The black car's been parked up. The heavy metal guitarist from the rock band likes his cars black, but he's had to put up with the nice shiny blue and white over the last few race meetings, hasn't he?
Yeah, exactly. He's campaigning a car.
Oh, Joey Callock retiring.
That's a shame.
Oh, lunchtime too, just in time to get a 1-800 lasagna into you.
Well, I'm sure he may be heading for the cafeteria to do that, because it's an early finish for Joey Culloch, unfortunately. And if you haven't seen Joey Culloch drive a 944, that is worth the price of admission, I can tell you.
Definitely, it certainly was this morning. He looked right, looked left, and it was more of a category of where did who go? And it was Joey Culloch. Very exciting race driver. Talking about exciting, this is the front of the field. We're closing down season 2023 as far as the Porsches are concerned. Brought to us by 1-800 Lasagna and 888 Home Loans here this weekend. And as I mentioned, they all look so good in their pit lane clothing outfits as they get out of their cars.
Absolutely.
And head home.
No, it's sensational to see these guys still fighting tooth and nail, just going past a stricken Calder Fox on the main straight there as well. Again, that's a bit of a shame. They had overheating issues there yesterday. And we've got higher temperatures here today, so some of the cars might be crying enough. You can see Jared Campione now having a lunge under Manny Mezzaselma as they head out the back part of the circuit. That's, again, great performance by young Jared. Fairly new to the category there, and he's up against an experienced campaigner in Manny Mezzaselma.
And Matty's actually used to the world coming at him at a different rate of knots with his GT3 style racing that he's been doing over the last couple of years as well. So he'll be a good one for Jared to race against, because Matty, things are just a tad slower than what they are with the current spec GT3 and your 30-year-old 944. But learning the ropes is Jared, and he's done a very good job. We've seen him have a couple of offs, but catch it, bring it back on. Hasn't ended up with any real damage or anything like that. He might be carrying some weeds in the front air dam or something like that, but that's about it.
Exactly as you said there, Daz. This is really the first serious stepping stone on the global Porsche category. So from here, you're learning your trade. You're in Porsche 944s here, where you need to learn to flow the car and really learn about racecraft. Then of course, you're going to move up to Michelin Sprint Challenge. You've got Carrera Cup, and then you're onto the global scene. So that is how awesome it is to be involved in the Porsche category, because you've got the stepping stones right throughout the world. And you've only got to take a look at Matty Campbell and others such as that.
There was a young Mr. Musket that did it as well in this category. Went off. He's now racing GTs internationally. Kane Rose is another one who comes to mind. Kane Rose won this championship, went on to win the, as it was called, the GT3 Cup Challenge, or the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge is what they call it now. So Kane, a young bloke from out of Moorabbin here in Melbourne, won the couple of seasons of 944s, and as did his brother. They both came along racing together side by side here, Jared and Manny. And this is ultimately a drag strip down into turn one. The white car looks to just have the ascendancy here. It's about getting it done under brakes, and plenty of room given to each other. And well done to the car 10 there, Manny Mezzaselma. He just held on tight there, and ultimately he's surrendered a position to the charging Camponi in the 88 there.
Looks like the car has cried enough for Manny Mezzaselma towards the mid-pack of the field, but heading back towards the front of the pack with, I would suggest, maybe 1 or 2 laps to go. We're still neck and neck at the front of this race. It's incredible. The last lap board, we believe, in fact, is out. This is the last lap of the Vic State Championship, so for 2023, and how fitting, I guess you would say, that the two real iconic championship performers of the last few years, Chris Lewis-Williams and Cameron Bella, are putting on a beautiful show this afternoon. They're literally nose to nose, but as they come around the last corner...
I can't wait till this time next year, and we've got Tony Westaway in the mix here as well, making it a three-way battle, and adds Brewer joining in with a title lead on the points, different to this time this year, but we'll see how that pans out. I'm hoping for big things next year with them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's always close, fantastic racing between the Porsche 944s. If you've never seen it live, it is definitely worth seeing, because it's not only one of the fastest one-make categories we've got, it is the fastest one-make category we've got in the state. It's also one of the most exciting.
Here they come to take the championship. It is now done and dusted, locked away. Chris Lewis-Williams is your 2023 Porsche 944 Challenge champion. Cambella fittingly follows him home to the line, and a couple of other protagonists come into it, Mark Verdino and Torbitz. And here is Ads Brewer. He has slowed down and looks to be physically slow around the top end of the track here for the last time. Brings it into P3 for the year, and he gives a charge, and he sent a very clear message at the last round that 2024, he's coming to get him.
Yeah, without a doubt. Bit of a shame there for Ads to drop off with a couple of laps to go, but the cars have gone through a solid weekend of racing, so they're all going to go away, and we're going to see everyone down at Phillip Island at the Island Magic event there in late November. But just running through the top 10 there, congratulations to Chris Lewis-Williams, who takes out the 2023 Victorian State Racing Circuit Championship title. It is still, I believe, slightly undecided before Island Magic if Chris has taken out the second half of the championship, which is the 944 overall category. But he's taken out the state championship today. Congratulations to the Baron of Benalla, Chris Lewis-Williams, home ahead of Cameron Bella in second place, who will finish second in the championship. Mark Verdino, fantastic weekend for Mark for the Vendetta, come home in third place to round out the podium. Mark Torbitz, El Presidente, comes home in fourth. He'll be happy with that. Lyndon Watson in fifth. Adam Brewer, the Black Widow Spider, comes home in sixth. Tony Westaway, number 7. Jared Campione, great performance by young Jared to come home in 8th position. Manny Mezzaselma came home in 9th, and Johnny Venoris rounds out the top 10.
Terrific race, terrific series. Well done to all involved with the Porsche 944s. They do a tremendous job right throughout the year, as has my co-commentator, or am I the co-commentator when Jack Atley steps up to the microphone? Jack, thank you so much for all of your entertaining commentary you bring right throughout the season, and whether you're at the wheel or not next year, if you are, you're going to get mic'd up and you're going to do it from the car. You're going to be our on-board commentator.
Mate, I don't know about that. I think it's been a fair bit of dribble, but I thank very much yourself and all at Blend Line for a sensational year, mate, and we very much look forward to seeing everyone both at Island Magic and, of course, next year for the state championship.
Well, I'm glad to say that you finally made a race driver and made a commentator out of it, because, yes, it's all about just dribbling on. It really is. It's when the cars on track provide the excitement and you lift and you colour the picture in. It's terrific. So, Jack, thank you so much. It's been great to have you on board right throughout this season. And we go into improved production for their final championship race for the state series here this weekend. Of course, we'll see improved production at Island Magic as the Matthew Flinders Plate, one of the most prestigious trophies for that championship, comes on board. But we'll be back with improved production in just a couple of moments.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Are you looking to purchase a home or investment property, refinance your loan, renovate your property, or purchase a new vehicle? Let a 888 Home Loans broker do all the hard work for you. Our experienced brokers compare thousands of offers from numerous lenders to find the best solution for you and your situation. We take the hassle out of securing the right home or business loan and find the most competitive deal for you. Contact us for an obligation-free appointment and benefit from the local market knowledge and expertise of your own dedicated 888 Home Loans broker.
Final race of the weekend now for improved production with thanks to Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer. And here is your starting grid. So there's been a little bit of a shake-up in the last sort of few minutes or so that we've just found out. So we'll get to that in a few moments' time. Ian McLennan will start off pole in the Pro Cut Tree Services Monaro with Rob Braun alongside him. And your race winner from this morning's race, Paul Cruz, starting third. Just having a look at the results, it looks like he was given a post-race 15-second penalty. We can only assume, based on history, Dave Cox, that is for passing under yellow flags. That's normally what the sort of penalty is that gets levied.
That's usually the minimum, so he's very lucky he didn't end up with a 30-second penalty if that's indeed what he was done for. And also, while we're talking about Paul Cruz, I'd like to show the big shout-out to Michael Cruz, who's watching all the way from Finland.
Wow.
We have international exposure this weekend, so hope Michael and the family are having a great time watching the Northern Lights over in Finland, and a big shout-out to you, Mike. I'm sure you wish you were here. Have a great one.
Absolutely. Enjoy your holiday, Mike. We continue to cycle through the grid here. We're getting into the second half of the grid now. So Peter McLean's there in the Wanted Engineering BRZ, who is your under 2 litre club champion for 2023. That's all been put to bed well before the round was put underway here. The one that's going to be interesting to watch is right there at the bottom of your graphic there. Daniel Verica in the RX-7 out of 20th place. So a broken wire on the throttle position sensor is what caught him out and brought him undone in this morning's race. So he's going to try and mimic what Andrew Butcher did this morning and drive from the rear of the grid and see how far he can get.
And also car number 64, McLeod, he won't be taking part because after the XL came to grief down at turn 1 earlier in the XL race, unfortunately he's got a bit of a crook shoulder, so he won't be out for the last race of the year. But I think next year we might see him in a different car, might have a V8 under the bonnet, I believe.
Well, that'll be something interesting to behold if he's up the pointy end with the V8. It'll be great to see. But yeah, that car did look quite second-hand after the unfortunate accident in the combined BMW E30 and XL race this morning.
Good to see so many people sitting up on the hill watching the final race of the improved production race for the year. It's really good to see a lot of people come out and enjoy the sun, Steve.
It's absolutely. Importantly, it's the final improved production race for the state circuit racing year and for the club championship. There is still a little bit of improved production activity that will happen at Phillip Island and Island Magic in about 4 weeks' time. So it's not all doom and gloom for IP, but in terms of the club championship and the Victorian State Championship, this is indeed the last hit out for the year. Green flag.
Ian McLellan on pole, first time for the year.
Now these two had good starts, and I think Macca was rolling a little bit at the start there, but I think he checked it okay. And check out the drag race between the Monaro and the BMW. Both had great reaction times, but the full-on V8 power of the Monaro surges to the lead on the run to turn 1, and here comes his mate Luke Gretschkumbo all the way up to P2. Great launch from the second row for Luke.
Great Luke. Also Andrew Butcher's had a good start. He's in front of Scott McLean, and then we've got Anthony Deanna has also made a great start, and it resumes the battle that they had in race 1 with Brett Ogle.
Yep, Grant Ogle and Anthony Deanna went toe-to-toe up at turn number 4 and 5 in the latter stages of that race, and here comes Daniel Verica in the Superior Rigging RX-7. He's making his way through the field, picked up about 3 or 4 spots already. And Gretschkumbo now wasting no time, challenging the Monaro of McLennan. Likewise, Paul Cruz challenging the BMW of Braun at the final complex of corners. 2 by 2, plenty of space. Braun launches it up over the curb, and that will compromise his approach to turn number 9. But Cruz is on the outside, so he's got to make sure he gives a bit more room to Braun on the inside.
With the drag going down the front straight, we've got Luke up the inside of Macca, and got the ideal position for turn 1 as they come up over the hump and go down into the braking area.
These two would have thought they would have been running the quarter-mile drag. They were side by side across the start-finish stripe heading down to turn 1, and it's in favour of Gretschkumbo, who takes the lead this time around, and Braun still holding off the advances of the turbocharged Nissan Silvia behind. So this is going to be entertaining for the next couple of minutes, just to see if Braun can find a way past the more fancy Monaro with the V8 power. He couldn't find a way past earlier this morning. Can he find a way now? He's so much quicker through this part of the circuit here, and Macca drops a little bit of the right-hand side tyres off of the grass there. Is that the invitation Braun needs to finally get past? Last of the late breakers, not quite.
Yeah, it's an awesome move up the inside there, and as Cruzy's also now just dived right back on the bottom. That little mistake there by Macca has allowed him to catch right back up. And then just in the background there, you can sort of see Matthew Logan also starting to get in the picture, and right behind him is Andrew Butcher.
Absolutely. So Butcher and Logan is just dropping away from this trio on screen at the moment, but they are engaged in their own little battle for 5th and 6th place. There they are, the two blue and black cars right there. And there's quite a substantial distance back to the next car in the queue, which is Scott McLean and the Positive Money Commodore.
I was having a chat to Scott at the barbecue earlier this morning, and he had a grin from ear to ear. He was so excited. He said, Dave, I finally got into the top 10. I can't believe it.
He's done very, very well for the first couple of rounds. Been a bit of a baptism of fire for Scott, especially at Sandown, then at Phillip Island, such a high-speed track, and the anomaly that we've been calling Calder Park. And yeah, absolutely.
Oh, here we go. We've got a problem with Paul Cruz is coming to. That looks like a really good spot to pull up, because it looks like lots of people have been pulling. No, he's managed to keep going. So he's got a bit of an issue somewhere. So that's a real shame for Paul, because he was having an absolute stellar drive this weekend.
Something's let go on there. Could be a belt or it could be something else, but he's going to try and limp that back to the pits. But this group goes sailing on through now. Here comes Verica firmly up the inside of Grand Oval. Here's the Super Cheap Auto replay. So what happened here? Cruz was still 4th in the queue. Looks like something just lost power, gearbox or something. It just completely died on him.
Yeah, he's still limping around as we come through, and it's just held up Andrew Butcher there. He's come to a really slow, and he's going to come into pit lane. That's an absolute shame for Paul Cruz. That car's absolutely been flying this weekend.
Now, importantly, he did have 2 race wins for the round, but that's not going to be enough for him to retain the round overall. So we'll have to have a look at the point standings. At the moment, it's in favour of Ian McLennan, so he would take a round win as it sits right now.
That would be the first.
That'd be the first for him.
Yes, and it's great to see that there was a phone call made to Ian's wife and said, I think you might want to come out and see what's going on out at Calder, because I think your husband's done something that he hasn't done before, and bang, she's here.
Absolutely.
For the kids, so welcome.
Absolutely. So back to Wayne Twist now. Now, he was in the thick of that 4-car train that we saw earlier on this morning. It was himself, Anthony Dana, Paul Javots and Grant Ogle, and guess what? They're all together again.
That's the nature of this category. We have 4 different makes and models, and they're all nose to tail, all very different cars. We've got turbo, normally aspirated, BMW, under 2 litre. It's a sensational way to go racing.
Yeah, absolutely is. Now, Wayne's one of very few drivers in the improved production field that have raced here before. He's himself. I think Dan Merrick has raced back here in the day, so too Rob Braun. They were the 3, and Paul Javots. They were the 4 guys I noticed put their hands up yesterday. Matt Logan's been around here before, but it was in a Mack truck when they had a drive day in the early 2000s. So that's going back some time ago, but he's never raced a car here. But he was saying he didn't actually feel the bumps of the circuit back in that day. But he's actually dropping along quite nicely in 4th place at the moment, Logan. He's about 3 seconds behind these 2 on screen at the moment. Braun's still struggling to find a way past the much wider and more powerful Monaro.
He seems to be going for a quick run
here we go.
Outside here, but I don't think he's quite going to have it. He would do the old switcheroony and come back up on the inside, but I think you find Mack will just have a little bit too much straight line handling for him, and then drive away from him down the beautiful front straight here at Calder Raceway.
He opened up the steering rather nicely, Ian McLennan, so it was tight for the corner, but he opened the steering up so he could bring the power on nicely, getting onto the front straight. We're already getting into territory where the leaders are starting to encounter lap traffic on lap number 6, so that goes to show you how quickly time goes by. Gretsch Cumbo starting to wake up the Hyundai XLs, so you've got Carly Fleming and Peter Fleming, the only 2 that are out there at the moment. Connor McLeod, unfortunately, taking no part in this one from his accident earlier in the day. And that's the important thing we've been telling all the drivers, be predictable. So that's exactly what Peter Fleming's done just there, just stayed on his line, let the faster cars go around him, which is typically what you see in endurance racing. You know, you stick to your line and the faster cars just find their way past.
They'll find their way past. It's the safest way to go racing. If you start jumping from one side of the track to the other, no one knows what's going on, and it ends up being a big accident. So well done to the guys that are down the order a little bit.
McLennan a little bit deep there at turn number 9, but that's not going to hurt him too badly down the front straight here, because the power will kick in, and they've got some lap traffic again. Brad Ross, Carly Fleming, and I think there's one other car that's in there as well. Might be Wayne Decker, I think, is a bit further along. He's about to get woken up by Luke Gretsch Cumbo.
So nice and clean everywhere, and we've just crossed back to the Deanna and Griswold's challenge again, and looks like Grant Ogle's just snuck away a little bit in this one. It's not like the last race, a little bit strung out this time, Steve.
A little bit strung out, but the group's still fairly close together, and a lot of drivers in this group, they just found issues getting past each other. Like, so for example, Dana was having trouble getting past Grant Ogle, but then Paul Javots had no problems getting past Dana, but then he would be past himself at some point or another in the lap. So the ones that they were trying to get to the head of the field of this little group of cars, they just couldn't quite take that last final step, and eventually Grant held on for a finish there until the last couple of minutes, when they had this little moment coming through turns 4 and 5, where they went side by side, which you virtually don't see at this part of the track, and that actually let Wayne Twist and Paul Javots through.
They certainly did. And how good have the Yokohama tyres been this week, Steve? No lock, not a great deal of tyre wear. Everyone's had a really good run with the tyres. The heat hasn't been too bad. So the Yokohama AO50 tyre that we run as a control tyre for the last 20-odd years, I was a 32 before that, but Yokohama tyres have treated us really, really well. And looking forward to another year next year with the Yokohama tyre.
Absolutely, yeah. The Yokohamas have been punished quite a little bit this round because the surface of the track has been something that the drivers have not been used to, as we're now going 3 wide down the front straight here. Dana has closed right up on Grant Ogle. Now, if I was Anthony, I'd be looking to send a move down the inside here, but Ogle's protecting that quite substantially, so he's going to have to go the long way round, but that's along the line, and Grant has to leave him some room that time. He wasn't quite far enough ahead to move over and take that normal racing line.
We give it a little
bit of love tap.
Yeah, that's it. Come up, we need to go a little bit quicker. My BMW is faster than yours over here. Let's get going.
Now, coming back to what you were mentioning before about the Yokohamas, or before we do that, that's almost a repeat of what happened this morning.
He's managed to hold on to it. That was a sensational piece of work.
I think Grant backed out of that one. I don't think he wanted a repeat of what happened this morning. So Dana's finally through. Let's see if he can clear out. Coming back to your point about the Yokohama tyres, very, very important each and every year for the Yokohama Improved Production Nationals. Next year, that is going to take place at Hidden Valley Raceway. We're estimating somewhere in the front half of July.
Yes, that's correct. They haven't quite finalised the exact date yet, but it looks like it's going to be just with about a month after the supercars. So if anyone in pre-production land wants to go to the Nationals, I'm sure that there'd be a spot for you. And we're also trying to organise a truck to be able to take up 5 or 6 cars. So if anyone is interested, let someone know on the committee, and we can put you in touch with those that are trying to work that out. And let's see if we can get a decent lot of cars up to the Nationals in Hidden Valley. If you haven't been there, it's a sensational place to go racing, and I think a lot of our guys would really love to get there.
Yeah, I think so too. And the important bit about Hidden Valley is that it's been a supercars round for a number of years, where Improved Production has been a great supporter of the category up there over the years. Expressions of interest for that event will come out, I think, in the next week or two.
Yep.
And then following that, the big important one, which was the big news in the week, actually announced by Andrew Butcher at the club AGM earlier in the month, was that for the first time since 2019, Improved Production will be a support category for the Bathurst 6 Hour.
They certainly will be. It's great to be back at the mountain, and we can't wait to get up there. It should be an absolute cracker of a weekend. It's a real showcase of Improved Production cars, where you have everything from under 2 litre to the big 6 litre cars, and to watch them 56 or 55 cars roar around the mountain, it takes you back to a different era when we had the different categories, and it's a really good weekend. So if you get a chance, you've got to go and do it.
That's probably something people expect to see expressions of interest open, probably somewhere close to, or if not after, Island Magic. So keep an eye out for those ones as well. So Butcher's kept himself in check here. He's 5th place in the order, still chasing Matt Logan. That gap has sort of stabilised between the two of them at about 1.5 seconds. It's not getting any bigger and it's not getting any smaller. Braun still hasn't been able to find a way past McLennan, but they are negotiating some traffic here. So under 2 litre car there, BRZ of Peter McLean. Oh, Braun having a little sneaky look there at the inside at turn 2. That's what I was just sort of thinking about. Is the traffic going to play a factor here? Is he going to be able to catch Macca off guard? He nearly did, but he wasn't quite close enough.
It was very, very close, Steve.
That was very close. He's very quick through here, Braun, and on the gas up to this part of the circuit here now. going around the long way at any of these corners is, I won't say fraught with danger, but it takes a willing participant to do it and a willing competitor on the other side. So you've got to be willing to send it, and your opponent's got to be willing to give you the space.
Absolutely, and it's not the easiest thing to do around here. It's really quite difficult. But Brawny's on the old crisscross, and but then there goes Macca down the straight again, and just gets going just a little bit quicker.
Just a little bit quicker, that's all it is there. So there's been again, a Butcher and Logan in the back of shot there. They're going through, and still, well, the gap has shrunk a little bit, come down 0.4 of a second that lap. So Andrew's got the eyes on in the E46 BMW here, and starting to make a little bit of ground on Matt Logan. So last time around, yeah, 0.4 of a second quicker. Dan Verica has found his way from the rear of grid into 6th, but his last lap time was in the 8th, and he's about 20 seconds in arrears of Butcher. So we're not going to see a repeat of the battle that they had in yesterday morning's first race, which is a shame. Oh, there's a bit of smoke there at turn number 5, and someone dropped some tyres off the circuit, I think.
I think that's all it was. Someone just ran a little bit wide coming out of the flip-flop.
Difficult sequence of corners to get right, especially now that they've tightened that corner up. Not so much turn 4, but they've tightened up turn 5. It was a little bit more elongated. Now it's quite squared off. So at a particular sort of angle, you're going to cause a bit of a problem and run wide.
The Matt Logan's just got balked a little bit by the car 122 XL, Peter McLean.
Peter Fleming.
Yeah, Peter Fleming, and so that's allowed Butch to catch right up to the back of him. But as we see, the Holden V8 or the LS V8 has just got a little bit more straight line handling, and just drives away from Butch down the straight, but Butch will just go straight back underneath the wing as they get into the twisty bit.
Yeah, it's now the gap's now academic. It's less than a half a second between the two of them, and I can see Matt Logan's car was just squirming a little bit under brakes, not too much, but just a little bit to be nervy. Yeah, there we go. There's what happened last time. I could see that it was Rob Braun just dropping a rear right tyre off at the very last minute into the grass, but didn't hurt his straight line speed too badly.
You don't see that very often. You don't see Braun sideways, do we?
Let me check.
No, Braun actually throws that car around like you would not believe it. There he is,
sideways, right on cue.
Sideways on cue. Thank you very much, Rob. He absolutely drives the wheels off that thing, and it's an absolute credit to him. That BMW is an absolute piece of work.
Yeah, he's done a lot in the last couple of years as well. Regular appearances up at Darwin, the Supercars around the Support Act, regular appearances at Tony Maloney as well. Bathurst 6 Hour, they've raced a production car together in that event as well. Little BMW M135, which I think is up for sale if it's not been sold already.
A couple of weeks ago, he was over at Tail and Bend having a run over there and giving the South Australians a good run for their money as well.
Yeah, the Roundel Cup, which is a BMW only event. I think Blaine Twist was over there as well. I think that's going to come back to Victoria at some point for a round of improved production as well. Yeah. So that'll be something we look forward to awarding next year.
Oh, and then we've got someone at the tyre. That's probably Brawny dropping a tyre off again just to give us all a bit of excitement.
They're both pushing hard ahead of this two. So these two are pushing hard, Logan and Butcher, and then ahead of them, it's about 2.5, 3 seconds up the road, McLennan and Braun still pushing each other very hard as well. I don't know which one I want to look at more. I keep thinking that Braun is drawing alongside McLennan, but he just loses out the horsepower race, whereas I think that it's a similar situation with Logan and Butcher on screen there. They are, sort of neck and neck. They've got a similar sort of a horsepower thing, but Logan's just got a touch extra. It's not an astronomical amount more power, it's just a little bit extra.
It looked like Rob Braun was actually setting Macca up, so I think he's going to try and sit right as close as he can until the last lap, because if you had a look, he actually got a better run onto the straight, and as they came down across the start-finish line, they're actually side by side. So I think Rob might be just trying to line him up and say, right, if I can sit right here until the last lap, the last corner, I've got a pretty good shot of being able to get a better run onto the front straight.
Yeah, it's just trying to distract Ian here at the moment as well. He's placing the car in all these spots, trying to get his attention, but Macca's driven beautifully at the moment, driving every defensive line perfectly, leaving the gaps where he needs to leave the gaps. So, Rob trying to go around the outside a couple of different corners. This will be brave if he pulls this off, but no, he's quite wide there, and yet the door gets very, very firmly closed. But then is what you were talking about. Good run onto the front straight, but then the horsepower race, there's nothing in it. It's night and day.
It certainly was on that lap, but if you went back, if we had a replay of the last lap, you'd actually see that Rob Braun was actually side by side as they went across the start-finish line. So I think he's just trying to line him up, and let's see how he goes. But Macca's just got a little bit more down the turn one. And as you can see, Rob just throwing that car left, throwing it right. Macca looking in your mirrors. Which side am I coming? You know I'm coming.
He certainly knows that he's coming. They've just negotiated Richard Opie in the RX-8. Himself having a fairly good run. A couple of good rounds for Richard this year.
Yes, it's great to see Richard back after a few rounds missing this year. He's had a lot of work commitment, so it's really good to see that the car's actually really going along quite strongly at the moment. So it's a real credit to Richard and the guys that run that car.
The Motorsport guys.
Yeah, Mildon Motorsport, that's it, Liam, and the guys at Mildon. I'm glad to see that the car is actually performing really, really well. As they're just getting up the inside, and that's allowed Butch to get completely underneath the tail of Matt Logan. But might wonder how it's affecting the temperature of that BMW sitting that close to that hot Commodore.
Well, I thought when he pulled over yesterday morning's race that it might have been an overheating drama for Andrew Butcher, because it was a long race. It was 21 laps, and his explanation was, it was just a little electrical gremlin. It wasn't an overheating thing at all. Oops, someone's off the circuit. It's Braun.
Rob Braun's thrown it off into between 1 and 2, and he's still kept the foot into it.
Sideways, left, right, tail wagging, finally back onto the track. So that lets Ian McLennan off the hook. Matt Logan now goes to third. Butcher now goes to fourth. I was about to say, I don't think that Dan Verica got through, and he's just gone across the start-finish straight, so he was way too far behind. But that's what you were just talking about. I think you were right. He was trying to set Ian McLennan up in such a way that he wasn't expecting it, and unfortunately for Rob, it's gone the wrong way.
It's gone a bit pear-shaped, unfortunately, but at least Rob's back on the circuit.
Hey, Super Cheap Auto Replay says Rob was way into the kitty litter. And look at this, left, right, left. This isn't drifting, Rob. Anyway,
that's a great Super Cheap replay there. Thanks to Super Cheap. We really love their replays this weekend, and that one's going to get a lot of traction, I reckon, Steve.
Yep, I think so. They've been spot on. So we're inside the last minute on the clock here, so this will be probably this lap and probably one more, I would suggest, for the race leader. So this has now become the battle over last step on the podium. It's no longer the battle for fourth, it's the battle for third. And Butcher still hasn't been able to find a way past Matt Logan. They're going to come up to a bit of traffic now with Wayne Twist. It's just been negotiated by Ian McLennan, and Paul Javots is here as well. Now this will be a little bit awkward because there's cars left and there's cars right. You've got to thread the needle and find a way through. Wayne's going to stay wide, but that then compromises Butcher for the next part of the corner, because the next one goes left, and that might have killed any chance that Butcher might have had of getting onto the rear of Matt Logan and making up third place before the end of the race.
So yes, it certainly didn't help Andrew Butcher at all, that little exchange there, and he's lost probably 6 or 7 car lengths, and then they're going to come up against Excel and then Paul Javots in the under 2 litre car, and he'll probably just get hold of him at the wrong spot. No, he's managed to, yes, you'll find that right in the braking marker for turn 1, so that's not really been helpful for Andrew whatsoever.
Well, this is trouble too, because Paul Javots is trying to pass Andre Noy, who's actually a lap down anyway, and at the same time Butcher's trying to pass Paul, who's a lap down to lead 2, so it's a difficult situation. 1 car 2 laps down, 1 car 1 lap down. So we go back to our race leader. Now they're readying the checkered flag at the start-finish line.
The final race of the Improved Production 2023 season, and our state champion, Luke Gumbo.
Yep, state champion and champion for the club in over 2 litres. And a big thank you to Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer, along with DLL Photography and Design, Yokohama and Traction Tyres, Pro Cut Tree Services and Reach Rock Art. The club championship for 2023 is over. The state championship for Improved Production for 2023 is over. And your race winner, Luke Gumbo, has both those titles. The overs in Improved Production and the state title in Improved Production overall.
Followed by the Pro Cut Tree Services, Monaro of Ian McCullen, Matt Logan, Andrew Butcher's come across the line in 4th. Rob Braun manages to bring it home in 5th position after an absolute tearing weekend. unbelievable driving. Daniel Verica in the Perkins Mobile has come home in number 6 position.
That's just about to finish. Here he is.
Here he comes.
Good drive.
Great drive.
Oh, look at the exhaust a bit loose on the rear of that car. I was about to say, surprisingly lucky he didn't get the black flag for that one, so something's just gone a little bit loose.
But might have happened on the last lap.
Possibly a little off-track excursion will probably do that to you, I think.
Scott McLean comes home in 7th. I know Scott will be absolutely, it's his first season of racing, so Scott will be absolutely over the moon with that.
And then the last of the classified finishes on the lead lap are going to be Anthony Dana and in 8th and Grant Ogle in 9th. Paul Javots will be 10th, 1 lap down, but he is also not only your round winner in unders, but he is the first of the under 2 litre cars home as well. So great driving all round from everybody this weekend in improved production. Bit sad to see Paul Cruz with the mechanical gremlin that took him out of the running there. He was set for a clean sweep of the weekend up until that point.
He certainly was, and it was a real shame, but that's motor racing, they say, and you've got to be finished first.
First you must finish.
Correct. So, great racing, everybody, and we look forward to seeing everybody at Phillip Island. We've got to also thank 888 Home Loans for the sponsorship for the year. Our own club sponsors, we've got DLL Photography and Design, we've got ProCut Tree Services, Prestige Hino, and Reach Rock Art. We couldn't also do this without Yokohama Tyres. So we'd like to thank Andrew and Shane and the team at Traction Tyres for another year of fantastic tyres. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. Little engine symphony as the cars come back to pit lane and into the paddock. A few happy campers with some V8 power under their bonnet, just saluting the fans here and saying thank you very much for coming out to show your support for this year. Short break. On the other side of this, it will be the MG and invited British sports cars. But Dave, over to you first.
We would like to also thank Blendline TV for their magnificent coverage of the 2023 season of Vic State Racing, and we can't wait to be back again in 2024. Hopefully we see everyone have a safe couple of months, and we'll see you down at, well, it's only a month now, at Isle of Magic, and then into next year. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you all. And on the other side of this, MG and invited British. We'll be back in just a few moments with the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series, live from Calder Park.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Are you looking to purchase a home or investment property, refinance your loan, renovate your property, or purchase a new vehicle? Let a 888 Home Loans broker do all the hard work for you. Our experienced brokers compare thousands of offers from numerous lenders to find the best solution for you and your situation. We take the hassle out of securing the right home or business loan and find the most competitive deal for you. Contact us for an obligation-free appointment and benefit from the local market knowledge and expertise of your own dedicated 888 Home Loans broker.
Place looks fantastic. Welcome back here to Calder Park. Darren Smith right alongside me is Sean Herlihy, the resident expert. Well, for this round, and when he's called into duty, he certainly steps in very well. Welcome back, Sean.
Yeah, g'day, Darren. Thank you very much for having me.
Terrific to see the MG and invited British cars out on track, and if any category always looks as if it's polished within a millimetre of its life, it's this category. There are absolute enthusiasts, and I guess it's one of those things where it is that one make sort of thing. People are involved because they are passionate enthusiasts with the brand or the mark or the shape or whatever it might be. Great field of cars coming out here, and we've got some rapid pieces of kit amongst this lot. Phil Chester in the Monty Power MGB GT V8 leading them around. Trevor Lindsay in the Triumph right alongside. And let me tell you, if anyone trips up, Trevor Lindsay is so happy to step in and take the chocolates this afternoon. The last time in the State Series that we see the MG and invited British cars for this season, of course, there is some historic racing still to go for these types of cars in 2023. But a fantastic season, great fields, really good, strong fields this year, and they should be congratulated. Michael Trathen in car number 1. If it sounds like I'm barracking for him, well, yes, let's do it for the last race this year. Let's hope he keeps that number 1 on the side or wins it back again at some stage in the future. Tony Olbrecht right alongside. Paul Vanel in the number 8 with the 55 of Simon Elliott, the one to watch at the start of this one. Jeff St John Cox, Michael Herlihy, David Bagent, Warren Lawler and Danny Siama off the rear of the grid in the other MGB GT V8. The field is enveloped by the GTs, and away we go. Have a look at the 66 getaway. He's brained them off the line there, but the 55 is coming tracing straight down there. Phil Chester just post races today, gingerly getting away, and the Triumph gets gazumped by 2 V8 MGs left and right of him in the sandwich. And here comes Michael Trathen. He's getting going as well. The rest of the field, Paul Vanel gets the inside running there. Danny Siama's jumped 6 spots to line in behind the number 8. Great start there for the race. Tony Vollebrick goes up on the ripple strip. He has seen Danny go through here as well. And this is some good stuff here. Danny has just got away from the line brilliantly there as well. So did Trevor Lindsay in the Triumph, albeit that he was gazumped as the cubic inches started to take hold as they went down the straight for the first time. Lining him up down into the S's for the first time here. Phil Chester just holding chorus a little bit at the front here. Simon Elliott has certainly been rapid throughout this weekend as they come onto the straight and line them up. The field just coming through the S's now as well. There's the 95 of Gordon John Cox. Yeah, and going very, very well. Yeah. So here comes Phil Chester down in the 71. Down into turn 1 for the first time. We've got 18.5 minutes left to go in this one. Bobbling around there. Gee, the short wheelbase really does show out there, doesn't it?
Oh, it's certainly a twitchy little car, the MGB GT V8, and Simon in the RV8. Yeah, just holding on to Phil there. I'd say these boys are just pacing themselves for the big race this afternoon. Plenty of race left, and as Phil and Simon just slowly walk away from the rest of the field here.
Yeah, they certainly do. This is really interesting. After our call this morning, I wandered past an RV8 road car just parked down where everyone's pitted down there. What an impressive piece of kit. I love the wheels on it.
Yeah, there's a few gentlemen have taken the nice Sunday drive out for the day and come out on a club drive and yeah, come to the track for a bit of a look and watch. And it is nice to see the differences between the road car RV8 and the RV8 race car of Simon Elliott's number 55.
Yeah, if the car's still here and you're walking around, and obviously these guys will be packing up after this race, it's got the design history and the history of that particular car on the window. Obviously a car of interest because they've bothered to put the information on the front window of that car. The field just streams out a little bit here. Here comes the number 1. It's almost like he gets out of the marshalling area and he pulls the Excalibur out of the stone and goes, righto everyone, I'm going to take you all on this mighty little car. Very similar to this one, this 66 as well. That torque of that inline 6 just comes alight over Jane Hill.
Trevor's done well on those first few laps to gap away from the midget. He's taken his strides and just run with it.
And And they just in the back of shot there's Danny as well in the MGB GT V8. Now, what have you had to do to that between races, Sean?
Oh, look, Danny's really enjoying the sort of simplicity of this car and absolutely driving the wheels off it. A few little brake fix-ups in between races. So, look, and no race car's ever really finished, is it? So, just some minor fix-ups with that one.
Have a look at this, Vernell and Tony Wollebrecht there. They've joined each other again in their ZRs, coming around the very difficult right-hander onto the straight here at Calder Park. And the yellow car draws alongside here. Just a little bit more horsepower on the Castrol liveried yellow ZR.
And he'll have the inside line into turn one and just get through with the bigger brakes in that fairly well-developed little MG ZR.
Gee, there wasn't even a glance between those two guys. They've just both got their eyes for turn one. Often you'll see them look over at each other and encourage or discourage each other in what they're trying to achieve. No, eyes forward, gloves at the top of the wheel.
See if Paul can hold on there and see if he can just hold on to Tony in the underpowered ZR, little ex-road car, if you will.
Well, the interesting thing with Paul Vernell, he's trying to make that last throughout the weekend on a very tired old set of bags on that. So I guess the next time it hits the track, it'll be an argument between father and son as to who shouts for the next set of tyres on it.
Oh, indeed. Always a challenge with father and son teams. I know I put a bit of a hard word on my old man to try and keep the costs down and keep it relative. But again, at least we're out there racing. I think, you know, in the 11 cars that have survived the weekend in the sense of the heat and the wind and all the mechanical failures that we do unfortunately see in MGs every now and then. And even Simon Elliott on screen right now has had his fair share of minor problems throughout the weekend, but looks like he's got it pretty well going now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a topsy-turvy field this weekend. Everyone's had at least one race where they've had some difficulties here, and Phil Chester is definitely not getting away from Simon Elliott. In fact, if anything, under brakes, the red 55 they're getting a really good look at here at the moment. And this is the good thing with these open top cars, is you can see the thought change and the signal going from the brain to the hands, and there's that left-right adjustment or whatever it might be, or a bit of bump steer coming into it and the correction there as well. So that open top feel about the MGB GTV8 look is very much an advantage for us spectating, and particularly on the footage on the Blendline TV coverage, you can see those finite adjustments that the driver puts in.
Definitely looking at their times they've just done on that last lap there. They're within not even a tenth. There is just nothing in it between these two. So they're very interested to see how this part pans out for the next 13 odd minutes.
Up over Mount Jane they go. A little bit of air under the back there of Phil Chester's car. So he's come out of the launch pad, and NASA have given him clearance, and he's off. Yeah, he's off to the stars.
No lifting for Phil. He's here to take no prisoners, I'd say. He's got the foot down, going for his PB yet again.
Simon Elliott's not being left behind though either, is he? He's hanging in there.
No, not at all. No.
What is it? Was it last time round? It was.
They've both done a 105.01
of each other.
Yeah, so. Unbelievably close, these two. Again, they spread out a little bit down the straight here. Phil will make a little bit of length there, but as long as Simon keeps on it, he'll stay with him for the rest of the race.
Because I tell you what, I heard that Robin Bailey will be back next year, and there's a couple of others in GTV8s that will be as well. The old Vince Cicciotto cars all ready to go as well, coming over from South Australia.
Yeah,
so.
There's been a few open V8s change hands in the last little while for MGs, and yeah, it'd be great to see some of those cars come back and come racing. A few. We saw John Illingworth on Friday and just started qualifying on Saturday there, but he had a few minor issues in the new car, and he'll sort those out and get it back on track in no time, no doubt.
This is it. Look at this snapshot. This is the beauty of car club racing, and Motorsport Australia do as much as they possibly can to embrace and encourage this sort of motorsport. And this guy here just envelops that enthusiasm and passion, doesn't he?
Oh, definitely, mate.
It's a go-kart with suspension, if there's such a thing.
If there is enough, that's right. Look, you can definitely see the attitude of the cars around here. You know, from this Blendline footage, it's very impressive, that up-close view of how bouncy this track really is, and what it's really putting through these cars and drivers. I was chatting to a few of the drivers earlier on, and yeah, they're coping, but yeah, look, there is a bit of a challenge with the track conditions.
Great snapshot there as well. Blue flags out to let these guys know that the two fastest cars in the category are coming on through there. And both David Bagent and Michael Hurley have done a tremendous job. They've stayed right out of the way there, whilst also continuing their battle. And they are obliged to let them through, but they are also obliged to take the position on the track they want to take as well. So just seeing that, here's a good bit of a battle here. Michael Hurley wiping the sweat off the brow before he put the helmet on just before this race. Now he's taking ripple strips. Oh, he's getting all racy at the end of the season.
Oh, now that David's got back past him, I'd say Michael will definitely be on the berries there. He'll be chasing down David and trying to give David Bagent a really good run.
An amazing contributor to the sport is Michael Hurley. Doesn't just stop from getting out behind the wheel and having a race. He really lives and breathes Victorian motorsport, many years. A pit lane marshal at the Australian Grand Prix and led that team for many years as well. Many awards and service awards and accolades over the years. And I bet he'd swap them all for a P1 in a get the checkered flag in a race, wouldn't he?
He would indeed. Look, he's actually won a championship in that car in MG Racing many years ago, back when he was really serious about racing, and then, as you say, took a bit of a back seat and just loves helping out. I think he's a bit like myself. We're just passionate about the sport and love being involved with helping people come and racing.
David Bagent got a little bit loose coming out of turn 2 there. Turn 1, 2 and 3, and coming up over Mount Jane now, and comes down the other side, finding all the bumps.
Bigger hill than it looks, that one, doesn't it, Darren? They slow right up out of there.
Someone asked me, there was something about the live stream yesterday. I said it's almost like the cutting at Bathurst. You're at the bottom and you're looking straight up. It's not quite looking up the side of the Thunderdome behind us, but it's steep. And in a big field, and you're midfield or mid-pack or something like that, you're back to first gear to get up the hill there.
Phil Chester's on the cars to catch these guys in the next few laps, I'd say. He's not letting up. He's just all force at the moment. He's just posted a 1:05.1. So, yeah, knocking a bit more time off his PB.
Look at that. Look at the sun glistening off these two cars. The 64 of David Bagent, the MG Midget, the MGB there of Michael Hurley. Two enthusiastic contributors to this sort of club atmosphere of racing. And coming down into turn 1. It's a little bit of a handful there, the 64 under brakes. It's only really a dab and then down one gear into turn 1. Driving it out off the rear tyres on there. That's a good shot there.
It was interesting chatting to David earlier, and just a bit more insider information about the engine. It is still an A series, very basic sort of build in the sense of an older race car, but he's got a big solid crank in that thing and some very special parts allowing him to rev it out to 8,000 RPM. Oh, Danny Siama's had a bit of an off. I wonder if...
Certainly has there, and didn't quite catch there was a blue car that was joined in on that as well. So we'll see what comes of this as well. The 15 gets going again. So it'll be the car that's just up the road from...
No visible damage to Danny's car, so look, hopefully he's just overcooked it, as we see the Super Cheap Auto replay, and he has just gone in under brakes under Mike Trathen and just overcooked it ever so slightly.
Mike Trathen's like, mate, I need to flow it through here. I can't be jumping on the picks like you do. Here he is, continuing on with it. Currently 4th on the road. Trevor Lindsay's the next one up the road. Gone off, got mixed up a little bit there in Danny Siama's off down at turn 1. Continues on merrily. And one of the great things with this car is we can pick up the trackside microphones, and he is giving it all the revs. I'm not sure how many all of them are, but it is revving hard.
Fair few, I'd say, in that thing. It's actually got a BMW head, this little midget, so some modifications, quite a common period type modification to make the old A-Series, BMC A-Series twin cam, allowing it to get some bit more power up high and, as you say, hold the revs.
Tony Waldrecht is going down one spot there to St John Cox as well in the 95 Triumph. That massive rear air dam.
Yeah, Jeff's been chasing a few fuel pressure issues this weekend, so it looks like he's got those sorted and got the thing going very well.
I reckon he could get a fair bit of pressure off the front edge of that wing as well. It's almost directly upright if he's looking for some pressure. There's where it is.
Well, someone was mentioning earlier, it almost looks like it'd fit in the Mad Max movies, the way it's all sort of, aggressively developed. So.
You just need to paint it matte black, yeah, and it'd be, instead of the white knight, the shining white knight, it'd be the Black Bart coming through in a Mad Max movie.
A few spears off the roll cage and it'd suit.
He could probably use some of the backdrops here at Calder Park to suit that as well. Still watching this battle with Michael Hurley and David Bagent. It doesn't seem to be changing too much, except for Michael Hurley. He is doing a tremendous job of concentrating. The 64 is just getting it a little bit sideways unnecessarily. And Michael Hurley is just easing it up and down through the gearbox, placing the car nicely on the apexes.
Again, looking at those times these two are doing. Oh, Tony's lost the rear hatch. I don't know if they'll let him continue like that. That's going to be an air brake, that's for sure. So, unfortunately, he's going to have to do something about that unless they allow him to continue as is. But that's a very interesting one. Better than the bonnet being left open, but very unfortunate.
Hot topics at Calder today. DRS.
DRS. Permanent, perhaps. Yeah, look, that's unfortunate. For
DRS jammed open.
Yeah.
You know what? Every time you open the tailgate of your car, your gas struts give up. When you want them to give up, they hold the thing up in a straight line.
Look, maybe he's going for a picnic and he's just going to get the picnic rug out the back and go for a sit down.
Well, just like Tony Vollebrek, we're going to have to gather it all back up and get on with this race. It's on the remote control now. The 48 got his hands full. He'll certainly know about that because the fumes will be coming gushing in and filling up the cabin. We go for the long shot down the straight here. Have a look at their heads bobble around here as they come over the bumps in the straight. Michael Hurley looks out of the draft, looks to the inside. I think he's just sending a message there. We've still got over 5.5 minutes in this race, so another at least 4 laps down the straight there. And Michael Hurley's gone, you know what? I'll send a signal, see if I can own that track next time around. Oh,
absolutely putting the pressure on David. He's really gonna give it a go here. I'd say the red mist has dropped down and he is just all focused there.
Let's see if they see Trevor Lindsay ranging up behind them. They'll certainly feel the rush of air as the stickers get peeled off the side of their car as he comes through, and he does so. The 66 currently third in this race. And these two, I don't even reckon they noticed that he'd gone through there. They've just got eyes for each other at the moment. Not so much sure how much or what a clear rear view you'd have out of that big central mounted rear vision mirror. There'd be a lot of vibrations there, but you'd see the blue and white zigzagging around in your mirrors.
David really driving defensively there, trying to keep Michael Hurley behind him. He's doing a good job so far.
He's got the air guard out, getting rid of the mozzies in the mid-afternoon here at Calder. And the midget does such a good job in a straight line. Shakes off the Hurley charge there. Down the inside comes Phil Chester. Michael Hurley, well aware of that. He's got a big exhaust pipe in there. And straight on goes the 64. David Bajan. Hurley takes the spot. And Phil Chester goes on through.
Yeah, I wonder if David had a bit of brake fade there or something, just left it that little bit too late and he's overcooked it into turn one.
It really is a funnel effect here at Calder. It gets narrow as you get down into the braking area, and they're trying to put 3 cars there. Here comes the number 1 through there as well. Michael Trathan, the 64, looks over and goes, I want to stay with him.
Well, they're two in the same car, in effect, aren't they? They're very different in the sense of specifics, but they started out the same.
Except there's a whole lot of shiny chrome on the 64. There's no chrome on... as we see Tony Vollebrek comes in, he's looking for someone to close his hatch.
He'll sort that out and get back out for sure.
Oh, the catch is not working. It's given up.
What a shame.
It is a shame. He's unbuckling now and going to get out. So
Tony was doing really well there. I think he was up into 5th at that point, and unfortunately had to pull in. He's dropped back now.
It is a shame, although Paul Vanel is now rubbing his hands together going, I'm getting the ZR Cup today.
That's it. He might try and chase Danny Siama, but he's a fair way ahead from Paul. Paul will do what he can, though.
Hurley is now coming back under pressure, so David Bajan's gathered it all up. Hurley's got nothing but mirrors now, and he opens the corner. David Bajan probably just needs to give a bit of a thank you here, but no, he doesn't. He's like, yeah, I've got your back. I've got a handful.
No, that's some great racing from 2 fellow racers. A lot of fun there.
It is a lot of fun.
That'll be back pushing David around it.
I reckon Michael will be watching this footage for weeks to come. It'll be on high rotation down at the workshop, Sean.
Certainly.
Look at both of them. Signals out there, bringing the Simon come through there as well. Just get little aero screen glinting in the sunlight. And back on with it. It was like that car's gone through. Right, we're into it. Straight back into it in their battle. And they are battling it out for 9th and 10th on the road.
Oh, there's a race no matter where you are in the field in MGs. You could be racing for last and still have an absolute ball out there.
Down the straight they come again. Let's measure that gap. And it's gone back to 0.6 again. So Michael Herlihy has dragged it back in another 0.15 in this lap around. Is he back on the ascendancy? Or just looking at the last lap times for those guys, 17.5. Yes, it is David Bajan.
Oh, look, the way he called back up after his little whoopsie there at turn one, you know, look, the pace is definitely in this midget when he wants it. It's right there. Again, look at it stall almost over that hill. It's really slows you down coming up there in a little four-cylinder underpowered MG.
It's substantially more than a speed hump, isn't it, to one of those guys? And ranging up in behind now as well. We just saw coming down Mount Jane is the St John Cox. Oh, the 64 pinches up a right-hand front under brakes.
He's definitely pushing.
And here comes Phil Chester in the Monty Power car, a guy that's done a power of work to make sure this event went on. Got the Le Mans flashes on there. I think that's more for his mindset than anyone else around him, as we just heard 2 more laps to go.
He's still into it, Phil, although I reckon he's probably backed off ever so slightly to try and give a few of the back markers a little bit more of their race. But yeah, look, definitely powered through there. Is another 20 seconds to Simon Elliott in second position.
Yarra Valley towing and Monty Power emblazoned across the front down the side of this car. Phil Chester wheeled it out earlier on this year, wanted the category lap record back at Sandown, did so.
Yeah, huge shout out to Monty Power. They've done a lot of work to get us all here this weekend. MG's included, but yeah, even on the Vic State side of things, Phil's been working night and day to make this event happen for everyone. So
he's taken everything else off his desk and went, right, round 6, Calder, what do we need to do?
Let's make it happen.
Done a power of work, and full credit to him here as well. And this is the payoff. You get to go and have a really good time. Having said that, it hasn't been such a great time. Overnight, it didn't look like he was going to be running here today.
No, there were some favours called in from Phil's side to try and... Oh, we've got a replay here. Mike Herlihy going up the inside of David Bajan. Is that into turn 1? What a great little battle there. Thanks to Super Cheap Auto for the replay. That is sensational racing.
That will be treasured by the family for years to come.
Can he keep it stick? Can he make it stick though? With 40 odd seconds to go on the clock. We're almost into our last lap here.
But is the last lap board is being displayed
we have,
as we speak. So our race leader coming around the top complex into what is the start of the drag strip. It's a big, long, frustrating left-hander onto the straight, and he will be pointing it up for the last time in the MG and Invited British cars in season 2023, charging down the straight. That magnificent note, which is not lost on us. Certainly the Danny Siyama V8 note is just as beautiful as they come down the straight. What a season! Into P3 comes Trevor Lindsay. A tremendous result there, albeit not quite on the lead lap there. Simon Elliott comes in to take P2. Paul Vernell thumbs out the window, really happy with his result there as well. Ultimately, that was 7th. This battle continues on here, and the 64 is throwing everything at it. David, that time locking them up.
Oh, the race definitely continues.
Look at those hands, steadfast on that left-hand lock. Here is the replay up over the hill. That is not what you want to do with the 1300cc midget. They continue streaming to the line. Michael Trathlin in number 1 gets home in position number 4. Driven beautifully there. Danny gets home in the number 95 in position number 5. And Gordon St John Cox is the last one to finish. Paul Vernell home in 9th place there as well. Sorry, Paul Vernell in 7th place, Michael Herlihy in 8th, David Bajan in 9th, and Tony Vollebrecht eventually got home with the tailgate closed. DRS deactivated in 10th place there as well. Phil Chester on 105.122, a little bit off the ultimate lap that he was heading for.
Yeah, look, he was really pushing for a 103 there, but look, hot conditions and all those sort of things change things in the afternoon. Huge shout out to Metabo Tools and Racer Industries and Super Cheap Auto for allowing this event to go on, and massive shout out to Blendline TV for the sensational coverage this weekend. As always, they put on a great show and help broadcast it all around the world.
Sean Herlihy from Immersive Automotive. Thank you very much for all of your time here this weekend and expert comments. And enjoy Christmas, mate, whatever it holds for you.
We will see you back next year, Darren.
Absolutely, bigger and better and again. We'll be back. We're not too far away from welcoming out on the track the Saloon cars. Back in a moment.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Are you looking to purchase a home or investment property, refinance your loan, renovate your property, or purchase a new vehicle? Let a 888 Home Loans broker do all the hard work for you. Our experienced brokers compare thousands of offers from numerous lenders to find the best solution for you and your situation. We take the hassle out of securing the right home or business loan and find the most competitive deal for you. Contact us for an obligation-free appointment and benefit from the local market knowledge and expertise of your own dedicated 888 Home Loans broker.
Beautiful day here at Calder Park. This is the layout. Yep, it's one big blue straight line down to turn number 1. Loop around and run your way up to turn number 2 and 3, up over Mount Jane, plunge down the other side, into the flip-flop, turn 4 and 5, the zigzag, the W, whatever we call it. A run up to turn number 6, back down through the gearbox, hold it all together, saloon car style, then left, watch out for the curbs around this whole complex, and then turn 10 onto the straight. John Bowe holds the lap record here and has done for a very, very long time. The South Australian built Group C Vez Candace C1. A lap time of 52.69. We're a long way off that here this weekend. 2.28 kilometres is the length. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me is Dan McCarthy. Dan, 2.28 kilometres. You can see why we're getting 20 and 21 lap races, can't we? It's not a long lap.
No, and yeah, 25 minutes again for this one. So the finale, an extra 5 minutes added on. So expect, around that in this one as well. Here is the grid. Now you may think, I'm sure Travis Lindorff crossed the line first in the race earlier on. He did, but he was given a post-race penalty of 30 seconds, I believe it was, for speeding in the pit lane coming back in after the race. So he'll start out of 4th. So it's Anthony Baird that'll start from pole ahead of Daniel Johnson. Blake Harris having a really good weekend, comes out of 3rd alongside the race 1 winner. Then we've got Jackson Leach, Nash Harris in first of the old class machines in 6th. Then we've got Andrew McSwain, Justin Shembury rounding out the front 4 rows in the number 10 Falcon. I was talking to him just before. Big change for him this weekend. We'll come on to that a bit later. Then we've got Kevin Stoopman, who had a bonnet drama. Bonnet pins weren't done, and it came up over the windscreen. He had to get that fixed. He'll start alongside the rookie, Will Harris, or Bill Harris as he's known in the lane. And then Adam Bywater rounding out the 11-driver field. There's a lot of action in the race earlier on today, and I expect this to be no different. The fast man Lindorf coming out of position number 4. We got Holden and Ford on row 1. We got Holden and Ford on row 2. We got Holden and Ford on row 3 as well. So nice even split at the pointy end of the field. So Wheatley, it's the Holden in blue on the left, and then the Ford on the right. The yellow and black machine, the 2023 Victorian champion Daniel Johnson. Flag has been dropped, and we are underway for the final time this year in the saloon cars. Blake Harris bogged down a little bit, but very equal on the front row of the grid. Bear and Johnson side by side down to turn number 1. Such a long run down there, plucking through the gears, and then you got to get down all the gears once again for the tight hairpin.
As they do that, Nash goes right round the outside. He's been used to doing that. He's covered an extra bit of real estate on the opening lap every time. He's got Kevin Stoopman right beside him. You want to be careful. Stoopy will serve it up to you. He's got many years of experience here. Daniel Johnson right into the back of Bear here as well. Not into him, but right up, ranging on the back of him. There's Stoopman, two-wheeling it over across the top of the hill. And dust going up as we see Nash just going back a spot there. Losing out there to Andrew McSwain. That's our leader now coming into the drag strip complex. Right, left, right, and then the very long right corner back onto the straight. And that'll complete lap number 1. But it is a Holden Ford out there at the moment. Traditional saloon car fare.
Absolutely. Johnson was pretty quick late on in that race earlier on today, and he started strongly in this one, and he's going to go on the outside of Anthony Bear, who's been very strong in this one-off return to saloon cars. But DJ going to try and send it all the way around. I haven't seen an around the outside overtake here all weekend long. Will he be left some room? He will. They're going to go side by side now into turn number 2, but if he can hold it there on the inside for the next one, but not quite. Bear holds on as they go over Mount Jane and down into the very fast flip-flop. Lindorf now with all the momentum, and he's going to try and swing it up the inside into this next sequence of corners. Don't quite think he's close enough this time by.
Big kudos there to Daniel Johnson taking evasive action. He could have easily collected the side of our race leader Bear there as the run up to Mount Jane. He didn't. He went, right, let's fight on. There's more laps that I can make this pass on. No need to have it coming together, but much kudos to Daniel there. He got out of it and he allowed Bear to sweep across in front of him.
Stoopman has made this a 5-car train at the front of the field. So Blake Harris is in there in 4th, and Stoopman with the fastest lap of the race has joined the tail as well. So 108.9. Faster than the leading pair at the front, because they were fighting last lap. Stoopman having a big look down at turn number 1. Not quite close enough on this occasion. Slots back in behind. This is a real high-quality affair from these top 5 drivers.
Have a look at under the number panel there of Kevin Stoopman. No, it's not underlining the number 12. That's a bit of tyre rubber on the door there. I can't quite remember who served him up there, but Stoopy will just leave that there and point it to the whoever it was that gave it to him every time they walk past and go, I'm after you, I know who you are. Yeah, that bonnet just getting him to vibration right on that leading edge there. So the tyre power car, a fearsome competitor over many years of racing. Started off, to my knowledge, with HQs. He's raced a very fast Evo in improved production and stepped back into saloon cars this season, and has certainly brought the excitement with him. Can't match the pace of the AU, the yellow and black one there of Daniel Johnson ultimately, but Kevin Stoopman can be the fastest car on track and have a flash of brilliance at any given time.
Well, he was the championship leader in the State Series. Oh, he's going up the inside there. The rear's all locked, all sliding, but he's going to get it stopped. Will Blake Harris be able to hold it around the outside? No. Great race in between the two of them. Stootman takes the place. But I was just saying, yeah, he led the State Series for much of the season. But round 4, he only finished in the top 10 once. It was a disastrous round. And really, that cost him crucial ground in the championship. And in the final round, couldn't recover enough. But yeah, he was the fast man for much of the season.
So correct me if I'm wrong, round 4 was the Nationals, wasn't it?
It was, yes. So 10th place and 2 DNFs. It was an absolute disaster for Stootman. But I'm sure he will be back next year sliding it around. You can see his aggressive driving nature just in that corner alone.
He answers the question, doesn't he, every single time. Well, the beauty is that a saloon car, they can absorb the curbs probably better than any other category that we've got here this weekend. The big Aussie built cars, they're as tough, and you can certainly use them there. They've got the suspension and shock travel that will absorb that sort of thing. I guess you don't want it to be at the full 250 kilometres an hour as they stomp on the brakes. Thunderdome just over their left-hand shoulder there and into turn 1. Daniel Johnson leading everything he's possibly got on this one. It looks like he's going to be really at this stage, unless Stootman can give us a real bit of pace over the next 2 or 3 laps. The only one in the blue oval to take it up to these guys, but they're travelling in numbers here this weekend. Harris could also swing in there, as could Leach and McSwain, who just appears to be a little bit too far off the back of this battle to weigh in on it in any big significant manner. Here we go. This is the fighting pack that I was just talking about. This is McSwain and Bywater. Smoke pluming from the back of the Bywater car. Appears to be coming from under the middle of the car there as well. Or is it from the 34?
No, I think it is from Bywater. Yeah, it's certainly from the Bywater car. Not quite sure what that is. It doesn't seem to be affecting performance, though. He's moving forwards.
Until the oil runs out, whatever it is that's doing there, or tyre rubs through, or whatever it might be. You can't quite pick it up. We're not getting any information back through on the race control loop at the moment either. But we'll certainly enjoy this race whilst these two get right on with it. Adam Bywater, said it before this weekend, has graduated up into saloon cars from the grassroots entry level of motorsport in the XLs, and doing a pretty good job adapting himself nicely, really enjoying the power difference and the rear drive aspect of it. Feels a lot more like a race car in that respect.
It's been a really good year for the series. Not only have we had a few new people join the series, I mean, even this weekend, we've got young Bill Harris, making his debut in the series, but also the interstate is coming over. South Australians have come over for every single round this year, and this round is no exception. As we see, up the inside comes Bywater, and he's made it stick. Oh, lock up late on in the turn there for McSwain, but keeps it on the road. But yeah, we've had Victorians, we've had West Australians come over for the Nationals round.
Kevin Stootman's just gone straight on and into the pit lane there, just off the bottom of screen. He continues on into pit lane. McSwain just watching Adam Bywater drive away. Now, the smoke does continue to come from the Bywater car, and pretty sure Kevin Stootman did come in a big slide coming onto the straight as well, as we get great shots back down over Mount Jane, and Daniel Johnson is right back into it.
Just saw Shembry had an off at the final corner, but he's got that back on. He had an off in the race earlier on in the combined. He's racing the combined class as well. In the end, it was a sway bar that failed, and that's why he was fishtailing around all over the show at the end of that race and brought it into the lane on the last lap. So that was fixed, and he's back out there, which is good news. But not out there is Kevin Stootman, who has entered the paddock. His saloon car season, anyway, done and dusted. Fastest lap of the race last time through for Bear. And that gap now out to 1.8 seconds. Blake Harris, his PB. As I say, he's had a really good weekend, Daz.
Yeah, car just kept coming to him, and it's sadly we're in the last sort of 10 minutes of the season where the car is coming to him. Kevin Stootman, as you mentioned, retired, gone back into the pit lane, which is a real shame. And McSwain and Shembry, that battle continues on out as well. McSwain, in fact, we're just getting a pit entry message there that he's come down the lane. So another retiree. So from 11,
Nash,
we go to 9.
Nash is, oh no, I think he's letting the leader through. I thought Nash was going really slowly there. He was just letting the leaders through. So really good heads-up driving from the man, Nash Harris. And in fact, he's catching up to his son, who's going to be lapped as well there. He is on the inside, so father and son fighting for class honours. And it's the father that puts the son 1 lap down. Oh, sorry, actually, that's for position. So Nash has lost ground early on in this race, I think. So he's recovering. That's 10th position he's taken off his son.
Daniel Johnson continues on his merry way, currently in P2. And this battle is starting to get some momentum about it. But at the moment, Anthony Bear will be the benefactor of this, because these two will start to battle each other and slow each other down. Gee, listen to the revs of that Falcon there. Daniel Johnson is just serving it up to it. Travis Lindorf ranges up into the mirrors now. And we have a completely different battle on our hands now. This is for P2 instead of P1.
These two good mates, and both former champions. Well, one now, the current champion, DJ, winning this year, and Lindorf won back in 2019. So both recent champions of the series. They know how to get the job done. DJ running a little deep in there, and that almost left the door open for Lindorf. He was lucky that a left-hander came next, and he's able to hold on. But that Falcon's understeering again. It's really struggling to turn in to the apex of corners, and Lindorf's got a great run out the final couple of corners, and he has moved by on pit straight. Now all he's got to do is get it stopped down at turn number 1. And who's going to be last of the late breakers? Looks like DJ slightly later on the brakes, but Lindorf has the inside, and he will hold on to that position. Take that position. Position number 2, but he's run a little wide. DJ, good run, but not able to fire back up the inside at turn 2. Not quite long enough for that straight. It's only a short run between turns 1 and 2, so unless somebody runs really wide over the grass with 2 wheels, you're not really going to be able to get a cutback back up the inside into turn 2.
Daniel just getting nice and airborne there, and he's seen Travis Lindorf take that spot from him. He got a little bit scrappy last lap around about here, and that was when see Travis Lindorf went, right now is my time. I've got to snatch this back off. Daniel, well, number 2 has just come down the pit lane. That is Adam Bywater, and I believe that car was given a meatball flag, or which is a mechanical black flag. So there's something mechanically not right with that car and deemed to be unsafe or unroadworthy or outside of the rules. So the car has just been taken into the marshalling area. More often than not, it's some sort of mechanical failure that the driver doesn't appear to be aware of.
That's the car that we saw smoking earlier on, so clearly it's gotten worse, and the stewards have said enough is enough, bring that one in. We're not entirely sure what the problem is with that. So we've lost 3 now, so Bywater, McSwain and Stoopman. These cars are normally very reliable. We don't see too many retirements in saloon cars, but it's been a race of attrition so far. And Bill Harris is back ahead of his father. So this is a great battle for class honours in 8th and 9th between father and son.
It's a spicy little dish, this one, that's for sure. Family members going at it, father and son. And I'm pretty sure there is some bragging rights around the dinner table come Christmas time. It'll be, hey, Dad, do you remember Calder? No, son, I don't. Well, sit down, Dad. Let me remind you about it.
Absolutely. Obviously, Blake is the leader of the trio. He's up in 4th position. But this is for class honours. These two are in older spec machines than what Blake's in. So class honours on the line. And Will Harris set his PB last time through. A 1:17.7. A couple of seconds faster than Nash. Made that move back into 8th position. But Nash is catching back up. Will running a little bit wide. We can see P plates on the back showing he is a novice, and he is first time in the class. Here we go, side by side. A special moment for these two, the Harrises, as they cross the line. A good run for the number 85 Commodore. It's such a long pit straight, and it's going to be Will that's going to hold on down into turn number 1. So the Falcon ahead at the moment, but he runs wide down at the first turn. Oh, Shembury's off. Shembry's off in the beach at turn 6. He's recovered, got that back on the road. But yes, has lost crucial ground. No positions lost, though, because the cars behind him are these two on the screen.
Supercheap Auto replay there shows it's all what happened then. Not a whole lot. Shembry got it all wrong. Looped it around all on his own there. Big thanks to Supercheap. Excalibur Screwbolt Saloon cars enter the last 5 minutes of their season. Well, their season is over and won. This race meeting indeed is where they're enjoying a bit of an end of season hit out for the saloon cars.
It's been such a good season for them, a resurgence you could almost say in saloon car racing, not only in Victoria but around the nation, with over 40 cars that came to Sandown earlier in the year for the Nationals. Brilliant event, 4 races. Shown on Blendline TV, so yeah, if you want to catch the Saloon Car Nationals action, you can go to the Blendline YouTube channel and watch what you missed, and you missed a lot. It was an awesome event for this category, and Will is still holding off his dad at this point in time. The Big Nash livery, of course, run by Paul Morris. Didn't say Big Nash though back then in the early noughties. As we alluded to, Daz, it was Paul Morris in that very livery that won the final Supercars Calder round back in 2001.
Certainly was. It's quite a famous one there as well for Paul. I think the next time he won was Bathurst.
Correct.
15 years later.
Yeah.
Was when he got up with Chaz Mostert. This is awesome, and I don't want to put too much weight on this, Nash, but with the other 3 cars no longer running in this is for last place.
Yes.
So you don't want to be that person.
No, absolutely not, but I'm sure they are enjoying the battle between themselves, whether it was for 1st position, 5th position, or what it is at the moment, 7th position. They will be enjoying it greatly out there, and they'll be fighting as they would for any position as they cross the line. Here comes Big Nash. He's got a great run, and he's got the inside down towards turn number 1.
Geez, you couldn't get more of a gap between the two of them side by side, could you? It starts to concertina down now. Big Nash, well, you've seen the smoke screen that's come up there from the 20, and oh, this is going to be very interesting. He keeps it on the black stuff, but Big Nash gets the job done in the saloon cars, as we just see Shembry in car number 10 taking no further part, retiring as well. So we now have 7 cars in the race. These two have got the World Championship for last place underway. Supercheap Auto replay. Daniel Johnson gets it out, gets a bit of a lift, goes off the track there, keeps into it, does not lose any lap time whatsoever, runs wide, I suppose that will say in the history books. And for Supercheap Auto, he continues on.
Rare to see DJ make a mistake, but yeah, lucky to get that back on, no problem, straighten the wheel. That's one of the things, if you come back on too sharply, you can easily lose the rear and end up in the concrete on the other side.
Yeah, you don't want to get onto the jagged edge of the track as well, because that can tear the inside wall of your tyre off, and often you see the inside wall of a tyre being torn off because someone's gone over the back of the ripple strip where the jagged edge of the concrete is. And the idea is the ripple strip's there to keep you on the black stuff, not send you out into the green stuff where you hit something hard.
Last lap through, 6/10 faster was Lindorf over Bear, and then again 4/10 on that lap. The gap's down to 2.1 seconds, but is it a case of too little, too late? Oh, Big Nash right on the apex there. I'm not sure if he's got a problem or just letting the leaders through, but that's allowed Will Harris back through, so change of position again. Sun back through on father. Oh, 2 wheels sideways for Bear that time. We've seen some wild moments there. That was probably the wildest of the lot.
Yeah, getting some air underneath these saloon cars through there. And as I said, I alluded to earlier, they are the cars that can do it, and they can hang together with it for a few laps anyway. You don't want to punish them too much, but certainly if you hit it at the nice unweighted part of the corner, you can just drift the car through there.
Pretty equal, the Holdens and the Fords this weekend, but the Holdens, from what people have been saying, maybe slightly because they're independent rear end there, they're able to sit back down on the road a bit better and get the power down out of there. The Fords can't quite ride the curb as much as the Commodores, but other than that, the two machines are very, very equally matched here this weekend.
It's probably the IRS on the Commodore that will enable that rather than the B-Max on the Ford. But boy, oh boy, gee, the 51, Travis Lindorff is serving it up to the Casey Accident Repairs outfit. He wants to climb back into the lead of this race. We've got under a minute left on the clock, so we'll wind that down, and then there'll be one more lap until we see the completion of the saloon cars.
Brilliant shot there from Blendline TV, almost at the apex of that corner, showing the two-wheel action from Travis Lindorff, who only joined the series late on this year, and he's really come back strongly, and hopefully he'll be back again next year full-time, doing the full campaign, and if he is, there is no doubt in my mind he will be a real contender for the championship. As they cross the line, he's continuing to really hunt down Bear. That's visibly shrunk that time through. The margin now just 1.3 seconds. He's cut another half a second out of him on that lap.
I know you're not an emotional guy, Dan, but I'm starting to feel the emotions now. We're on the last lap of the season for the Excalibur Screwbolt Saloon cars. I know you've got a cold heart and you're a facts man, but boy, oh boy, great season for the saloon cars.
It really has been. It really has been a great season. So much action up and down the field. We've been spoiled with some of the battles that we have seen this year, particularly, as we say, in the Nationals. And it's coming down to the wire again in this one. Two wheels through the fast flip-flop and down into the final sequence of corners. It's been a great end to the race for Travis Lindorff, but barring a mistake from Bear in these final couple of corners, it's just going to be a case of too little, too late. He's really flinging the Casey Accident Repairs Commodore from apex to apex. He's really come close on this final lap, but it is going to be Bear that's going to hold on by the skin of his teeth. A great final race, and it's Bear that takes the race victory, 2 out of 3, and the round as well. Lindorff, fastest lap of the race on the last lap, coming up just 3/10 shy. Daniel Johnson comes across the line off camera in third. But now we look for this battle, class honours, father and son. Bit wide there for Will Harris coming onto the pit straight for the final time, but he is going to hold on, or is he? It's going to be almost a formation finish across the line. He just holds on by 1/10 of a second, and he set his fastest lap on the last lap as well, a 17.2, but yeah, 1/10 the margin between the pair at the end. Here are the results then. It's Anthony Bear, as we say, by just 3/10 in a great final lap exchange. Daniel Johnson comes home in third. Blake Harris, really good round, coming home in fourth position ahead of Jackson Leach, who is pretty lonely in that one. And then rounding out the only 7 finishes, we then have William Harris and Nash Harris, and then we have got Justin Shembry, Adam Bywater, Andrew McSwain, and Kevin Stootman, who failed to greet the checkered flag.
I still can't believe you haven't got a tear in your eye, Dan. I've just wept that whole last lap there as the season comes to an end with the saloon cars, and boy, they've been such a great entertainment package right throughout this year, and a magnificent effort all year long from your fine self, Dan Truckee McCarthy. Done a tremendous job there. Well done, mate. It's I know you got an award. I think they gave you a badge that said series commentator, but
yes,
you've well deserved the badge, and it's been such a good category right throughout this year.
Yeah, it certainly has. Now, it's been a privilege to call such a great category. It's been such good racing all season long. Can't wait for them to hit the track in 2024 already. They haven't even got back into the paddock yet, but yeah, I'm already looking forward to next year. The wind's got up a bit, and we will take a short break. We'll be back after this.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Are you looking to purchase a home or investment property, refinance your loan, renovate your property, or purchase a new vehicle? Let a 888 Home Loans broker do all the hard work for you. Our experienced brokers compare thousands of offers from numerous lenders to find the best solution for you and your situation. We take the hassle out of securing the right home or business loan and find the most competitive deal for you. Contact us for an obligation-free appointment and benefit from the local market knowledge and expertise of your own dedicated 888 Home Loans broker.
Welcome back, Tracks Wide, here at the Aceway, and that is where we are. The Calder Park Raceway here out in Calder Park, just off the back end of Keilor, the airport over our shoulder, and just over our shoulder, right next to the Race Fuels fuel site there. Race Fuels, of course, great supporters of motorsport at all levels, right across the country. Bowser's permanently now at Sydney Motorsport Park and also at Queensland Raceway. Great portable setup they've bought here to make sure all of the fuel is delivered safely and in the highest of quality. And we are obviously here at Calder Park Raceway for round 6, the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And Darren Smith, right alongside me, is Callum Brannigan, who has been a loyal servant to the State Championships for many years now. Started off as a scribe and has started to climb the ladder of motorsport commentary, has been featured at such racetracks as Bathurst. Callum, welcome to this, the final race for the year for E30s and XLs.
Good afternoon, Darren. Good afternoon, everybody tuning in from home. Yeah, it's been a good year, 2023, for the Victorian State Race Series, and wonderful crescendo. It's a fantastic way to finish the year at Calder Park, the return to racing for Motorsport Australia and the Victorian State Race Series. The first time in 15 years. I think the last time was 2008 when the Victorian State Race Series was last here at Calder Park. That feels like ever such a long time ago. And that was about the time I actually got involved in the Victorian State Race Series, Darren. And I know you were a lot younger then. You were, you know, not breaking hearts, I guess. You'd sort of settled down and, you know.
I've definitely settled down. G'day to Kate, my wife, who's watching. I've definitely settled down by then. Had a great life ever since. Thank you very much, Callum. But certainly lots of, you know, everyone's got a story if you're of a certain vintage, I'm going to say you're over 45 at least, and you'll have a history here. There's a great message there, thanks to our volunteer officials who are obviously taking a slight break in between races there. You can join the forces of the volunteer officials, and they do have such a great time. Check it all out at motorsport.org.au/officials. Just looking at some of the catch fencing that the officials and the flaggies do work in these days. They get very succinct messaging from race control, and you'll always see them catching up on radios and getting signals through from race control. So they do play such a vital part of going racing. But yeah, if you've been around and you're 45 years of age or older, you'll have some fond memories of Calder Park. Of course, I have a trophy cabinet. It's more like a box in the back of the garage these days, but there is a couple of them that have got Calder Park written on them. So it is always nice to drive in the driveway, even if it is a decade and a half between visits.
No trophy is big enough for you, Darren. So rolling out onto the track now.
I agree.
BMW E30s along with Hyundai XLs for their third and final race of the weekend. 25 minutes in duration, and starting on pole position, we've got Royce Lyon alongside Jesse Bryan, and that's going to be a great battle between those two. We pointed out during race 2 that they've got two very different styles in terms of attacking Calder Park. Royce likes to keep it off the curbs. Jesse Bryan bashes them as hard as he possibly can, or it certainly seems like he is. Very spectacular is Jesse Bryan, and then they've got the car of Rogers behind them with Brian Burke starting out of position 4. Simon Schiff, Jeffrey Bowles, Paul Schiff, Rory Plant, Roy in the Upflow car. Wonderful brewery. Obviously, you've sampled there fine. Amber ales at times. Darren?
Yeah, well, it's non-alcoholic, so that's
correct.
how I live these days. Not much.
Well, you're a fizzy kind of guy, so I know you like a cold can at the end of the day.
That's right.
And Martin Taylor, Zachary Dunn, Adam Trapsky, Peter Knight, and Seth Burkhart's rounding out the E30s field. And then we've got Peter Fleming starting alongside Carly Fleming, both hailing from Victoria. Dallas Harvey and Connor McLeod. Now, we saw McLeod in the tyre wall, I believe it was, during race 2. The car looked a little bit sorry as it was brought back in on the flatbed tow truck.
Well, that's at the start of this race, or when these field went out, when you referred to them as eggshells. That's what I thought you were referring to, because it was a pretty good egg. It was dropped from a fair old height from the range hood all the way to the fry pan, and it walked away.
Yeah, Humpty Dumpty had a great fall, unfortunately. So, yeah, not sure if that car's going to take part in this race, but you can see them gritting up there. And beautiful sunshine. It is hot out there. Well, it's not hot, but by standards of a Victorian winter or coming out of it into spring, approaching summer, it's about 25, 26 degrees, I think, when I last saw the temp gauge.
The interesting thing is going to be the track temperature, because the sun's been out all day, and the Australian flag drops. Proud moment for everyone around the nation as we get underway with a national flag. Again, great start to Jesse Bryan. He absolutely blinds them off the line there, but watch the challenge come at him from behind. Royce Lyon leads the charge. Have a look at Goose Rogers looks out now. And Brian Burke, they're going to go 3 wide into a bit of track that can only just fit 2.5. And they're going to do it with 2.5 as well. Brian Burke gets pushed out wide there. Rogers sneaks into P2. Royce Lyon's going to follow him through on the inside here. Brian Burke needs to just hold up the middle of the corner here. And Royce Lyon, great run here for these guys. They've just gone off the track there. Royce has gone back a spot, and he'll go side by side now with Simon Schiff through the zigzag. Not side by side, they get back in, but Royce just giving us a bit of Jesse Bryan look under the underside of his car. Bryan has got himself a magnificent lead with only half a lap of his journey done.
Geez, it's early on. The guys and girls are racing very hard out there, but just forget everything I said about Royce Lyons keeping it off the curbs, because that was a prime example of absolutely sending it through the flip-flop. We'll still keep workshopping a name for you. Coming onto the main straight, these wonderful little 2.5 litre straight sixes, sounding beautiful as they come down the long Calder Park main straight. And different surface, or obviously a surface has been a hot topic for this round in the lead up as well as during. So a lot of drivers talking about the lack of grip, especially at the moment. It's baking hot out there on the track surface at the moment, as Royce Lyon indeed going up into position 3 there. So this is a great battle for this third step of the podium, using plenty of curb on corner exit, and nails his turning point there as well. So you can see the drivers keeping it nice and clean. We've seen a couple of drivers sending it around Mount Jane, as Darren has been calling it, which is a bold approach. Instead of going over the hill, just avoiding it altogether. So it's
Bit
great.
of autocross style.
And at times air as well. So as Darren says, a lot of these drivers going so fast over the hill that they're registering a lower orbit.
They certainly are getting clearance from Tullamarine to come in low and hot. BMW is not so much, but certainly the Saloon cars have employed that prospect. Brian Burke now just got Simon Schiff ranging into the back of his mirrors there when Brian really needs to get out of Ash, Goose, Rogers and try and chase down Jesse Bryan, who's leading this field and doing a magnificent job with 2 laps down, 1.8 seconds up. So nearly 2 seconds lead in the first 2 laps here. But Royce Lyon has done the fastest lap of the race in P3 in the yellow and black top line concreting car. And we just watched them coming out of turn 2. That's Brian Burke feverishly working at the wheel. And Paul Schiff there in the 54 tribute livery, the Benson and Hedges Tony Longhurst tribute livery. Great looking design that they did for the factory car all those years ago, albeit doesn't quite sound the same as a 12,000 RPM screaming M4 engine in the Group A spec.
And Frank Gardner spearheading that team back in the day. Very successful factory BMW operation from the early 90s, all the way through the 90s as well with the Super Tourer era. Battle on here. This is for position 2. Now, Royce Lyon is the fastest person on track at the moment. He did 1 minute 10 flat that last time around, and he's 7/10 per lap quicker than Jesse Bryan at this stage of the race. Now, he just lost out a little bit on that corner exit, so tucks back into position 3, but the battle is definitely raging on between these two. So that's Rogers from line. 0.3 of a second is the gap from P2 to P3. Now, Jesse Bryan has got 2.1 seconds up his sleeve at the head of the field. He's doing a great job, working very hard on his racing and doing a great job promoting his racing activities as he continues to come to grips and further his career, his racing career at club level, and I'm sure he'll go into bigger and better things in the future. But at the moment, he's in E30s, they're proudly supported by Garagistic, and very much enjoying himself. Royce Lyon up the inside. Very clinical, clean move, keeps it nice and tidy, and he takes that position away from Rogers. So Rogers now in position 3. Royce Lyon just absolutely placing that car beautifully. He's using all of the all of the available room that he has, and you can see the on the aprons, the sides of the track. The team here at Calder Park have been working really hard upgrading this facility, and there's a whole lot of extra concrete around the edges of the track just to help drivers if they do happen to venture off ever so slightly. But obviously curbs have been a hot topic this weekend. Having out the straight line pace of Rogers. The car is very fast in a straight line, it must be said, Darren.
Yeah, certainly Ash Rogers up the back straight there. He opened the way up to
Did we lose line?
No,
yeah, no, we didn't. He's just a timing error there, sorry.
Line through there, so he did leave plenty of room there. Jesse Bryan smashing the curb just in through the flip-flop that time around there as we get a good look at the 2 ships and the number 24 there of Jeff Bowles as they come through the flip-flop there as well. But certainly the Ash Rogers or Goose opened up the car and allowed Royce Lyon to go, and he went, well, you want to chase down Jesse Bryan? I'm not being able to make any impression on it over the last 2 laps. You go out and see if you can chase him down here as we just look at the whole field coming out over Mount Jane and streaming on through. That's the 86 of Knight, and doing a nice job as well. Very much a factory coloured blue, that car, and in behind Knight now is that Dunn that's gone back a spot. The Bell Motorsport car has taken a spot off. I'm just watching Carly Fleming, who has joined the back of the BMWs. That's a terrific drive there to stay with the thoroughbred German mark, the E30s, and the XL. So Carly Fleming sending a pretty clear signal into the ranks of the XL races here in Victoria that that's going to be something to watch in season 2024.
Carly Fleming, familiar face in Victorian state level competition. She also races a McGale in the Victorian Formula Ford Championship, and she does double duties more often than not, also behind the wheel of the XL, so you can see her behind the wheel in the number 142. Now, this is the battle for the lead. The gap is closing. Royce Lyon on the back of Jesse Bryan. This has been brewing for a couple of laps now, and the gap is down to just over 5 car lengths between position 1 and position 2. That's 0.5 of a second, and that's what it looks like as they come screaming down towards turn 1. Now, great examples or great driving from both drivers with 2 drastically different approaches, but I think Royce Lyon has thrown the rule book out of the window, and he's taken a whole new approach and taken the challenge right up to Jesse Bryan. Coming up to turn 2.
He's almost taken any traditional method of getting away Calder Park out of the rule book as well and gone, right, I'm going to have to throw something a little bit hybrid, a little bit something bespoke here at Jesse Bryan as he just smashes over the curves. And Royce Lyon, I reckon he'd have a bit of a giggle at that. He'd be like, this car's about going airborne. I mean, join the aerial fleet.
It's one way of saving and preserving your tyre life throughout a race, Darren, by literally driving on 2 tyres for most of the lap. But of course, they run an AO50 Yokohama semi-slick tyre in the BMW E30. It's a very versatile and durable tyre, but Jesse Bryan's tyre saving or tyre management, I guess, is not only spectacular but also rather clever. I guess
he might be saving on abrasive surface contact, but he's putting all the weight through 2 wheels and trying to drive it to lead a race there as well.
Darren,
so
don't let the facts
there's compromises in all our strategies, isn't there? Royce Lyon now looks to the inside. Jesse Bryan's got the straight line handling sorted in the number 38 and has done all year. But Royce Lyon in the number 4, you just get the feeling that it's imminent. That's what's going to happen here. And he's really driving it off the back wheels there. Love those yellow gloves as they go up. You can see him giving the angle on. It's just one nice application of steering lock. Not having to readjust it, just setting it sail with one there. Let's have a look. And massive 2-wheeling there on that E30. It is a way to do it as they go side by side, matching silhouettes with each other. Royce has got the nose in front, but doesn't have the entrance to the corner sorted, and the 38 just holds him up there. Jesse Bryan lives, you feel, to fight inevitably for another day, but inevitably Royce Lyon has definitely got the fastest car out there on track at the moment. Last time round, a 1:10.4 for the white and a red car, Jesse Bryan, a 1:10.26 for Royce Lyon.
Just over 10 minutes remaining in this race. It's extremely close there between position 1 and 2, and they've also got some lap traffic in the form of the 161 of Harvey to contend with. Up the inside, though, the XL steps out to the left-hand side and allows the leaders in the E30s through unaffected, which is great that this battle can rage on. As Darren alluded to before, the yellow day-glow gloves of Lyon means you can see just how busy they are behind the wheel, giving him a little bit of a nudge there, letting Bryan know that he's there. He's imposing his presence in the yellow E30. That time around, Bryan not quite as dramatic over the curbs here. Having a look around the outside, but as we saw it on the last lap, it's not quite the optimal place to position your BMW E30. But here we go. Bryan's compromised now by the 122. I think that is the car of Peter Fleming.
It is, indeed.
Getting ever so slightly in the way there, but he steps out to the left-hand side. So lucky for Bryan that Line didn't capitalise on that slight mishap as they come back down the main straight once again. You can see the heat haze. It does feel that hot out there at the moment, and we sincerely hope everyone around the circuit, thank you for coming out to Calder Park. We appreciate all of your support. Thanks also to everyone tuning in from home. Let us know on the comments where you are tuning in from. We are reading them, and Darren will read out your suburb or your town name happily on air. But we appreciate all of the support and all the people tuning in to support the Victorian State Race Series. E30s are supported by Garagistic, but big thanks to 888 Home Loans for throwing their support behind BSRS, as well as for this weekend Metabo Power Tools, Racer Industries and Super Cheap Auto. Here is Royce Lyon having another look around the outside. He's got a bit of a run on him too. Wags the tail. They're side by side coming up to turn 6. Who can do it under brakes? Will Lyon take the outside line this time around? He does, but he's got a much better run on him. He inherits the inside line as they come through turn 7. Brian inherits the inside line once again coming through the turn 8 kink, and he'll have the inside line coming through the long right-hander coming onto the main straight. Geez, Darren, this is a race.
Royce Lyon will have the better speed entry onto the straight here, so it's going to be on 3/4 of the way down the straight. Might be 1 kilometre of an hour. He was wide there, so it enabled him to flow the car a little better. Here he is, right into the rear. Boot lid now, pulls out onto the left, goes for the right-hand side. The flashes ablaze there on Jesse's car, just letting the traffic he's coming through know that they're going to arrive hot and sweaty on the scene here. Jesse Bryan and Royce Lyon absolutely at the front of this field. We've got our eyes absolutely pressed up against the screen here. Do not want to miss a millimetre of this racing. Royce Lyon, he's got the pace. Jesse Bryan is crowding the racetrack and making sure that Royce Lyon learns the trade. And this is going to be very interesting now. Does Jesse Bryan prop the car next to the slower car there to try and force the outside line there? But each time he's gone to the outside, Jesse Bryan's held out the turn in and really off-footed him. Made it awkward. It's got a bit weird between these two. Awkward and weird is not what you want on a racetrack.
Awkward and weird, that's not you, Darren, at all. Here we come, Royce Lyon, the number 4. What can he do? Can he find a way to position his car on the inside line? He came close a couple of laps trying to go around the outside, but this is a clinical drive from Jesse Bryan and a clear example of what track position can do. It's not a very wide circuit here at Calder Park, but the straights are long. And the car of Bryan's got plenty of horsepower underneath the bonnet there. 2.5 litres of 6-cylinder.
Here he goes. Royce sends it. He sends a beautiful one down the inside, the number 4. An emphatic pass, cranks it sideways. Jesse gets into him just as a bit of a message on the way through. Royce turns in, drives it straight over to the corner and shuts the door. Jesse Bryan shut the door a couple of laps at the bottom of the back straight here on Royce, and he said, yep, okay, all right, let's get on with it. I'm going to have to shut the door here because otherwise I'm going to be dealing all race long with Jesse Bryan holding me out, and he gets himself a good 4 or 5 car length lead as they come under brakes down there at the turn 6 into the complex, coming onto the drag strip. They come now. Royce Lyon, number 4. Jesse Bryan is almost having to resign himself to the fact that this young gun is very tough to beat, and in fact in season 2023 it's been Royce that's done it more often than not than anyone else.
What can Jesse Bryan do? He's got 5.5 minutes remaining in this race. Half a second, the gap between Lyon and Bryan. He's got a run on him. He's got pace. He's going to have a look up the inside, down the main straight. That is a great move there from Jesse Bryan. The number 38 backed up the inside. The battle rages on, Darren. This is far from over. Bryan from line. Rogers in position 3. Brian Burke in position 4. He was a fast starter. He's lightning off the start-finish line with the Australian flag this weekend, as we do not have a set of lights at Calder Park. Brian once again sending it over the curbs. Jeff Bowles in position 6. Paul Schiff in position 7. And Rory Plant in the upflow car in position 8. Locking a break there is Royce Lyon in hot pursuit of Jesse Bryan ahead of him. And they've got some more lap traffic to contend with as well in the form of E30. So we saw them come up behind the Hyundai XLs earlier in this race, but the difference this time around is that the E30s that they're about to lap are a lot more similarly paced. So they are relying on the lap traffic to step aside and let them through as easily as possible. Obviously, the Victorian flag marshalling team will be receiving commands from race control to wave the blue flags, as you can see there in the background. Big thanks to all the volunteer officials here this weekend working tirelessly under the hot sun at Calder Park Raceway. Up and nice and easily up the inside of the number 86 of Peter Knight. And we've also got the car of Dunn stepping out as well. And I don't want to back it off too much because he's going to come under fire now, and that's actually for position in the background there, but Royce Lyon also through there nice and safely. So Darren, who do you like for this race? Jesse Bryan from Royce Lyon, 0.6 of a second. just over or just under 4 minutes remaining. Who do you like?
I actually like what Royce has done there with Jesse. He's let him arrive on the traffic first, so clears the way, and it's actually enabled Royce to drag back that deficit he had at 0.6 is now at 0.4. So just with those two cars going through and Jesse being the one arriving on them and having to pluck his way through, he's now ranged right up back into the rear bumper of this car. Let's see how Jesse Bryan immediately jags over to the right-hand side of the track to defend the run into the braking area down at turn 1. He does that, and this is what Jesse Bryan does fairly typically and does a fairly strong job of it.
Big shout out to Duncan from tuning in from Montreal, Canada, letting us know.
Supporting his brother Martin Taylor. Martin currently sitting in 9th place in this race, so there's the power of it. Streaming of racing, you get friends and family and new fans alike from all over the world. We've had them tuning in from the Midlands in UK, Knoxville in Tennessee, Puerto Rico, Toronto, Canada, Vanuatu, and this is Paul Schiff going backwards.
He's looped it coming onto the main straight, and you can see there's the track surface change there over the concrete and the old VHT. He's trying to flick spin there, but
it's too much grip. Too mumuch sticky grip there.
Varying levels of success there. So flick spin not quite going to work this time around. So he's going for an Austin Powers style 30-point turn, but he gets that E35 back up and he's back tearing down the main straight once again. So we're not quite sure what happened to him. Nonetheless, he had that E30 pointing in the wrong direction on the main straight.
And going backwards too, near towards the wall.
Yeah, not conducive to lap times, that's for sure. Jesse Bryan, meanwhile, flashing the lights. He's still at the head of the field. 0.6 of a second between himself and Royce Lyon, position 2. Royce Lyon is the fastest man of this race so far with a 1 minute 9.5. And I dare say he's just cooling off those Yokohama AO50s. The semi-slick tyres just cooling him off ever so slightly, building back towards a challenge. And we'd hazard a guess there's probably going to be 2 laps remaining in this race based on the time tower. But of course, we'll get that confirmation from race control as this race continues to tick down. Now, they've got some lap traffic, the 39 car there to contend with. That's actually Martin Taylor on screen. There was a little bit of smoke coming out the back of that E30. I think we saw some smoke coming out the back of that car in race 2, if I'm not mistaken. But they're going up the inside there of the Harvey XL. Oh, contact!
Royce Lyon into the back of Jesse Bryan there as well, under brakes. Loses control momentarily and just clouts the back of Jesse Bryan's car and finds himself with steam coming out of the bonnet of his car, and that's not good. That means you've holed your radiator or something, a line or something like that. I was just about to say whoever wins this race is going to have won a battle of the ages, but I tell you what, now with, I'm going to say still 2 laps in this journey, and I would suggest that the yellow car of Royce Lyon is going to take no further part. Can't take it away from the young fella, though. He has driven an amazing season, blisteringly fast, and until today, until 30 seconds ago, extremely reliable. You could put your money on him and know you're going to walk away with a credit. But this guy here, Jesse Bryan, has been aggressive. It's the only way to state it there, and you can see where he's run together. It looks like it might have taken out a tail light or something along the way there as well.
And the bumper bar's hanging off it. You can see there it's wagging in the wind, and it's a quite not insignificant bump at the back. Now, in the distance there, you can see Lyon's already stepped out of his number 4 E30. He's jumped out of the car and he's hopped over the fence. There he is, and Bryan sails on past. So he's got 9.7 seconds.
So we are on our final lap for the season for the E30s for the State Series. They still do have a domestic championship round to go down at Phillip Island at the in December for the, sorry, that was last year. This year they have at Winton in a couple of weeks' time there. So checkered flag now waves for Jesse Bryan as he takes the win for the last round of the State Series for the year. Does a tremendous job in doing so. Sadly, Royce parked up over there, won't drag any points out of this. The points positioning coming into this round was 132 to Royce Lyon, 105 to Brian Burke, and 102 to Jesse Bryan. So we'll get the number crunchers to work that out for us, but I would suggest that Royce has held on to the title lead as the rest of the field stream to the line. Goose Rogers comes home for a 2nd place. A great run there and a terrific result. Brian Burke in a fighting 3rd in the number 27. Simon Schiff home in the red and gold urban camouflage outfit. Grant Bowles in 5th. Rory Plant home in 6th, goes up a spot out of his 7th grid position. So terrific racing. And really, Callum only got willing right at the very end of that one with Royce Lyon and a bit of traffic mixed up and a bit of rush of blood there and just clouding the back of Jesse Bryan.
Yeah, unfortunate end there. We should give a shout out also to Carly Fleming home, the first Hyundai XL in the XL class. There's a philosophical looking Royce Lyon sitting next to, I believe it's Matt Dunlop behind the camera there down at turn 6. So Carly Fleming home in the lead for the Hyundai XLs. And Peter Fleming in position 2 and Harvey rounding out the, third position, I should say, in the Hyundai XLs, and McLeod not taking part in this race after that accident. So Garagistic supporting the BMW E30s and Hyundai XLs bundled in with them for this weekend. That's been 3 frantic races, and what a dramatic end.
Certainly is. Check that out there. I've got a new promo video on YouTube. Just type in E30 Racing and go through to their gallery there, promoting the category. Doing a tremendous job as Jesse Bryan now makes his way back into pit lane. And let's have a look at the back of that car. Definitely a right-hand tail light has got the damage on it there from the number 4 of Royce, and he looks extremely dejected. There's those famous yellow gloves. And we've been watching them all season as he's made up his mind or changed his mind there. But there hasn't been any history of any malice with Royce. So I'm going to say that was a racing incident, momentary lapse of concentration, whatever you may want to call it. But certainly a tough way to end out the season. We're going to take a quick break here from Calder Park. A big shout out to Metabo Power Tools, Racer Industries, Super Cheap Auto. Here we go. Here's the replay. Yeah, that was 3 bits of car trying to go through the one part of track and take the back marker on the way through there. A tricky one. And again, awkward and weird comes to mind, Callum.
Awkward and weird indeed, and you can see the Pyark Cruise. I think it's a Pyark.
It is, yeah. It's a recovery car.
Recovering the car nice and quickly. So there's confirmation. Jesse Bryan home in the lead, takes out race 3 of the Hyundai A30s, brought to you by Garagistic. Ashley Rogers, or Goose Rogers, as Darren alluded to earlier, home in position 2. Brian Burke in position 3, Simon Schiff from Jeff Bowles, Rory Plant, Paul Schiff after that, minor mishap coming on, semi-minor, semi-major? I don't know. Minor mishap coming on to the main straight in position 7, Martin Taylor, Zachary Dunn and Peter Knight rounding out the top 10. Adam Trapsky, Carly Fleming, the first of the Hyundai XLs home in position 12 outright, Peter Fleming, Dallas Harvey and Royce Lyon, a dramatic non-finisher in that race.
A quick message also, Callum, for everyone to keep an eye out on the State Series social media pages for the announcement of the calendar in the weeks to come.
Correct.
Of course, that will drop once the upper echelon of Motorsport and decide exactly what they're doing, and then everyone else can fall in line behind. But keep an eye out on the socials and on the website for that announcement as well in the next couple of weeks.
Correct, and yeah, it's similar to this year's calendar in that there's 6 events, I believe, yeah, very much looking forward to season 2024. If this year's been anything to go by, it's going to be bigger and better like it has done so. The Victorian State Race Series taking steady step forwards as it continues to grow.
Fantastic. We'll be back with more racing trackside here from Calder Park. The Formula V's will take the track for the final time in 2023. Back in a moment.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Are you looking to purchase a home or investment property, refinance your loan, renovate your property, or purchase a new vehicle? Let a 888 Home Loans broker do all the hard work for you. Our experienced brokers compare thousands of offers from numerous lenders to find the best solution for you and your situation. We take the hassle out of securing the right home or business loan and find the most competitive deal for you. Contact us for an obligation-free appointment and benefit from the local market knowledge and expertise of your own dedicated 888 Home Loans broker.
Welcome back to Calder Park Raceway. Great shot down pit straight, showing the length of just how long it is and all of the seating that is around the final corner. Up next, we got the final race of the season for Formula V's, and what a season it has been. A real resurgence and return to form for a long-time stalwart of the category, Lee Partridge. He's taken 2 out of 2 this weekend, and he will start alongside the 2023 series winner, Reef McCarthy.
He certainly will. Reef McCarthy's done enough for the Victorian State Race Series title this year, and well deserved. He doesn't need to do anything too untoward in this race, just needs to finish, and the title is already in the back pocket for the Beecham driver of car number 61. Brock Hamilton and Jason Kay, the two men that have only had their second appearance in a Formula V out of the Acura Motorsport stable. They'll be really happy down there that they've had a good solid round. A 3rd and a 4th place start here, and they finished 3rd and 4th in the second race this morning, and they had one driver on the podium yesterday afternoon following the late changes to the standings after that race had concluded. Nick Jones, he started at the rear of the grid after failing scrutineering yesterday, and he drove through to 5th place finish. He was actually up as high as, I think, 3rd at one stage before the safety car came out, which we'll talk about in a few moments' time. That happened in this morning's race. So he's going to start alongside Darren Power. So he's in a good position, Nick Jones, to launch an assault from row number 3 on the top 2, see if he's got anything to take up to them in his final 25-minute hit out. And then behind him, you've got Mick Fisher in the number 33, Cameron Bell in the number 4. And then a couple of drivers down the back here. We've got Charlie Richardson and Kelly Egan. And Claudia Lennox, we're not 100% sure if Claudia's in the paddock, if they've got the car repaired in time. They did say, despite the incident that she had, the Dukes of Hazzard style incident she had over at turn number 7, that the nose cone was off the car, but it only had bent one arm on the suspension. So it actually didn't look, it looked a lot worse than what it actually was from where we were standing. So it looks like they may have been able to turn that car around if they've had the spare parts in the trailer. We'll wait and see if she rolls out of a dummy grid. Now that race this morning, Dan, was looking pretty good actually. There was some good battles. The lead 2 had kicked away, and Nick Jones coming through the field, and then on top of that you had Charlie Richardson and Mick Fisher in a great exchange there as well. And it all became nullified after, we're not 100% sure who dropped the oil. It definitely wasn't Claudia. They've gone back and had a look at her car, and her car's pretty clean. So they're not sure. One of the cars in the queue had dropped a bit of oil there at turn number 6 and 7, and then everybody came across it and was like, whoops, here we go. And it was very, very difficult to spot, but Claudia unfortunately came off the worst out of the lot. She had a damaged car off the road, and a few people lost a couple of places. Nick Jones actually slipped on the oil, did a full pirouette 360, and dropped a spot, and actually dropped 2 spots. So he needed to recover to 5th. That's why he's starting where he is in the order.
Even under safety car, Mick Fisher lost a position as well, didn't he? So he came home in 7th position. Great to see a few ladies in the V's this weekend. We've seen a few throughout the year, but even in this smaller grid, we've got 3 ladies out there in this one. And we have seen from the images from Blenline that the Royce Line BMW has been returned to the lane. And I can hear the whistle, so engines are firing up and we are about to get underway. So Lee Partridge leads the round at the moment by 6 points over Reece McCarthy. So even 2nd place will do the trick in this final race for Lee Partridge, but I am sure he will be going for the race win.
Certainly will be going for the race win. Just keeping an eye on all the cars going out of dummy grid. And yes, Claudia Lennox, last car in the queue right there. The pink and yellow number 96, Jason 98. She has made it out. So that's great to see. Spare nose cone strapped on, arm replaced on the suspension, and off we go. So we've got a full field of Formula Vs. One of the few grids, I think, this round, Dan McCarthy, that all drivers have at least, if they've started the race, have at least been able to start the next one if there's been a non-finish. So small compact field. We've seen improved production with a handful of drivers drop off. We've seen some issues in the BMW E30 race just a few moments ago as well. But at least for every race of Formula V, we've had the full grid of cars take to the grid.
Yeah, it is good news, and just over 10 of them here this weekend. Normally about 18, I think we've seen on average this year, so a bit of a smaller grid, but that was always to be expected at Calder with it being a late addition to the series. But we are about to get underway. Look at them viciously weaving from side to side, trying to generate as much tire temperature as they possibly can. You can hear that the wind has got up this afternoon. It was so still earlier on today, and it really was burning the sun. I'm sure it's still burning just as much. We just don't know about it because of the wind. We'll probably go home tonight and be burnt to a crisp. Well, I will be, being a POM anyway, that is for certain. So I've got to thank 888 Home Loans for their support throughout the year of the Victorian State Series. They've been through all the rounds, starting at Sandown way back in February. I say way back in February, it feels like just yesterday, Saturday of that first round. It's flown by this year.
Absolutely flown by. I can't believe we're already at the end of October. It just feels like, you know, a couple of weeks ago we were still halfway through the season. It completely and utterly in disbelief how quickly this year has gone. And it's been a busy year. It's been a difficult year for a number of competitors and a number of clubs and categories because it's been such a long racing season. In terms of Formula V, this is their 7th round that they've contested club championship-wise this year as we get ready to drop the flag for the second to last time this weekend. There it goes, and off we go. And as we've seen over the course of the weekend so far, Partridge having to start out of second gear hasn't had the better of the start, so that's to be expected. So McCarthy always gets a good start, jumps to the head of the queue, but this is probably the best of the starts that Partridge has had, even though he's had to start in second gear for all 3 races this weekend. That's a much better start. He's much, much closer to McCarthy than he has been in the previous 2 races.
Might have been a better start, but still not good enough. Has to slot back in behind. And a great start from Nick Jones from the 3rd row. He's got past both the Acura Motorsport cars and moves his way up into 3rd position. So a good start from Nick Jones, somebody who was a title contender this year along with Partridge, but in the end they found themselves scrapping for 2nd position behind McCarthy, much like they are in this race. Bit of a lock up there for Partridge in 2nd position, but he still managed to make the corner nicely. But at the moment McCarthy is trying to streak ahead early on, trying to gap the next 4 drivers behind. This could be telling already on this opening lap whether or not they can stay in the slipstream. Look at McCarthy weaving from left back to right and back over to the left once more, trying to break the toe of all 4 of the cars. It's not worked because here comes Lee Partridge down in towards turn number 1 on the 2nd lap, and he takes the lead. It's been so closely fought between these two all weekend long, and it's now Partridge up at the front once again.
Certainly does. Very, very nicely through on the bumps at turn number 1. I was thinking exactly the same thing that you were thinking, Dan, that Reef was trying to gap the field early on, try and break that toe, as he's been so good at doing that at so many circuits across the year. Just getting out in front, running his own race, not even having to rely on a drafting buddy to, you know, make lap speed and make pace and gap the rest of the field behind. He wanted to check out and get going, but it didn't work. But importantly for them, have a look at the margin second to third at the moment. Right now, visually, it's not too bad, but it is slowly starting to open up already after just 2 laps. So last time across the line, it was a half a second between Partridge and Jones, because that's second to third. So that's the air margin you're looking at there. I suspect it will be roughly about the same, maybe give or take a tenth or two. And that is the occasion. So Jones sort of maintains that brief behind. He's still in striking distance, but remember what happened yesterday afternoon. The longer the race went on, it's a 25-minute race, the longer it went on, he started to drop back, and it became a steady drop back of about a half a second a lap. So he's not there or thereabouts and can't stay with him over the first sort of half a dozen laps. We expect to see him drop back. And we can see here Jason Kay has made a pass on Brock Hamilton at turn 1 as well. So that's a swap of position for the Acura Motorsport teammates.
Certainly is, but they must be pleased with how this weekend's gone, and they must be really looking forward, I imagine, to next year as well, because they'll be fighting in the top 5 based on their performance this weekend.
They've unearthed some talent there, I think, at Acura. So Jason Kay come across from the Hyundai Excels at one stage, and Brock Hamilton, you know, sort of come out of some karting. So moving them up into a nice little open wheeler category, they've found a bit of a niche for themselves. They've had a few drivers come in, like Adam Nicholson, who originally piloted the car that Jason Kay is in this weekend. You know, he was very, very quick in that Stinger, and I thought he'd actually, you know, been the talent that I unearthed, but he hasn't raced a couple of rounds. And I know he was here this weekend. He's out supporting his girlfriend, who is indeed Kelly Egan. But it'd be a shame for him to see that Stinger going so well in the hands of Jason Kay. And yeah, I think the Acura guys have unearthed a little bit of talent now that might come to the top, albeit at the pointy end, along with the likes of Andre Curran, who's not here this weekend, and some of those drivers that are in their second season of Formula V started to make a mark for themselves. They're going to have some competition next year.
Yeah, it's going to be really good. Really looking forward to seeing what the V's can produce next year. I think it will be good. But these 3 have been the talk of the town all season long, and it's these 3 at the head of the field. It's good to see Jones going with them in this final race. He's not been able to match them in the first 2 races, but he is going with them this time. PB last time through 1:09.4. Faster than the 2 ahead of him, and we could see all within a second as they come across the line. Partridge with the great run down the pit straight, as he always has. Is he close enough, though, to make a move at turn number 1? You bet he is. He swings it to the inside. Partridge loves the toe down the pit straight, and he takes the lead once again. McCarthy's better through the chicanes, turns 2, 3. He always gets a great run through 4 and 5, and generally fires it back up the inside into 6. We've seen that pass from McCarthy all weekend long. Let's see if that happens once again. Despite losing the lead, it was McCarthy with the fastest lap last time through. But yeah, he's lost the lead already on this lap. This is where McCarthy's so good. He uses a lot of curb.
Whoa, Jones catches the outside of the grass at turn number 5. That's going to drop him behind the Acura pair. There they go. Wow, that was unexpected. He was firmly in the toe. He was right in prime position to stick with them for the next few laps or so, and makes a critical mistake at turn 4 and 5. The flip-flop, as it's affectionately been known all weekend long. And that drops him well down the field. He's going to struggle to catch back up to the leading pair from there. In fact, I'm going to go far as to say that he probably won't. But let's have a look at this again on the Super Cheap Auto replay. You've got a little bit of air, and there it is. Right rear tyre, just on power. That's what kicks car number 40 around.
I never think it settled after clobbering that curb. He could not get that thing back under control, and around she went. Was not able to save that one. It just flicked around. And yeah, once that happens, you cannot save it. That is for certain. On the racetrack, McCarthy had a look at the very next corner on Partridge. but Partridge held on. He then held on down pit straight. So here we go. McCarthy, this is his favourite overtaking opportunity. But Partridge knows that now. We're 2.5 races into the weekend. So he goes defensive. McCarthy thinks about going the long way. He was ahead there, had his nose in front at one stage in that braking zone, but he thinks better of it. He knows it's not possible to overtake around the outside there. And Partridge, good exit, but is it good enough? McCarthy is right in his toe. But Partridge has been so fast down this straight all weekend long. But when McCarthy is that close, he can't do anything to stop the youngster coming up the inside in the number 61 machine. So it is going to be McCarthy now with the high ground, the inside line down in towards turn number 1. It's McCarthy back in front.
Certainly is. McCarthy back in front, but only by a half a car length as Partridge tries to hang with him around the outside of 1 and has to concede in car number 28. Still a long way to go. Just ticked under 13 minutes remaining. Remember, we got the better part of 18 laps inside a 25-minute hit out yesterday afternoon. So these two know the deal. They know it's a long game. They've got to think about what they're going to do and when they're going to do it. And there's no point fighting over it now. Just work together, build a margin, and then make sure they're not too close to the cars behind them when it comes to fighting it out for the win at the end of the race. Let's go back in the field here. Mick Fisher's coming under some pressure from Cameron Bell, so this is a bit of a surge from Cameron Bell. He's had a couple of rough rounds in Formula V this year. Started at Sandown, had a couple of engine gremlins and all sorts of other issues. It's been a bit of a mixed up year for him, and even had some fuel dramas yesterday, fuel pickup problem in car number 4, but he's really throwing down the gauntlet to Mick Fisher here. And in fact, they've actually gone past Darren Power, who's up until this point in the weekend was having a pretty handy round with a couple of good mid-pack finishes. But this is very interesting to see. Mick Fisher up as high as 6, and Cameron Bell has really showing that he's got something to go with in this last race, as we're 3 wide down the front straight for a very brief moment.
Power makes his way to the front. Buy one, get one free. Makes 2 positions down into turn number 1. Nicely done, up to 6th position. And he's already pulled a car length's margin on the 2 chasing cars behind. So that's how you make a effective move at Calder. And he's quickly pulled a margin. Nick Jones, we saw spin before, only fell down to 5th, so he's still ahead of these 3 fighting on the racetrack. And in fact, he's catching up to them.
He has.
Yes.
He's actually about 6 or 7 seconds up the road from this group. He has actually caught onto the back of Brock Hamilton, so he's out of shot at the moment, but he has caught back up to the Acura Motorsport number 5. So behind these 3 on screen, you can see Charlie Richardson and Kelly Egan not too far behind. Claudia Lennox is also within striking distance of Kelly Egan as well. So the 3 ladies at the tail end of the field having a good little scrap there. Hopefully Claudia can catch back up to Kelly and make that a little bit of a closer group. But yesterday was quite a lonely race, I guess we can call it, for a number of these drivers. The field got well and truly strung out. We did have a couple of drivers that didn't see the flag. Cameron Bell and Kelly Egan were included in that. But this is great that they've actually gotten better and better as the weekend's gone on. They've realised they've got a little bit more confidence. The track's coming to them, different conditions, having adapted to yesterday's longer race and now knowing what the deal is and how to manage themselves over the race, they've actually managed to find themselves in a good little battle group. So it'd be good to see how long this can actually last for.
Yeah, it's really good. As you say, everyone's involved in a battle in this race. McCarthy and Partridge out front have exchanged the lead about 4 times. I've been watching this enthralling battle for 6th position, and they change again. Partridge back to McCarthy back to the front. And yeah, the 33 machine always left the door open. Up comes Bell, not quite. Had a big look there on Fisher, but not able to make it stick there. And unfortunately, if you make a half attempt at turn number 9, it costs you momentum all the way out the corner and down the 1 kilometre straight. So you really need to make it stick. If you're going to make a move at turn 9, you have to make it stick, or else it's going to cost you all the way down. Look at how far behind the number 4 machine is because of that compromised run. And here we are now, 33 Fisher applying the pressure to Power. So that's what the difference is. Getting a good exit out of there. He's looking ahead instead of looking behind. And fastest lap of the race, or PB I should say, for Charlie Richardson last time through. And she's catching up to these three at a vast rate of knots. There she is in the number 16 machine. So she's going to make it a quintet, fighting for 6th position. So she is flying along at the moment, a 1:11.6, over a second faster than the two ahead of her. So she is now there. She's not catching, she's caught.
Yeah, she has caught the back of Cameron Bell. She'll be in the slipstream now, coming down the front straight as Mick Fisher back through now on Darren Power at the second to last corner. Yeah, she will be right there. Now remember, before the race this morning was nullified, her and Mick Fisher were exchanging places pretty much almost every third or fourth corner. So that will be a very entertaining little battle when she gets to the rear of that group of three. Jones has now made his way past both Brock Hamilton and now just past Jason Kay. So he's now back into the podium positions as he heads down towards the flip-flop at turn 4 and 5. No such errors this time for Jones, but unfortunately for him, he is now the better part of 9 seconds behind the race leaders. Now, he was quite frustrated yesterday after disqualification for being too low in scrutineering, because for him, they'd gone and done nothing else that they'd done before. They'd gone and changed a shocker over, and you know, it's the same type of thing. They didn't make any other adjustments, but unfortunately put them a bit too low. What that meant for him was that Lee Partridge went back ahead of him in terms of the points.
Power made a bit of a mistake there. He ran wide, and then Fisher made the same mistake in sympathy, and that allows Bell to make a move up the inside again. But again, as I said before, if you make a half move there, it compromises you all the way down here. It's really good to see these guys fighting it out, because with the racing that's at the front of Vee's, we very rarely actually see these guys on camera for more than 5 seconds at a time. So it's really good to watch these guys fighting it out on the Blendline TV stream, because normally the racing up the front is so fierce.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's pack racing up the front. That's what we've been accustomed to over the last couple of rounds, especially the last time out at Phillip Island. Like, that pack of 6 or 7 or 8 cars did not separate for the entire race. But normally you'd see, 2 or 3 of them clear off into the distance and have their own little battle. And one of the officials who was at Phillip Island is here this weekend, put their hand up in the driver's briefing yesterday morning and congratulated all of them on their racecraft and just how good it was to watch. And we're seeing another example of that here, albeit further down the field, but just as entertaining as what happens at the front. All these drivers that have come into the category over the last couple of seasons. Cameron Bell's in his first season. Mick Fisher's been around for about 2 or 3. So too Darren Power. Charlie's in her second season in Formula V. They've all started to get their head around the racecraft that's required. And, it's starting to show. Lap times are getting faster. Groups are getting closer together. They can go wheel to wheel and have separation and not, make collisions with each other. It's absolutely fantastic.
And a change for position. So Kay takes it back from Jones, 3rd position. So Kay says, I'm going to follow you, learn from what you do, and repays the favour. So lessons learnt and executed, manoeuvre back past into 3rd. But Nick Jones doesn't like that, and he wants to return serve straight away. Oh, they're both locking up and running wide. It's Kay more so than Jones, and Jones sweeps from back around the outside and through back to 3rd.
Now that's what you call last of the late breakers,
yes.
Isn't it? That was a game of chicken at better part of 160, 170 kilometres an hour, where no one wanted to concede position. Kay knew that Jones was on the inside, but tried to hold it as deep as he could, but unfortunately went about 5 metres beyond the braking marker, and then that just opened up the door, and Jones said thank you very much. So they'll continue that one on, but you can see they've dropped Brock Hamilton by about 2 seconds now, so he's got a bit more work to do. Going to rely on this 2 pair to just fight and squabble for a little bit more, as they're both right at the limit of braking going into turn number 1.
You were saying, yeah, it was a game of chicken. At one stage, I didn't think either of them were going to make the corner. They did, but only just. And down at turn 1, very much the same there. But now Jones trying to break away. As you say, Kay is not going to allow that. We can be certain of that. The purple, the Cura Motorsport machine, is still right there. There's another little bit of a lock-up there for Nick Jones, but makes the apex okay. Oh, running wide, 2 wheels over that curb. You don't want to do that in a Formula V car. It really unsettles the machine. but Kay keeps it on the black stuff. But he's lost crucial momentum as a result of that mistake. He's not quite really where he wants to be. He's about half a second back now from Jones, maybe even a little bit more than that. Yeah, 0.8 of a second.
Yep.
That was a crucial mistake in the final sequence of corners.
Yeah, certainly was a crucial error there. And you can hear the Dunlop tyres just protesting under brakes as they're at the absolute limit going into turn number 6. As there's another change for the lead here. I think there was a potential exchange as they crossed the line. McCarthy has slotted back in behind Partridge. They've chalked up 14 laps so far, so they're on lap 15. We anticipate we're going to get 18 laps because that's what we got yesterday afternoon. So let's see how accurate we are. So roughly, what have we got on the clock at the moment? Just on the north side of 3 minutes, and the lap time is about 1:09, 1:10 seconds. So that sort of suggests we are in line for about 3 more laps.
These guys have been overtaking, well, we've been looking at the other battle. These guys have been overtaking each other lap after lap after lap. They've had about a dozen lead changes since we last saw them. And we might be on for another one here, or does Partridge defend on the inside? The intensity is lifting now with just over 2.5 minutes left on the clock. And Partridge defends the move down at turn number 1. Yeah, the intensity has lifted. You can see it in the anger and the vigor in which the way these cars are being thrown around the corners now. There's a bit more attitude with the cars. They're being more thrown and hurled around the bends. And around here will be no exception. McCarthy's been so strong here all weekend long, and he's going to try and line Partridge up once again. Partridge elects not to defend this time. Oh, he's running a little deep. You can hear the tyres protesting. He does get it in there okay. But yeah, a ever so slight mistake there. It's so hard on the brakes in these cars in Formula V. The speed you're going and what you have to get rid of, the speed, the amount you're slowing, I should say. The deceleration is so significant in these cars.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking for a late apex. Both of them wanted the late apex going through turn number 6 to try and set themselves up for a better run at each other through turn 7, 8, and then onto the last 2 corners. But they're both, again, right at the absolute limit. So watch them here. They go into the braking zone, all the bumps, suspension works away, super hard. Dunlop tyres protest. Then they get on power in 3rd gear. They drive out of turn 1. A little bit of curb at 2. Sometimes a little bit of curb at 3. Use all the extra curb. You don't want to lose your momentum up the hill. Down the other side of Mount Jane. A little bit of curb on the right, a little bit of curb on the left. Get as close to the grass as you dare, using all the available road to you. Now into the braking zone, 100-metre board. Turn it in for turn 6. A little bit of a lock up there from McCarthy. Turn 7 comes up very quickly, the left-hander. Avoid the curb if you can on the other side at turn 8. And then this double apex, turn 9 and 10. Get on the power as early as you can. Drive it out of the corner. And you don't want to open the steering too much now because you want to stay to that right-hand side and protect it all the way down to turn number 1. So, looks like we've got 2 laps to go. Behind this lead 2 pair, Jones has gone through. He's got actually a 1-second margin over Jason Kay at the moment. And it looks like Charlie Richardson has unfortunately dropped off the back of that group of Darren Powell, Mick Fisher and Cameron Bell. So she's going to struggle to get back to the tail end of that group. Currently running down in 9th. And it looks like Kelly Egan may have made a mistake somewhere at some point too. She's actually gone from 10th to 11th and has been overtaken by Claudia Lennox. But all the intensity and all the focus is on this leading 2 drivers.
Here comes McCarthy. He's so close down to turn number 6 every single time, but not able to make it work again. It seems like Partridge is getting a better run through there himself now, going into turn number 6, so through 4 and 5. And it means that McCarthy can't send it up the inside like he has been for much of the weekend. This is where McCarthy needs to make the move, I think, now. I think if he doesn't do it down at turn number 1, he's going to run out of opportunities, but he's going for it. Here comes Reef McCarthy. Oh, it looked like he had a good run, and then as they've gone further down the straight, Partridge seems to have gone back in front, and he has.
It's almost like it was a dragster that deployed a parachute there. McCarthy pulled out of the slipstream, and it's almost like he hit a brick wall. He just didn't go any further. Normally, that's what happens. You just go for take the draft, and you pull out, and you slingshot past your opponent. It didn't quite work out. I think McCarthy's going to have to spring a surprise attack here if he wants any hope of taking a race win for the weekend. He's got to be really good through here. He's got to be right underneath Partridge's gearbox going into turn 6. He's in good position. Here he comes down the inside at turn number 6. He'll send it. He's right wheel to wheel with Partridge. Now he's got his nose in front, backs it in, car steps out, glides out to the left-hand side of the circuit. Partridge tries to cut underneath, but there's no space there. McCarthy will now protect the inside for 9. Can Partridge get the switch back over and under? Can he out-drag McCarthy to the line? He's got a wheel overlap on the rear axle of car 61. It's going to be a drag finish. Is McCarthy going to hold on? He's going to hold on by about half a car length. He gets a win to round out the season.
Brilliant racing, brilliant camaraderie between the two as well. As they're crossing the line, they put their hand out, give each other thumbs up. 0.03 of a second, the margin in the end of that one. McCarthy holding on. Oh, no. Charlie Richardson, that looks like an engine.
Engine failure, looks like for Charlie Richardson coming down Mount Jane. So she'll pull off to the side of the track to a stop. Yellow flags are out. There goes Mick Fisher. There goes Kelly Egan. She pulls off into the grass. What a shame. They've had a difficult weekend. A learning weekend. They've had some car repairs. They've had all sorts of things thrown at them. The only thing that they didn't have thrown at them was the kitchen sink. Unfortunately, they come up about a half a lap short of getting car number 16 home. So Nick Jones home in third. In actual fact, he wasn't that far ahead of Jason Kay at the end of that. He was only 0.6 of a second clear of Jason Kay for third place. So good outing for the Acura Motorsport driver there. So too Brock Hamilton. He gets a 5th place finish ahead of Darren Power. Cameron Bell and will come home for 7th, and then Claudia Lennox is in 8th, but it looks like Mick Fisher has dropped out of that battle. We're hearing he actually had a spin somewhere at some point, and his last lap wasn't too bad, but it must have been the lap before, because he's now plummeted down to 9th place there. So I'd say he might have had an issue maybe down at turn number 1. But Kelly Egan there on your screen was the last of the classified finishers home. So there's your top 10 out of the 11 drivers that started. And the only one that did not get home after that one was Charlie Richardson.
So yeah, McCarthy by 0.03 of a second. It's been such a good season for him, and finishes with a win. Not the round win, but a race win. The round win went to Lee Partridge. Brilliant performance from him. He'll be absolutely delighted with how his 2023 season went. Nick Jones rounding out the top 3, just ahead of Kay Hamilton. Power, Bell and Lennox, as we say. Fisher finished in 9th ahead of Egan. Those two in the end, Fisher and Egan, separated by just 7/10. So there was battling throughout, but unfortunately Charlie Richardson did not greet the checkered flag at the end of that one. No. Thanks very much, Steve DeFries, for all your work, not just in the V's, but in improved production and XLs throughout the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for supporting me with a lot of this as well, Dan, especially today, because there's been a little bit going on for me outside of the racetrack. So Charlie Richardson will get a flat toe back to the pits. And don't forget, there is still Island Magic coming up, where there will be some Formula V action. I'm expecting there's going to be a very, very big grid of Formula Vs, because not only is it the final round of the Australian Formula V series, but the Maury Fordham Trophy for Formula V will be awarded at Island Magic on the 25th and 26th of November. Short break here in commentary. One more race to go here to round out the final round of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series. It is the combined grid. I'm looking at the grid sheet here. There might be 1 or 2 extra cars making it for this one, so we'll see how we go. Back soon on the other side of this.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Are you looking to purchase a home or investment property, refinance your loan, renovate your property or purchase a new vehicle? Let a 888 Home Loans broker do all the hard work for you. Our experienced brokers compare thousands of offers from numerous lenders to find the best solution for you and your situation. We take the hassle out of securing the right home or business loan and find the most competitive deal for you. Contact us for an obligation-free appointment and benefit from the local market knowledge and expertise of your own dedicated 888 Home Loans broker.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Are you looking to purchase a home or investment property, refinance your loan, renovate your property or purchase a new vehicle? Let a 888 Home Loans broker do all the hard work for you. Our experienced brokers compare thousands of offers from numerous lenders to find the best solution for you and your situation. We take the hassle out of securing the right home or business loan and find the most competitive deal for you. Contact us for an obligation-free appointment and benefit from the local market knowledge and expertise of your own dedicated 888 Home Loans broker.
Welcome back trackside here for the final race of the 888 Home Loans 2023 season. It's going to be a race in 6 parts, we think, although it was a race in 3, then 2 late yesterday. But some very exotic machinery going to be joining us out on track here. And we've called it combined because, let's face it, the world's moved on. We used to call these sort of races a butcher's picnic at the end of the weekend. Whoever was left running could bring their butcher's picnic along. I never really dug into the history of the name, but I did race in many butchers' picnics at the end of the weekend. That was if I hadn't have used the supply of axles up, engines and gearboxes right throughout the rest of the weekend. But we see one of the vultures coming back with number 16, the Formula V, on the back there that obviously didn't finish that last race there. So that was a real shame to come back on the back of the vulture, as Alan Moffat used to call them. We've got 3 cars in the pit lane as they come down the pit lane here. A very different pit lane to what we're used to in the Australian motorsport scene, normally with garages and pit garages and all that sort of thing. A very open pit lane here with that you can see straight across onto the track with. So interestingly enough, one of the only places, even Wakefield Park or One Raceway, has pit lane garages these days. And even the Grand Prix has 2 separate pit lanes and garages. So we'll see what happens here at Calder Park in the time to come. 3 cars have joined us on the grid for this combined race. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me, Callum Brannigan, who a number of years ago, Callum and I sat next to each other and said, gee, this would be great if we could live stream this stuff, wouldn't it? This could be some good fun. Your thoughts now, Callum? Regrets? Thoughts? Anything like that?
No regrets, Dan.
Dan?
Darren?
I'll run with
Who are
that.
you?
Trucky Darren. Trucky Dan.
Trucky Dan McCarthy, smiling furiously in the background there. Yeah, well, it wasn't really our brainchild, was it? That was the work of Paul Vanal and the hardworking VSRS team that initially engaged Blendline TV to come and bring the greatest state-level motorsport to Australia and indeed the world. And yeah, you can see the cars on track now, the combined sedans. None of them are sedans, they're all two-door coupes, exotic.
Yeah. GTs.
The ensuing support vehicles behind, they're probably more like sedans. It's curious to see that there's a similar number. So you might as well just leave out the support vehicles and have a subclass.
This could be combined GT and SUVs. No, in all seriousness, there's some 2-3 beautiful pieces of motorsport engineering out there on track. A good opportunity to let everybody, those watching and still here at the track, and there's still some diehards up on the hill, a couple of hundred through the gate today. I think it was even more than that. But terrific to see that you open the gates at Calder Park and you put on a decent race meeting, decently run, and people will come and join in the fun. A big reach out to Cam McKinnon and all the team at 888 Home Loans. There's never been a time in history that, like right now, the cost of living, the cost and affordability of having a loan is under so much scrutiny. And let's face it, the Reserve Bank have seemed to have a bit of a penchant for putting it up, the interest rates. Give them a call at 888 Home Loans and see what they can do for you. Get them to take the pulse. Get them to take the health of your home loan. Australian flag drops and away we go in a whole lot of wheel spin. It will be Rob Love, Bailey Love and William Timms, or Bill Timms to his friends, as the 2 AMG GT4s get in some very, very handy practice before their assault on the Australian GT4 Championship next season under the auspices of the SRO.
GT4 racing emerging in Australia, and it's great to see. It is a good, again, we don't say it's affordable, but it is more affordable than GT3 racing, in which costs over the last decade have steadily risen in GT3. Obviously, it caters for so many different racing series categories around the world. Obviously, GT3, we've got our own domestic Australian GT Championship, but there are various GT3 championships in a lot of guises in Europe and throughout the world. It's also the current DTM Championship set of regulations, and it's going to be the future GT3, GT component of Le Mans from next season, I believe. So GT3 racing is blowing up. It's having a big glow up, I should say, and GT4 is a great supplement to that. So for people like Rob and Bailey Love, we should say that Bailey Love has got the jump on his father off the line in his AMG GT4, so the number 17 leads the way. So yeah, that's Bailey Love from Rob Love from Bill Timms, as Darren called him earlier, in position 3. So conditions out there at the moment, it feels a lot warmer than 15 degrees out there, but there's a slight wind about 30.5 kilometres per hour. Obviously, we are near Tullamarine Airport, so given it's a bit of a flat plain, sort of geographically, there's a lot of winds, and yesterday was particularly blustery here at the Calder Park Motor Raceway. So you could say there is a love interest at the head of the field. Bailey and Rob Love in the pair of AMG GT4s, leading the way, doing a brilliant job from William Timms.
Well, at the moment, the way Bailey's got away with it, I'm going to say there's not going to be any love lost in this one this time round. They're going to come home and all still be hanging in there with it. What is good is that we are getting here at the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships a glimpse into, I guess, what GT4 is going to look like in season 2024 and beyond. It does bring the technical aspect of running GT3 back to a simpler format. The gentleman drivers are going to be able to drive these cars a lot easier. The adjustments are still there. They're just not as finite as what you can get with the GT3 spec. And interestingly enough, some of the comments out of the Bathurst 12 Hour with some very experienced Australian drivers was that, you know, these guys that are being brought in from the factories to run and win these races, and that's what they want to do, have been excessive. Wow, the 27 gets a big bit of air underneath the coming through the chicane there, or through the flip-flop, the Z, the W, or whatever we're calling it this weekend, and lands it, but certainly sent a signal to Tullamarine Air Traffic Control that there's an AMG prepared to launch.
There's some serious airtime there, and it's a good demonstration on how these cars really don't like to be thrown over the bumps. They're not a touring car like we have in our domestic series with supercars where they're designed to hit bumps as hard as they can. So here is the Super Cheap Auto replay. Make it super. Launches it over the ramp there, and some serious airtime there for Rob Love in the number 27. I think he got a score at 10 out of 10 from all of the judges for that one, but able to keep the car straight and albeit slightly in the air. But no harm, no foul. So here's Timms just tiptoeing through turn 1, coming up to turns 2 and 3. Geez, that's a great looking marque car, isn't it, Darren? Like, menacing black carbon fibre look, minimal stickers, massive rear wing at the back, and a throbbing V8 under the hood with a massive exhaust pipe. And you can see he's just tiptoeing through the flip-flop, a little bit cleaner than Rob Love was on that last lap. So what's happening with Will Timms? That was a 1 minute 8.2 on his last lap. He's just last lap, 9.7 seconds adrift of position 2.
Just touching on these magnificent looking marque cars, an absolute watershed weekend for the Australian built marque cars. The competition on the Gold Coast for the Precision National Sports Sedan Series. It's 3 from 3 for Cameron McLeod at the wheel of the Mark GT Sports Sedan, built specifically to sports sedan regulations. So that is an amazing result there. I am just madly trying to do some maths in my head, because today's race saw Jordan Crusoe come home in 2nd place and Tony Ricciardello in 17th. I don't know who has won the champ. Is it Tony Ricciardello has got 12 championships? Wow. I know we're here and we're working with the Victorian Championships at the moment, but that is an amazing result. That car, 30 years old, and Tony Ricciardello takes his 12th National Sports Sedan Championship. If that doesn't put a smile on your dial, I don't know what does. That is absolutely amazing.
What a place to do it as well, up in the sunny Gold Coast. Concrete Canyon, as they say.
And the cars look so good there. The footage I've seen out of, you know, they match the Goldie, don't they? They're wild, they're exotic, they're fast, they're flashy. And the sports sedans, I believe, have been absolute crowd favourite up there on the Gold Coast.
And our good friends, the Gillilands, Graham and Anne Gilliland, making the trip up to the Gold Coast.
Damien Johnson
as well. Michael Robinson, of course.
Yep.
The plethora of Victorian competitors that we're used to seeing here in the Victorian State Race Series making the trip up to the Gold Coast. But Anne Gilliland, you mentioned before, the Blendline TV, was a recent introduction to the Victorian State Race Series, but she was a big proponent behind the scenes, pushing for the promotion of the category, the Victorian State Race Series, because she's so passionate about it, like everyone else is behind the paddock. And meanwhile on screen there's Bailey Love. So it's 5.8 seconds between himself and Rob Love. Squirreling under brakes there, keeping it nice and steady, but gee, that's a beautiful looking car. I love how they sound as well, because it is a twin turbo V8. Now the turbos, as we said, act a little bit like a muffler in these cars. You'll notice that Formula One cars aren't as loud as they used to be, and it's mostly due to the turbocharger on the back or bolted into those Formula One cars these days. So these GT4s have a different sound in comparison to the GT3 counterparts for in GT competition, especially from the Mercedes factory.
Well, the other thing is that the other note is this marque car as well, with that that Coyote engine as well. That's a completely different note as well, isn't it?
It sounds
clearly V8, but just a different note indeed.
just a different flavour, and obviously both thoroughbred, properly engineered race cars a piece. Now, they're both suitable for endurance racing. You can tweak these cars and have them set up for endurance or sprint events. No matter what you're entering it in, these cars are both beautifully suited to a long race. So if you are perhaps considering one of these vehicles for endurance racing, you would want to do things like install a much bigger fuel tank if it hasn't got the maximum size available already installed. And it's usual in excess of 100 litres or thereabouts bolted into these cars to ensure that they can go the distance and go long stints between changing tyres. And what that does usually mean is they run a harder compounded tyre than in comparison to say a sprint tyre. So it's a lot harder. It takes a lot longer to get the temperature up into the tyres.
Designed for the durability, of course,
Correct.
to do those longer journeys that we do see these cars do. What I've noticed out of these cars since yesterday afternoon is that, yeah, they're still bobbling over the bumps a bit, but they've certainly eased up the suspension a little bit. They've allowed it to kind of ride over those undulations. They tend to be very, very stiffly sprung GT cars, and bump and rebound is very heavily controlled, but they've obviously just eased that up a little bit because the cars were almost jumping off the ground over some of the bumps yesterday. Just watching Rob Love, who did get airborne about half a dozen laps ago, or 5 laps ago, when he came through the flip-flop in the back straight there. He's keeping it off the ripple strips this time around. The margin out to just over 7 seconds now, and then it's a further 11 seconds back to Bill Timms.
So word from race control, we are indeed halfway through this race. So unfortunately, reduced down to 3 cars. We had a few more cars entered in this combined category in the weeks leading up to round 6 here at Calder Raceway. Unfortunately, various competitors had to pull out at the last second. So it did result in a small but very exotic field of Mercedes and Mark cars. 7.3 seconds between Bailey and Rob Love. Will Timms now 20 seconds adrift. So just under 11 minutes remaining in this race. I dare say they're probably not going to lap the car of Will Timms, coming through the flip-flop once again. So we should say, Darren, with 888 Home Loans throwing their support behind Victoria State Race Series for season 2023. It was a multi-year partnership, so obviously we'll have them on board for season 2024. But there's a few exciting things working behind the scenes to ensure that we expand our corporate partners with the Victorian State Race Series. So hopefully there'll be some updates in the coming months, if not weeks.
Let's just jump on board, or not on board. Let's go with an entire lap here with Rob Love. We'll just have a listen to this car on its natural environment. Great to hear the transmission whine up and down through the gears, even a bit of brake noise there coming through, and even down at turn 1 there as we just get that magnificent long shot driving off into the distance. It's like a Route 66 shot, isn't it? The car just drifting off into the distance there, being driven very well by Rob Love, and we get the long shot there. It's like a piece of art as we just see Bailey Love cresting over Mount Jane. Rob Love with the next one, 9 seconds behind now. So in the last lap and a half, lost a further 2 seconds to the family member. Down into the flip-flop. Keeping it nice and flat. Geez, keeping it well off those ripple strips. Must have made a fair old crunching noise when it came down when he got airborne over there. So it doesn't want to do that again. Have listen to that transmission whine. Comes down through there. His second gear. Still second gear, punching it hard, then working his way up through the gearbox. It's great long shots, giving us the full landscape here at Calder Park. So down the straight comes Rob Love. His best lap time was on lap 8 at 105.0, and Bailey Love at 104.58, so just under half a second faster on his fastest lap. This is the number 17 car leading the way. We're going to have a look up to the flip-flop there. It is very tight. You're not going to fit cars side by side through there. We've seen a couple try, but you've had to get out. It definitely has been realigned from what it was even a year or so ago. It is definitely a right and left rather than just be able to just go through there and almost straight line it, go over the ripple strip. So there's a distinctive change there. So we were saying that everyone here this weekend will get themselves a new lap record. The track has been changed, so there will be a lap record. It's been 15 years between events here at Calder Park.
With continuing evolution as well, just bringing minor upgrades to the track. So for a while, people who have been tuning into their favourite state competitors and some of their testing exploits, they have been doing quite a lot of testing around Calder Park in recent or throughout this year, if not trailing end of 2022 as well. It was a tyre bundle and a set of cones at that point of the track, and the whole point was just trying to discourage people from getting too much momentum and too much pace going up the back straights, because there's been a huge amount of work also moving the tyre wall back and extending the sand trap at that area. So continual work from once again, that was a bit of a scary moment there for Rob Love, launching the car over the bumps. I dare say he's just maybe trialling, pushing the limit, pushing the envelope in the late stages of this weekend. They're still pushing hard, it must be said, Darren, because you've gone all this effort. You've entered the car on a Friday, you've done a full day's testing on Friday, qualifying Saturday morning, race 1, Saturday afternoon, 2 races today. You're starting to get a little bit tired. You've been working extremely hard. It's a lot of effort and time from these drivers and competitors and teams to get these cars turned out as beautifully as they do. And the GT4 cars do require a little bit of love between races to ensure that they are in tip-top pristine condition. So obviously the drivers, the teams, everyone's getting a little bit tired and weary at this point on Sunday afternoon. Rob Love definitely pushing the envelope though, but that car still is absolute showroom condition. The GT4 AMG GT. A great thing he did late yesterday as well was he contributed to the bar tab here at the cafe last night for all the officials. So ever so grateful. And he's the chit chats around is that he is looking for opportunities to test the cars, and the state series has said, hey, come to our Friday practices. You can spend the whole day turning laps at each and every round. So they're very serious about their assault on the GT4s. As we now switch over to the Mark car, the Jeff Taunton owned outfit, the Ryan McLeod formed all those years ago with Mark 1 and Mark 2. The Mark 1s, of course, being the Ford Focus and the Jake Camilleri Mazda 3. And Jake Camilleri's racing the sports sedans on the Gold Coast as well this weekend. Of course, Jake is the feature of the latest edition of the Grassroots Racing podcast. And you can catch up with everything Jake Camilleri, who he's been done 12 hours all around the world in his Mark car. And this is the Mark II iteration, the Mustang. Darren, I reckon this is a good opportunity to listen to this car in all its glory. It is one of the loudest cars here this weekend, so we're just going to sit back and relax and enjoy the sights and sounds of William Timms in his Mark car.
Great idea, Callum. One whole lap there with the mark car. I tell you what, the induction noise in that V8 is very, very impressive. It's got a thumping noise out the exhaust pipe, and as it goes past like that there, that transmission whine as it winds up second gear up to Mount Jane. Lots of power onto the right boot there of Bill Timms, and over the top of the hill he goes. I think driven very, very well, and of course the Groove Train Eastland sticker across the front windscreen, synonymous with the Victorian Championship for Sports Sedans, the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria Championship. That's their series sponsor, and I haven't quite been able to make out. It looks like a map of Phillip Island on the side of their car there, and what that sticker says, but certainly that marked car, a number of them now floating around in coming into Sports Sedan trim, and of course Cam McLeod's done a terrific job of winning all 3 races on the Gold Coast this weekend. Incentivised, of course, by Mark Cars to get a great result for their brand. But really, in the back of my mind, is a party for Tony Ricciardello right now. 12 national championships. He was in the Guinness Book of Records for taking 10 FIA accredited national championships. He's now just about slammed the door shut on anyone that's going to try and sneak up on that, isn't he?
Very impressive, and also done behind the wheel of a car that has such legacy racing in Australian sports sedans, the old Alpha. 1.5 minutes remaining in this race. Bailey Love on screen right now. He's got a 10-second margin back to Rob Love. Almost the length, or almost the entire length of the Calder Park main straight, and almost a kilometre in length, with William Timms back in position 3. He is 26 seconds adrift of Rob Love, and 11 seconds, Rob Love himself is 11 seconds off the back of Bailey Love. Big thanks. Oh, now is that a bit of the scrape there? It sounds like the front splitter has starting to part ways with the car of Bailey Love, and it's on the front left-hand side as well. You can hear it.
Yeah, that has parted ways.
Rattling very hard in the background there. So I dare say he might have clipped maybe one of the curbs at some point around the track.
Well, there's a reminder and motivation to not grab them, isn't it?
Correct, and parts are very expensive on these GT4 cars, and it's sounding not so handsome at the moment. So that's a bit unfortunate. It's probably not the way he wants to end his weekend. And we've got the last lap, I've been told by race controls, being shown to the driver. So Bailey Love, he'll be able to sail home and get the car home nice and safely, despite the fact it's nursing just a little bit of damage to the front left of that car. It sounds rather bad, dragging and protesting as it's coming through turn 1. Just a handful of corners remaining for Bailey Love to negotiate. Now, they've completed 18 laps in this race. We didn't quite pick up where he might have incurred that damage, but we should say big thanks to our partners for this weekend, the corporate partners throwing their support behind the Victorian State Race Series. Metabo Power Tools, Racer Industries, check out their new showroom, just opened in Box Hill. Go online and check out Racer Industries for more information. It's also a big thanks to Super Cheap Auto, Make It Super, for jumping on board and supporting us this weekend. And as we've mentioned several times this year and throughout this weekend, 888 Home Loans, Cam McKinnon and the team. We know that he's tuning in at home today, working furiously on the Datsun, trying to get that car race ready. But here comes Bailey Love. He's going to come across the start-finish line to take the checkered flag and cap off season 2023 for the Victorian State Race Series. Well done to Bailey Love. Rob Love home in position 2, flashing the lights and acknowledging the hard-working track officials for all their hard work this weekend. And William Timms, we anticipate to come across the line in 3rd position, Darren.
Fantastic weekend has come to a close here. Great to have Calder Park back on the agenda here for Victorian and Australian motorsport. William Timms is going to be the final loud noise we hear for season 2023. Don't despair, there is still another race waiting to come. Island Magic at Phillip Island at the end of November. Check out your local guides, your Facebooks, your social medias for all the details that surround Island Magic. I know it's being live streamed via Blendline TV, so it'll probably look a lot like this, but at Phillip Island, there's the results. Bailey Love over Rob Wood, William Timms, and Jackson, Andrew, and William didn't take any further part in this. From the commentary position here, what a fantastic year we've had for 2023. I'd like to thank all of the competitors, whether they've travelled from suburban Melbourne, country Victoria, or anywhere around the country to race in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Thank you for joining us. It's a great product. We hope if you've come from interstate that you've enjoyed it, and you tell all your friends back in your home states that how good your fun time was, and you got on telly as well right throughout the year. A big congratulations to the board of directors that run this championship, from the clubs that own this championship, and from those that tirelessly volunteer their time to make sure these events happen. The directors of those clubs as well, presidents, treasurers, committee members, everyone that works so very, very hard to keep Victorian motorsport alive and well at circuit racing level, doing a fantastic job. Our volunteer officials right around the state and indeed the country and the world that keep all motorsport going. A big shout out to everyone in the Blendline TV crew right around the track in the van that have brought such magnificent pictures and memories that, well, we can prove we went racing at Calder Park in 2023 now. It's been live streamed and beamed to the world, so a big thank you to them. Personally, to all of the commentators that have joined me here in the commentary booth, a big shout out. The core crew of Callum Brannigan, Dan McCarthy and Steve DeVries do a wonderful job. It is great to work with those gentlemen. Love working with them, and everybody trackside. We will see you in 2024 for more of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Bye for now.